Chapter 10:15. Ururu arched her eyebrows and asked charmingly, if that person takes a fancy to a withered woman like me, will you send me back this time? Kai Junshin looked straight at her, his eyes firm. He said in a low voice, in the past it was to survive. If there is still such a day in Baelyang, I will not send you back even if you beat me to death. As a person, you can't always go back. Ururu smiled and wrinkled her nose playfully. She did not look like a mature woman, but more like an innocent girl. She said angrily, you know he won't, so you purposely said nice things for me to hear, right? Kai Junshin reached out and lifted a lock of her hair. His eyes were red as he said, Wife, I'm sorry for all these years. Ururu suddenly turned around and walked up the steps. Her hands were clasped behind her back, her steps light and agile. In the carriage, Chaowei was hiding in a corner furthest away from the young girl who was busy applying makeup. He sneered at Su Fengnian. Oh, the one surnamed Su, I didn't see it before. You're really good at buying people's hearts. Su Fengnian squinted and said, you should have known when I bribed your martial brothers to beat you up, right? Chaowei, whose scar had been exposed, held his knife in one hand. I really want to cut you? Su Fengnian added fuel to the fire. When we get to Longqing County, I'll have to give your knife away. Now hurry up and touch it a few more times. Chaowei said angrily, don't even think about it. Su Fengnian smiled and said, if you don't give it to me, can't I snatch it? Chaowei was about to speak when Su Fengnian reached out with 2 hands and bent his fingers. Out of the 10,000 elite cavalry, only 9,000 are left. Chaowei was like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep. He shamelessly grabbed Su Fengnian's hand that only had 4 fingers left. He smiled mischievously and said, Surname Su Fengnian, Great Master Su Ancestor Su. We gentlemen keep our promises. We can give you 20,000 for 10,000, but we can't give you only 9,000. How can we be short in business? We pay attention to honesty. You and I are heroes, we cherish heroes, we must be heroic. Su Fengnian put on a fake smile and said, if you want me to take back those 1,000 riders, that's fine too. Go away, don't be an eyesore. Chaowei laughed dryly. The carriage is only this big. Su Fengnian pointed at the curtain of the carriage. Chaowei immediately rolled out of the carriage and lifted the curtain to poke his head out. Don't forget, it's 10,000, not 9,000. If you lose even one soldier or horse, I'll get mad at you. As a result, Shorty Chow forgot about the existence of the bad-tempered killer girl and was sent flying by a bronze mirror that appeared out of nowhere. Chaowei didn't even dare to fart. He sat beside coachman Su Yambing and grimaced. Bored to death, he played the same old tune and asked the world's top master with a smile, Master Su, do you think I'm more handsome than the one surnamed Su? Su Yambing remained indifferent. Chaowei refused to give up and asked, it doesn't matter if you don't admit it. I'm taller and more powerful than the one surnamed Su. You should at least nod your head, right? Su Yambing still turned a deaf ear. Chaowei crawled to Su Yambing's side and put his arm around his shoulder impolitely. He said seriously, I know you're a powerful master, otherwise you wouldn't have been able to chase Hong Jingyan and Zhong Liang all the way to the border of Gusai Prefecture. But I'm not bad either. I don't get along with the one surnamed Su, but I regret not having met you earlier. I have something to tell you first. Su Yambing laughed in a low voice. Are you trying to say that I, Chaowei, am uneducated and inexperienced? Don't cheat me of my money. If you cheat me of my money, I'll have a good temper and won't beat you. I'm handsome, tall, and powerful. Don't lie to me. If you dare to lie to me, I'll definitely beat you to death. Chaowei exclaimed. Did the one surnamed Su tell you all this? Motherf asterisk cur. This bastard must have said a lot of things to ruin my reputation. Master Su, don't believe that guy. The one surnamed Su doesn't have any other skills, but he's good at cheating men and women. I'm not convinced. He's absolutely a master. Su Yambing, a cold-hearted person, didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he didn't let Chaowei move his paw away. He said flatly, the king of Baelyang didn't say much. He just asked me to go to the western regions with you. Chaowei bit his lips and remained silent. In the carriage, Su Fengnian was talking to Yang Guangdo about the fish dragon gang that had risen in Lingzhou. This gang was now very rich and had snowballed from a third-rate force in Lingzhou to one of the top gangs. As for how the Fish Dragon gang made money, outsiders only knew that they were in the business of selling beasts at the border. Su Fengnian told the old man that the Fish Dragon gang would be involved in horse smuggling with several big horse gangs. Naturally, they wouldn't be selling mature horses that were equivalent to war horses, but wild horses captured from the grassland. No matter if they were young or strong, the Fish Dragon gang would buy them at a high price. At the moment, many horse gangs at the border had launched a horse trafficking business. However, they didn't directly contact the Fish Dragon gang, but sold to horse gangs who had ties with the Fish Dragon gang. Naturally, the price was greatly reduced. Hearing this, the old man said with a smile, "Is it useless to use such a stupid method to increase the number of mature horses in Bailiang?" Su Fengnian shook his head and said with a smile, "Geographically, the gains and losses of Bailiang and Beimang should be counted as double. These ownerless wild horses are more or less the same. If the number is doubled, it can't be underestimated. Besides, Su Xiao told me a long time ago that running a household is nothing more than 3 years for the new and 3 years for the old, and 3 years for mending. Mending is the most important thing to test the skills of the head of the household. Now Bailiang needs me to take care of a lot of things. I only have one goal. As long as I can turn money into the fighting power of Bailiang, I will do it even if it's just a copper coin. As long as it doesn't affect the important business, I will do it." Yang Guangdou sighed and said, "It's Bailiang's fortune that your highness has this kind of heart." Su Fengnian suddenly saw that the chuckling girl had put on some makeup and put 2 hairpins on her head. After putting down the bronze mirror, she sat upright and still and gave him a smile that she probably thought was a woman's flirtatious. Yang Guangdou was shocked. He swallowed and couldn't bear to look at that face. He quickly turned his head and picked up a book. The old man thought that it was really difficult for this little girl. This must be more difficult than assassinating a celestial phenomenon master. Su Fengnian's willpower had been honed by the girl who put half a caddy of rouge on her face. He still had a smile on his face. He bent down and forced the girl's purposefully raised orchid fingers back. Then he used his fingers to gently scrape off some of the overly thick rouge. Chao Wei lifted the curtain at this time and saw the charming face that was always stiff. Chao Wei was scared out of his wits. He made a gesture of poking his eyes and whispered, "Damn it, each one is more ruthless than the other." Su Fengnian asked softly, "Where's the big cat that likes to eat bamboo?" The girl lowered her eyes and said, "It's dead." Su Fengnian helped her fix the 2 hairpins that were originally crooked. He rubbed her head and said, "Then I'll ask someone to find you another one from the western Shu bamboo forest." The girl who once pierced Wang Mingyin's chest with a hand knife and kicked Lu Haosher's head with her feet for fun, sniffled and shook her head. The old man tactfully left the carriage and sat beside Su Yambing with Chao Wei. Shorty Chao gloated and said, "Uncle Yang, you were also driven out?" "Ha ha." He laughed 3 times. This time, Chao Wei learned his lesson and jumped out of the carriage. As expected, a slender arm directly penetrated the wall of the carriage. If Chao Wei didn't escape, his heart would be cut. Chapter 10:16. Su Fengnian entered the Wang family's mansion in the middle of the night. It was an eye-opener for him. The Prince of Water Jing of the 4 major counties of Huangnan was overshadowed by Prince Longyi. However, the mansion's scholarly atmosphere was strong but not greasy. The carved railings and painted rafters were very exquisite. Even the servant girls in the mansion seemed to have a more scholarly air than other manors. They were delicate and pretty, and their light makeup was pleasant. Wang Shihua opened the e-gate and personally led the way. This family head was not only the lifelong enemy of the administrator, but also a close friend of the left chancellor of the Imperial College, Yao Baifeng. Su Fengnian had always had a good impression of him. This was due to the Wudong sect leader, Wang Zhongluo, who had once given Wang Shihua a fortune-telling prophecy. His evaluation of Wang Shihua was extremely high. Now Wang Gongxiao's adopted son, Jiao Wui, had entered the Lingzhou general's mansion, and entered the ranks of the 14 military officers with real power. This had greatly boosted the reputation of the Wang family, who was both civil and military. If it weren't for Li Gongda's outstanding son on the battlefield at the border, the Wang family might really have been overtaken by Longyi's Wang family. Wang Shihua had 4 wives and concubines, but his children were clearly too feminine. His only son, Wang Yinshu, wasn't at home tonight. He wasn't indulging in drunken stupor like he used to, but he was formally enlisting in the army. After spring this year, his good brother was almost nowhere to be found among his friends in Huangnam County. Because they didn't discuss any important military matters, the host and guest got along harmoniously. Although Wang Yinshu, the bootlicker, wasn't present, Wang Shihua's daughter had taken a quick look around. As for who was the one who got a feast for the eyes, it was hard to say. In any case, Chao Wei sat boldly beside Su Fengnian. He straightened his back and held the hilt of his saber. He wished he could use his eyes to slice off a few pieces of flesh from those young women. Unfortunately, none of these good-looking women took him seriously. Their misty eyes were all fixed on the young king of Bailiang. Presumably, Wang Yinshu and his son were chatting at home, and had talked a lot about Su Fengnian, the newly appointed pillar of the state. This made Chao Wei so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. He deliberately coughed a few times, but he didn't attract much attention. In addition, Su Fengnian didn't formally introduce him. Chao Wei finally broke the pot and smashed it. As long as Su Fengnian opened his mouth, Chao Wei would either snort coldly or make a funny face. Finally, Chao Wei's youngest daughter was amused. Hiding behind her 2 older sisters, she laughed and held her stomach. Chao Wei, who was half dead, immediately regained his energy. It was like he had taken a jar of aphrodisiac that was sold at a low price at a roadside stall. Wang Shihua was very experienced. In fact, he didn't need Su Fengnian to introduce him to know that this unimpressive short man with a saber was not simple. Otherwise, who would dare to openly sit on the same level as the king of Bailiang and even dare to undermine him? In the vast Bailiang, the provincial governor Su Beiji could be considered one, and the crossbowman Hanlin could only be considered half of one. However, their Wang family was one of the top scholarly families in Bailiang. Everyone in the house had high aspirations. Moreover, Wang Shihua, who was praised by Yao Baifeng as one of the top 3 scholars of the Book of Changes, was not so low as to use his own daughter to climb up the social ladder. Of course, within the social ladder, Su Fengnian was an exception. Wang Shihua respected this young ruler of Bailiang from the bottom of his heart. If a daughter was chosen, it wouldn't be like sending charcoal in a snowy weather for the Wang family, but it would definitely be a good thing. As for the short man with the saber, if a daughter was chosen, Wang Shihua would be happy to see it happen. Since Su Fengnian was a little tipsy, he was in high spirits. Wang Shihua didn't dare to get carried away, and only asked his innocent daughter to serve him tea and wine. Su Fengnian mentioned to Wang Gongqiao that Kai Junqian had some antique calligraphy and paintings in his possession, and wanted to sell them in the near future. Wang Shihua understood what he meant and nodded lightly. He even laughed and said that there were quite a few priceless calligraphy and paintings in his residence, and that Su Fengnian had stamped the word forgery on them at the most eye-catching places. Su Fengnian felt a little embarrassed for the first time. When he was young and frivolous, the Wutongan residence used to have several precious private seals, one of which had the word forgery engraved on it. Back then, the Wang family's treasured calligraphy and paintings were all in excellent condition, but none of them could escape the clutches of His Royal Highness. Su Fengnian had long been influenced by Li Yishan's knowledge and achievements, so he had put in a lot of effort in appraising calligraphy and paintings. His eyesight was amazingly accurate, and those forgeries were, without exception, genuine. From this, one could see that Su Fengnian's rebellious nature in the past. However, due to a freak combination of factors, no matter how much the scholars of the Central Plains hated Bailiang, as long as there was a calligraphy or painting with the word forgery in their residence, it was a wonderful thing that could guarantee a stable harvest and at the same time show off to others. Before Su Fengnian left the residence, Wang Shihua gave him a piece of calligraphy. It was personally written during the awakening of hibernation. It could be considered an incomplete copy of the Wang family's teachings on water. The 3 bosom friends, the 3 strangers. Those who are better than themselves, those who are more interesting can be bosom friends. Those who have different aspirations, those who are emotionless, those who bear grudges but forget kindness, are either enemies or strangers. This was slightly different from the complete Wang family's teachings. For example, There was a lack of outspoken people among bosom friends, and a lack of virtuous people among strangers. This was probably the original insight that Wang Xihua had gained after devoting himself to studying and studying for many years. In particular, Wang Xihua had previously chatted about the 3 stubborn diseases of the past dynasties: the separation of the feudal towns, the threat of eunuchs, and the encampment of cliques. Su Fengnian used to have a lot of prejudice against scholars, but after several trips, his prejudice had gradually improved. Tonight, he had an open conversation with Wang Xihua, which allowed Su Fengnian to reflect on himself a little. After leaving the residence, Qiao Wei saw the young female killer strolling around the carriage in boredom. She did not follow them into the residence earlier, but now she was walking around with that funny dry pole. Qiao Wei was now really afraid of this extremely eccentric girl. In Yang Guangdou's words, this was called, "Evil people will be dealt with by evil people." Sitting in the carriage, Su Fengnian asked, Wang Xihua just mentioned that in Beiliang, it is better to make mistakes than to make achievements. What do you think, Elder Yang? Yang Guangdou patted his sleeves and smiled. If I had said this 3 months ago, it would have been easy to say. There are as many bailiffs and officials as there are hairs on an ox. Many of them do nothing, and few of them can do real work. They are replaced by scholars, which is the general trend of Beiliang. Wang Gongcao's original intention was just to worry that the situation in Beiliang would be unstable. But since the land of refugees is going to be a new Liuzhou, this idea makes sense. Could it be that Gongcao has also found some clues? Trees die, people live. Since it was not easy to get rid of Song Yan, but he still could not become the governor of Huangnam County, then he might as well run to Liuzhou to find an opportunity. Besides, Wang Gongcao is not a pedantic scholar. If he goes to Liuzhou, it will be a good thing for both himself and Beiliang. If the officials who make mistakes in Beiliang, Dao, and Old Three Provinces are all thrown to Liuzhou, there will be Wang Xihua, who is skilled in governance and has an excellent reputation to appease the people. Everyone will give him face. With the young prince's 30,000 Longxiang army holding the fort, perhaps Wang Xihua really can become the next governor of Liuzhou. Chapter 1017. Su Fengnian smiled and nodded. The candidate for the first provincial governor of Liuzhou had already been decided a long time ago. The distant horizon was right in front of his eyes. And it was Yang Guangdou, who had returned from the mountains. Su Fengnian had originally favored Chen Shiliang, but this poor scholar who seemed to only want to hide behind layers of curtains had stubbornly refused. Su Fengnian could not force an ox to drink water. However, to be honest, Chen Shiliang was still suspected of having high standards but low ability. If it was not for the fact that the Great War with Liang Meng was imminent, there would be no harm in letting him stew Liuzhou slowly. However, since the border would be filled with smoke in 1 or 2 years, Su Fengnian really did not dare to completely entrust Liuzhou to Chen Shiliang. Yang Guangdou, who was in the carriage, was not only proficient in changing situations, but also experienced in dealing with people. When the time came, Su Fengnian would give him a camouflage of Su Zhao's posthumous edict. The old man's age and experience would be clearly displayed on the table. He would be far more convincing than the hairless Chen Shiliang. Haste makes waste. The more Su Fengnian valued Chen Shiliang, the more he was afraid of spoiling things with excessive enthusiasm. This young scholar was not only a talent that he had personally abducted from Gangnam-do to Beiliang, but he was also the backbone of the second generation of Beiliang strategists, whom his master, Li Yishan, thought highly of. The little girl sat in the corner of the carriage and amused herself. Sometimes she would squeeze out a charming smile with her fingertips pressed against her face, and sometimes she would put her hand over her heart and frown slightly. Sometimes she would sit upright with her sleeves tucked in like a well-bred young lady. No matter how thick-skinned Qiao Wei was, he was no match for this destructive power that was no less than that of an immortal on earth. He silently left the warm carriage and sat beside Su Yambing, sighing and complaining that he should not have left this place. If he had known earlier, he would have stayed at the back of Mount Qingliang. That way, he could have avoided a few blows. Su Fengnian looked at the Hehe girl imitating the various postures of the women on the streets, and did not comment. His gaze was warm. Even the old man Yang Guangdou could not fathom the interaction between this man and woman. Whether it was His Royal Highness in the past or the King of Beiliang now, No matter what the rumors outside of Mount Qingliang were, Yang Guangdou knew that as long as someone did not enter his eyes, he was actually very cold and heartless. However, he seemed to dote on the little girl in front of him. After Yang Guangdou met the young female killer, especially after he understood her relationship with Su Fengnian, he repeatedly hinted to Su Fengnian to get more secrets from her. This was because even if she casually said a few words or a name, it could affect the future of Bailiang. But Yang Guangdou could not do anything about it. Now Su Fengnian had a deep and accumulated power. It was inherited from the general and the princess, and also from Li Yishan's painstaking cultivation, as well as the accumulation of many travels and dangerous killings. Yang Guangdou constantly warned himself not to treat Su Fengnian as the willful and reckless youth of the past. The matter of Zhong Honggu was clear evidence. The mess that the old King Liang was unwilling to clean up, the new King Liang did not have any scruples about cleaning up. Even the general was not willing to fall out with the Zhao family in Liang. In the hands of the new King Liang, he had already created a vague impression that Bailiang could be independent and become self-dominating. This was probably the reason why the court was hesitant, and finally relaxed a little on the grain. The new King Liang and the new Bailiang had already begun to make the court understand one thing. I will take on the burden that Su Xiao gave to me, Su Fengnian. Bailiang is also willing to guard the door for the court. This is the bottom line. If you continue to nausea and test us again, you must first consider the price you will have to pay. Bailiang deployed troops on the Eastern Front, and refused to withdraw the imperial edict. The court seemed to fly into a rage out of humiliation, and immediately returned the favor. But at the same time, they had no choice but to give him the title of Pillar of State, and open up the grain transport as compensation. During this period, if Su Fengnian was impulsive and refused the Pillar of State again, the court would probably rather rot in the granaries of Xiangfan than send a grain to Feisho City. They might even use thunderous means to block the courier routes into Liang from the neighboring provinces. These were all schemes that required both sides to carefully weigh the pros and cons. In the future, there would only be more such back and forth. The little girl suddenly said, "Over the years, old Huang has taken me to more than 100 places. He said that they were all farmland where he had planted crops. Some of them were abandoned, some of them were still lacking, and some of them did not have a good harvest. But in the end there was still a harvest." Su Fengnian laughed and said, "My master and Chu Lushan both regard Huang Longshi as the greatest and most formidable spy in spring and autumn. Whoever can take over his entire spy system will have the upper hand. But we don't know how he manages it. How he chooses the rice seedlings, how he draws water for irrigation, how he pays attention to the growth, how he harvests the autumn rice. No one knows how Huang Longshi does it." The little girl said very seriously, "Freeloading, drinking, chatting, cursing, lying and leaving. Changing to another place and doing it again." Yang Guangdou sighed and held his forehead. It was an extremely difficult matter. The biggest secret in spring and autumn was so carelessly brushed aside by the little girl's 12 words of mantra. The little girl tilted her head and asked, "You didn't ask me where those 100 places were. And who were those people?" Su Fengnian shook his head and laughed. "Bailiang can't even take care of itself. It doesn't have the energy nor the ability to fight for supremacy in the world." The little girl snorted. "Even if you ask me, I can't remember many." Yang Guangdou felt that it was really torturous to interact with these two. He somewhat understood Chao Wei's gloomy mood. Su Fengnian reached out with both hands and playfully stretched the little girl's slightly round face. The little girl was not angry and said indistinctly, "I don't understand what you're saying about Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism. But old Huang said that you have a medicinal primer on you." Su Fengnian thought and said, "I know. Huang Longshi should be talking about the bowl of blood that the dragon tree monk gave me to drink. But I couldn't feel it in these 2 years, so I didn't think much of it." The little girl tried to think and then said, 400 years ago, there was a Gao Shulu, the one you mentioned a while ago. I just remembered. Old Huang mentioned him. He said that this person was half dead and half alive. He was in a certain place in Great Peace City, and was a life-saving talisman of the Zhao family. Originally, he was used to suppress Wang Xianji. Tiger Dragon Mountain seems to, I forgot about this matter. Su Fengnian took back his hand, and then bent his finger to tap her forehead. It's Dragon Tiger Mountain. The little girl made a sound of acknowledgement. Su Fingnian leaned shoulder to shoulder with her against the wall of the carriage and said softly, "Other people might not understand why Huang Longshi is overturning the rivers and seas, but I can understand a little. Cultivating one's body, managing one's family, governing the country, and ruling the world has always been the goal of the Confucian school. However, Huang Longshi is clearly a level higher because he doesn't have the emperor in his eyes. He is all alone in the world, and doesn't need to cultivate his body and rule the family. He doesn't need to put the emperor in his eyes, and doesn't need to help the emperor rule the world. That is why he is different from everyone else. He probably just wants a peaceful world that none of us can see or even think about." The little girl nodded and pointed at her knees. "Yes, that's the general idea. Also, old Huang said that this thing is not for kneeling." Su Fingnian sank into deep thought and said to himself, "This old farmer who overturned the entire spring and autumn fields." The little girl bent her knees and rested her chin on her knees. Old Huang said that he was also going to die. Chapter 10:18. Although a year's plan lies in spring, the spring of the first year of the auspicious talisman, once the Qingming festival passed, it was time to end it. After the Guangling Path's West Chu ancient capital was trampled by the Su family's armored cavalry, it had already changed its name from Divine Phoenix City to the humiliating Lost Tripod City. Deep in the mountains on the outskirts of the city, there was a brick temple. The temple's name originated from a famous Buddhist saying. This caused the increasingly heated topic of meditation during the spring and autumn period to cool down, because the abbot of the brick temple said that grinding bricks could not become a mirror. How could meditation become a Buddha? At dawn, the birds were singing. The three of them walked on a tree-lined path. The old man was very old, with white hair and snow-white eyebrows. He climbed the mountain with a bamboo cane. Stepping on the mountain path paved with cobblestones of different sizes, he staggered but didn't need anyone to support him. The green-robed monk was not young either. His hair was white, but his aura was especially elegant and otherworldly, forgetting the secular world at first sight. The woman was the youngest. Her appearance was stunning, not like a woman of the mortal world. Carrying a red sandalwood sword box, her steps were light. Probably because they were taking care of the old man, the three of them didn't speak when climbing the mountain. Entering the quiet ancient temple where there were no pilgrims, there was only the rustling of a young monk sweeping the floor with a broom. At the time of the Li dynasty's destruction of Buddhism, even the two Zen temples were sealed. Mabrick Temple, for the past 20 years, didn't have many pilgrims, so it escaped the disaster. There were still some monks left who continued to hide in the mountains to pray. Seeing the three pilgrims, the young monk hurriedly put the broom under his armpit and bowed with his palms together. Especially when he caught a glimpse of the woman from the corner of his eyes. His bald head drooped even more, afraid of breaking the precepts and losing the heart of Bodhi. After returning the greeting, the old man led the monk and the woman to the 500 Arhats hall. It wasn't the golden-robed Arhats commonly seen in imposing temples, but painted wooden sculptures. What was even rarer was the 500 Arhats, each one vivid and lifelike. Some were sitting upright, some were listening, some were clasping their palms, and some were even glaring, beating gongs and drums, scratching their ears and cheeks. The old man led the two of them to a venerable one. He held a mirror in his left hand, and his right hand tore open the skin of the old man's face, revealing a handsome young man's face. It was enough to stun the onlookers. The old man stood at the foot of the wooden arhat and said calmly, "I heard that the Minister of Rites, Sung Xiangqi, carried a large jar of wine into the temple alone on a snowy day in the first year of Yonghui. He died drunk here, and his last words were probably drunken words. This old subject knows that in the past, old Sung did not touch a single drop of wine, and always advised us to drink and make things worse. I remember one time when His Majesty drank too much and missed the morning court session. Old Sung angrily rushed into the palace to scold His Majesty. If it was not for the Empress stopping him, His Majesty would have almost fought with this old fellow. After that, His Majesty was still angry and privately told this old subject that during the celebration banquet the night before, this old fellow was the one who was the most unkind. Since he did not drink, he poured wine for others and did not even let him off. In the end, Old Sung turned hostile the next day. Who would have thought that this old thing, who hated the smell of alcohol all his life, would drink himself to death in the end? Minister of Rights, Sung Xianglin, was naturally not a second-level official in Liyang, but the last Minister of Rights in West Chu. He was a fellow disciple of the Grand Chancellor of Shangyin Academy, Qi Yanglong. He was also the teacher of Wang Mingyang, who had guarded Xiangfan for 10 years. The old man reached out to stroke the slightly cool Arhut pedestal and said softly, "Old Sung must have come to find Minister Tang of the Ministry of Revenue." Tang Jiahe was the most knowledgeable in this group of people. Originally, he looked down on Buddhism, a foreign religion, the most. Unexpectedly, he fled to Moshio Temple. As for whether he truly devoted himself to Buddhism or was disheartened, only God knows. Old Sung and Tang Jiahe did not have the same political views all our lives, but that was still considered a dispute between gentlemen. The Chu's party struggle was not a struggle between officials for power and influence, nor was it a struggle between gentlemen and villains. Looking at it now, it was more like a dispute between gentlemen. The hearts of the people were, after all, still on the side of the Jiang character, the common people. It was just that each of them took different paths, and it was inevitable that scholars would despise each other, which led to a disaster. However, Tang Jiahe said two things that were very insightful. He said that all living things in the world could die because of love. Martial artists died on the battlefield, civil officials died in the palace. Men and women were not the only ones who were obsessed with each other. Since people could only die once in their lives, they should always keep it in their hearts and die with kindness. A man is still a blade of grass. He also thinks about the 5 winds and 10 rains. Moreover, people are not plants. However, if Tang Jiahe really wanted to die, he would die. He was not willing to live an ignoble life. But in the end, this Minister Tang, who had once lost to our side, Chao Tuxiu, 16 games in a row, also went back on his word. He fled from Moshio Temple for a few years. Later, perhaps he was afraid that Old Sung and I would find him, so he fled even deeper into the mountains. No one knows whether he is alive or dead. The white-haired old man continued. Great General Song Yuan, who was often lectured by His Majesty to be more literate, should not always be blind in the palace and make a fool of himself. This stubborn old urchin has really gone crazy. The only grandson in his family, who had originally secretly passed the Jinshe exam in Yonghui's 6th year, was burned alive by him. He also burned himself to death in a dilapidated library that did not have many books to begin with. When our Dechu was at its peak, martial artists did not have saber chi, scholars did not have the air of poverty, women did not have the air of cosmetics, mountain people did not have the air of clouds, and monks did not have the air of incense. It was publicly recognized by the world as the most prosperous era in the 800 years after the Great Qin dynasty. Liyang was only a small dynasty that originated from the barbarians in the north. It had been independent for 50 years, and its eunuchs had been involved in politics for 50 years. The head eunuch Fan Gongliang had killed 1 emperor, 2 princes and 6 concubines in his lifetime. Yet he was still able to live out his remaining years in peace. How could such a dynasty, who did not understand etiquette, suddenly change after 50 years and inexplicably become the princess of the world? And our Dechu, how could it perish just like that? The monarch was wise, but the fault did not lie with the monarch. The civil and martial officials were loyal, but the fault did not lie with the officials. The common people worked hard, but the fault did not lie with the common people. Thus this old official, Sun Shiji, wanted to know what had happened. Since dying with remaining grievances was an extravagant hope, he wanted to have peace of mind before he died and know an acceptable answer. This old official was not afraid of bearing the infamy of being a servant of 2 surnames. Just like that, I stood in the court of Great Peace City and coldly watched for a dozen years. But in the end, I still could not understand why Dechu had lost, and lost so miserably and so quickly. However, this old official recognized 2 people. One was the butcher Su Xiao, the other was the blue-eyed Zhang Jilu. It was them who made this old official accept his fate. Su Xiao had done the right thing. A good saber, as long as it was in the right hands, the faster the saber, the less blood the common people would bleed. Zhang Jilu had done very well. He had braved the risk of being called the emperor of the war with Han Xingxian in private, and repaired the Zhao family's courtyard until it was airtight. This old official had already accepted his fate, but Chongqing asked this old official to come see you, so this old official came. Not for anything else, but for an old man like me to die in his homeland. That is better than anything else. The three people were West Chu's Grand Preceptor, Sun Shiji, Chao Chongqing, who had reached the Confucian sage realm at the ruins of Shileibi, and the fallen princess, Jiang and I, whose original name was Jiang Si. Chapter 1019. They drank a pot of tea at the Mabrik Temple. The Grand Preceptor was probably tired of walking and talking, so he stopped talking. Then the three went down the mountain and returned to the city. The old man was still the Guangling Taoist administrator in name, and his official residence was on the old site of the 6 department's official residences outside the imperial city of Lost Tripod City. The Guangling Palace was not in the city, but in Guanyu City, which was in the southeast of the vassal king's territory. The people who should leave Lost Tripod City had left. Most of the people who left after the spring and autumn period ended were the survivors of other fallen countries. Those who should stay were all survivors of West Chu. With Lost Tripod City as the center, there were 6 towns and 18 cities around it. Especially Lost Tripod City, which used the administrator's mansion and Bailu Mountain as the framework to make a comeback, supporting a brand new and vigorous temple. If they won, it would be De Chu. If they lost, the West Chu in the history books of Liang would probably be replaced by Ho Chu. When the three went down the mountain, there were more than 100 elite halberd soldiers escorting them back to the city. The Grand Preceptor took the two to a restaurant in the east of the city, saying that he wanted to invite Her Highness to taste the reeds. After sitting down on the second floor, the old man laughed softly and said, "Your Highness, this reeds is a delicacy in the world. This old official has to show off a few words of knowledge to enjoy it to the fullest. The reeds are called reeds because they are like migratory birds. Every spring, they come to the river outside the spring snow building in Guanyu City, and flow upstream along the Guangling River. It is reasonable to say that when they reach here, they should be plump and plump. If they are supplemented with the chicken head rice, which is a specialty of Copper Paper City, it will be the most delicious taste in the world. Later on, once the reeds reach Xiangfan City, they will not taste good. However, this old official thinks that it will be difficult to slack off to satisfy my cravings in the future." Jiang and I made a sound of agreement, and did not say anything else. When the food was quickly served, she picked up her chopsticks and was about to pick up some food. The old man saw her holding her chopsticks and joked, "Your Highness, we all believe that the higher and longer you hold your chopsticks, the further you will find a partner in the future. I remember when I was young, the older generation in my family always used this to tell us. They were afraid that the women in our family would marry too far away, and the men would marry unknown women when they grew up. At that time, we naturally followed the wishes of the elders and picked up the chopsticks. However, we didn't think that when we became elders, we would start nagging at our children. This is probably an inheritance. A family is like this, and so is a country." Jiang and I, who was holding the chopsticks high up in the air, took the opportunity to grab the chopsticks down, which amused the old man. He laughed and said, "Your Highness, don't take it seriously. This old official was just speaking casually. Actually, it's good for a woman to marry far away. At least she won't be subject to military orders when she's abroad." Jiang and I smiled gently and lowered her head to eat the fish. The fish bones were very soft and didn't sting. Even though she didn't eat fish in the past, she still ate a lot. Chao Chongqing asked for a pot of wine and slowly drank with the old man. He didn't urge him to drink and just drank by himself. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, they paid the bill and walked out of the century-old restaurant. On the streets that were no longer bustling with people, the old man suddenly stopped and said, "Wait a moment." Chao Chongqing sighed and didn't say anything. Not long after, an old man in ragged clothes walked out from an alley and knocked on the clock in broad daylight. He shouted crazily, "Everyone is dead, everyone is dead! Open your eyes and look, there is no one alive in De Chu." The old man walked on the street and knocked on the clock while shouting. However, the passers-by on the street were obviously used to it and didn't even bother to laugh at him. They all turned a blind eye. The disheveled night watchman walked in front of the three people. When he saw them, he was stunned for a moment. He pointed the night watchman at Sun Shiji and laughed hoarsely. Dead man. He then pointed at Chao Chongqing and chuckled. Half-dead man, not far from death. When he saw Jiang and I with the sword box on his back, the old crazy man's eyes were blank, and then he started to cry. Alive? How is there a living person? Go hurry up and leave. The night watchman saw that the woman was unmoved and paused. He turned and ran away, continuing to knock on the clock and shout. Sun Shiji looked at the night watchman's back and said calmly, Jiang Shuilang, once in charge of the Chongwen courtyard in Dechu, in charge of the 100 scholars of the 3 courtyards and the 600 editors of the Pavilion of Secrets. He went crazy just like that. The Liang Imperial Court and Prince Guangling Zhao Yi purposely didn't kill this old crazy man, because they wanted all the foreigners in this city to see a joke. Sun Shiji walked towards the carriage and bowed. Your Highness, you can let Chongqing take you to see that home. I still have matters to attend to. Home. Jiang Xi's home was, of course, that Dechu Imperial Palace that was at the peak of perfection that Great Peace City had to imitate. Then was it really Jiang Ni's home? Jiang and I followed behind Chao Chongqing and looked around blankly. When she left this place, she was still young and her memories were blurry. She had long forgotten what she was seeing. She vaguely knew why it was once hailed as the most glorious scene in the world. When the men and women in the palace saw them, they were filled with respect and hope. Chao Chongqing walked all the way to a pavilion in the northeast corner of the old imperial palace. After he sat down, the white-haired Confucian scholar sat there without saying a word. Chao Chongqing, born of the Dragon Carp County's Chao family, was fully deserving of the title of prodigy of that generation. His master was the imperial advisor Li Mi, whose wisdom reigned supreme in the world before Huang Sanjia. He studied chess for more than 10 years and eventually defeated Li Mi on the chessboard, becoming Dechu's chief chess player. He had once played chess with the emperor many times in this pavilion. This Chao Tuxiu had even made the most powerful officials in the palace take off their boots and pour wine for him. How could he not be the most proud genius of the Chao family and even Dechu? Chao Chongqing's eyes were warm as he looked outside the pavilion. Further northeast of the pavilion, when he was still young, he once saw a woman who was humming a folk song. She had a lively temperament that did not match the palace. When she first entered the palace, she saw him and saw that he was like a wooden goose. She even made a face at him. After that, she became an imperial concubine, and then the empress. Chao Chongqing was still that outstanding chess player who was always subservient to the imperial advisor. In those days, when the emperor and his subjects were harmonious in chess games, the emperor, whose chess skills were far inferior to the Chao family's, would always frown and stare at the chessboard. She stared at the emperor, and the young chess player who was said by Li Mi to be in an invincible position because he had no desire to win or lose, would occasionally steal a few glances at her. When he lowered his head to play chess, he could always see her embroidered shoes that did not conform to the palace's etiquette. They were ordinary, but he could never forget them. He had forgotten them for so many years. Why could he still not forget them? Jiang and I said softly, Uncle chess player, I know Grand Preceptor Sun's intention. He wants me to be a good princess and I will do it. Chao Chongqing came back to his senses. He laughed softly and said, Your Highness the princess, don't mind this old man's nagging. Fighting for the country is a man's business. A woman should just look at the country. Jiang and I smiled knowingly, but then she was deeply worried. The secret letter said that the ceremony directorate head eunuch Song Tonglu Shifu, an old Diao Temple disciple, was escorting a coffin to the south. It was clearly the Gao Shulu mentioned by Huang Longshi, who was specially used to deal with you, Uncle chess player. Under the celestial beings, all are ordinary people, not immortals. Under the way of heaven, all are small daos, not big daos. But this big devil head, after all, has the legendary realm that is one level higher than the immortals on earth. Chao Chongqing smiled and said, It's all right. The courage of an ignorant man, this subject is not bad. Jiang and I wanted to say something but hesitated. Chao Chongqing said softly, Princess, there is no harm in taking a look around. This subject will sit here for a while. Jiang and I nodded, and left with the box on her back. Chao Chongqing sat alone in the pavilion and closed his eyes. A moment later, Chao Guanzi, who had a one-stone astrological phenomenon, seemed to have gone back in time. When he opened his eyes, he was no longer the martial art master who could pass through the Liang imperial palace like walking through the corridors. He was no longer the mad scholar, who could display the ultimate bravery of a martial art master to the fullest. He had only become the young but high-spirited chess player. He had a smile on his face, his two fingers pressed together as if he was holding a chess piece. On the empty stone table, the chess pieces flew down like they were flying. Westchu had black clothes, unparalleled scholars. Chapter 1020. The chapter is nearly 7,000 words long. This is the only chapter I'm uploading today. The next chapter will be the last chapter of the third volume, Xinliang. The title of the fourth volume is still The Established, Together Vying for the Throne. There was no public declaration of war that stirred up the world, and no mobilization of troops by the monarch himself. The assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Lu Xingxiang's departure from the capital was strangely quiet. As he passed through the entire south of the capital, not a single local official saw Assistant Minister Lu's face. However, everyone was well aware that this did not mean that Lu Xingxiang's departure from the capital was a defeat in the court. Lu Xingxiang had first lost to Lu Baijie, who had also been an assistant minister, and lost the fight for the position of Minister of War. However, immediately after, he received an imperial edict to control the 3 provinces and 16 military towns south of the capital. Even in Guo's great general Yang Xinxing, a group of veteran generals with meritorious service, had to be controlled by him. Lu Xingxiang's cavalry was no more than 300 riders. In this half-open, half-hidden expedition to the south, the court had temporarily not mobilized a single soldier of the capital's military strength. As for Westchu's eagerness to make a move, it seemed that they were still observing from the sidelines. Lu Xingxiang, dressed in civilian clothes, led his personal guards to rest at Yulu Pass, but did not enter the city. Instead, he temporarily set up a large military camp outside the pass. When the captains of Yulu Pass heard the news and hurried over, if nothing unexpected happened, the assistant minister, who was about to temporarily receive the rank of great general according to Liang's laws, received them in the rough and crude camp. There was no fine wine or fine food, no singing or dancing. Minister Lu used simple tea and plain food to send them off. However, this gave the captains a reassurance. Who didn't know that Lu Xingxiang, who came from the Guangling Spring Snow Building, was a smiling tiger. When he didn't smile, he was fine, but when he did, he would eat people. Yulu Pass was located at the intersection of Pingfan, Guangling and Huainan roads in Jingji. Although the captains of Yulu Pass had a higher rank and salary than ordinary Liang military officials, they used to be directly under the jurisdiction of Gulu of the Ministry of War. However, now that Gulu was in a precarious situation and only existed in name, Yulu Pass was like a guy who had lost his mother's milk. On the other hand, Lu Xingxiang had Guangling roads, his maternal family, to rely on. Secondly, he was a popular nobleman in the imperial court who no one dared to touch. Moreover, Lu Xingxiang did not rely on his family's meritorious service to enter the central government of the empire. More than that, he relied on his own outstanding military achievements during the spring and autumn period. Therefore, no matter how much courage Yulu Pass had, they would not dare to put on airs in front of Assistant Minister Lu. Lu Xingxiang personally saw the captains out of the military camp. Together with a young military general, whom he regarded as his trusted aide, he stood in the empty space outside the camp. Together, they watched the dust stirred up by the horses' hooves being blown away by the wind. Lu Xingxiang crouched down and grabbed a handful of soil, which had the smell of soil mixed with the smell of spring grass. He sniffed it and looked toward the south, not making a sound. Many people did not know that the dignified assistant minister of the Ministry of War was once a lousy scout. One time, he was convicted of making a mistake in reporting military intelligence, and was almost beheaded by his superiors. Lu Xingxiang pinched the dirt in his palm and said softly, "Being a scout is like learning how to swim. Once you learn how to swim, no matter how long you stay in the water, it will be very difficult for you to drown again. Guodonghan, you should be very clear about the strength of the Guangling Dao. All day long, they claim that they want to compete with the Northern Liang and Yin imperial paths for the title of number 1 in the world. In reality, other than the tens of thousands of soldiers under the Prince of Guangling, The rest are all useless. You can't blame the prince for embroidering a flowery pillow. It's just that the young ones haven't fought in 20 years. The old ones have retired from the army to enjoy life, while the young ones have squeezed into the army to enjoy life. How can they compete with the Northern Liang cavalry and Yin Imperial infantry, who are on standby every day? The Spring Snow House racked their brains to get the latest weapons and the best armor from the imperial court. They even dared to snatch the horses that Gu Jiantang wanted. What I'm worried about now is not what the so-called knowledgeable people in the imperial court think. They all think that the biggest hidden danger is that the old generals like Yang Xinqing and Yan Jinchuan are not willing to listen to orders and fight on their own. I'm afraid that the Western Chu that doesn't have enough soldiers at the beginning of the war will be able to fight with momentum as soon as they start fighting. Like a rolling snowball, they will be able to wipe out the elite soldiers of the Guangling Dao. They will have weapons, armor, and even the morale of the army. In a place like the Guangling Dao, the remnants of Western Chu have occupied all the land and resources. From the end of last year to the spring of this year, the Ministry of War and the Imperial Court kept sending news of the sudden deaths of military officers and lieutenants. Without exception, these people were the thorns that the Imperial Court planted in the Guangling Dao. In the end, they all died mysteriously. Some were strangled to death by their concubines in bed. Some were poisoned to death by their maidservants when they were drinking. Some were stabbed to death by their aides when they were discussing matters. Some were hacked to death while patrolling the camp. Even Grandfather Huan, who had always been kind to Gu Lu, was furious. He came to the Ministry of War and scolded me and Lu Baijia. In the end, he even scolded Great General Gu. He scolded the entire Ministry of War as a bunch of good-for-nothings. He said that the management of the Guangling Dao's northern border was a mess. The military officers that were sent there had only been scraping the land for 20 years, and not a single one of them had won the hearts of the people. He also said that the heads of the spy agencies set up by the imperial court should be executed. Our minister Lu can still be considered unyielding. He talked back to Grandfather Huan on the spot, and was almost kicked by him. What can I say? I can only watch. But I really didn't expect that Grandfather Huan, who is already so old, would almost kick Minister Lu in the chest. It seems that he still has a few more years to live. This is a great thing. Lu Xingxiang put the soil in his hand back on the ground. After laughing, his expression became serious again. They haven't even fought a single battle, yet they are already thinking about how to celebrate and receive rewards, and how to divide the military merits. I don't know where their arrogance comes from. The honest young general stood beside Assistant Minister Lu. He laughed and said, Ren Tu is dead, but the imperial court still has one of the 4 great generals of the spring and autumn period, Gu Jiantang. There is also Chen Jibao and Yu, a genius in the art of war. How can they not be confident? In addition, several of the vassals are on their way to quell the difficulties. Guangling Dao already has Zhao Yi, who has a powerful army in his hands, to suppress the situation. If I wasn't familiar with the foundation of Guangling's elites, I would also think so. Lu Xingxiang dismissed it with a laugh. He reached out and patted the ground. He sighed and said, The waves are formed between the waves, and the wind rises at the end of the green duckweed. After the awakening of the hibernation, 100 insects swarm out and move at the sound of the wind. Guodonghan smelled the cool breeze on his face. He chuckled and said, This general smells the scent of blood. Lu Xingxiang stood up, as if he wanted to vent the pent-up anger in his heart. He forced a smile and said, Yang Xinqing and the others all think that it will take at least 3 months and at most half a year. With a light kick, they will be able to crush West Chu, this dead but not yet dead spring insect, between summer and autumn. No matter what I say now, they won't listen. It would be better to let them rush up and give Chao Chongqing a slap. Only when they feel the pain will they understand who is the one who can truly give orders in this protracted war. However, this also has its drawbacks. In half a year, I will be mediocre and unaccomplished. I am destined to be barked at by hundreds of dogs in the capital. Who knows, there might even be dead officials who will splash dog blood all over me. Back then, I saw with my own eyes what kind of situation Su Xiao was in. Therefore, this time, I have some confidence. The key is whether or not His Majesty the Emperor has enough patience. If you are unlucky, You can pack up your things and prepare to go with me to the Tu Liao to make up for your mistakes. But if you are lucky, when the time comes, as long as my Lu family's light cavalry can display their skills to the fullest, you will be able to become a third-rank general with real power. Guodonghan grinned and said, "All right. In any case, this general only believes in one thing in this life. If I follow the general, I will definitely have meat to eat." Lu Xingxiang did not comment. Guodonghan suddenly asked carefully, "I heard that during this trip to the south, His Highness the Crown Prince leisurely went to Dragon Tiger Mountain and Earth Lung Mountain, and many other places. In Guangling Dao and Gangnam-do, he made friends with many people. Everyone in the court praised him endlessly. TSK, he has the style of a crown prince. Moreover, there are rumors that His Highness does not agree with the heavy taxation of Guangling Dao. He also has some slight objections to the destruction of Buddhism. In private, the Imperial College says that His Highness already has the air of a benevolent ruler. That right chancellor with the surname Jin seems to be quite close to His Highness the Crown Prince. This guy originally had a bad relationship with Yao Baifeng, and was kicked out of the house by the Grand Secretary and Grandfather Huan. He was very miserable. Many scholars were so scared that they did not dare to go to the Jin mansion to drink. Who would have thought that he would make a comeback?" Lu Xingxiang frowned and said, "You are a martial artist who has not yet achieved success. Don't talk about interfering in the court, you can't even interrupt. In the future, if I hear this kind of nonsense again, you can go be a coachman." Guodonghan said with a bitter face, "I will remember." Lu Xingxiang suddenly laughed coldly and said in a low voice, "Soft-hearted and not practical. Compared to his old man, he is thousands of miles away. If the court succeeds in removing the feudal vassals, he can still make do. Otherwise, if they hand over the country to him in a hurry, I think it will be difficult." The impatient Guodonghan hurriedly nodded and said, "Like I said, His Highness the Crown Prince's shrewdness is not shallow, but he used it in the wrong place." Lu Xingxiang was indeed a smiling tiger. He put on a fake smile and said, "In any case, there are no big battles to fight in half a year. You can go be a coachman for half a year." Guodonghan was stunned. Just as he was about to make a scene, Lu Xingxiang had already turned and walked towards the barracks. Chapter 1021. His Highness the Crown Prince had snuck out of the capital to travel in the south. Zhao Ji, the most powerful and dignified mother-in-law in the world, had made a few trips to the Eastern Palace. She didn't talk about anything important, just chatting with the most respected daughter-in-law in the world, Yan Dongwu. Zhao Ji presided over the imperial harem, and the concubines vying for her favor left one by one. No matter how young, beautiful, or talented they were, no matter how illustrious their family backgrounds were, they couldn't beat this woman who didn't have outstanding looks. Moreover, the Empress Zhao Ji seemed to have received a great reputation in the eyes and mouths of all the officials. There were very few voices of dissent. Today, in the Eastern Palace, other than the Empress, even the Zhao family's son took time out of his busy schedule to come to Yendongwu with Zhao Ji. He even had Song Tonglu, the head of the ceremony directorate, bring a few jugs of very authentic Bailiang green ant wine. The family of three didn't have too many formalities. They just boiled the wine and tasted it to warm their hearts. The place to drink was under a finely carved mahogany birdcage. Inside was a clumsy parrot that mimicked the crown princess's words. For some reason, it had caught the eye of the crown princess and had always been favored. Women were not allowed to interfere in politics. This was an iron law passed down from the ancestors of Liang. Therefore, before Liang unified the spring and autumn period, no matter how the eunuchs in the border towns tried to harm the Zhao family, since the emperor couldn't have pillow talk, there was no fertile ground for the relatives to interfere in politics. In history, there were relatives of the Zhao court who held power, but it was much better than the previous courts with various surnames outside of Liang. However, the Zhao family's son clearly had a whole new level of respect for Yan Dongwu, this daughter-in-law who had entered the rankings as a female scholar. He made an exception and talked about some military and state matters. Even Zhao Ji couldn't hide her surprise. This shock spread until the couple left the Eastern Palace. The emperor wasn't in a hurry to go back and deal with the memorials that had piled up over the years. He walked side by side with the empress under a vermilion, high wallpaper. With his hands behind his back, he kept looking silently at the blue sky. Song Tonglu of Great Martin Temple, who had inherited the power of Cat Han Shengxian, followed from a distance with his back bent. The world's leading eunuch, who didn't look like a eunuch, had a faint shadow between his brows. The Zhao clan's son suddenly stopped and said, "Establishing myself at 30 and establishing a family and career, I have accomplished both. Marrying you and ruling the world, I have no regrets in this life." And Gu Guandan Zhang. And the Emperor Guand have the. As a result, I offer sacrifices to my ancestors every year. My conscience is clear. From beginning to end. The Zhao family's son. Chapter 1022. The emperor of the Zhao family reached out and brushed his palm across the cold wall. He suddenly smiled and said, "That year, under Yuan Bunxi's persuasion, I led troops into the palace without permission. I walked this path. At the time, I was very afraid. I only had one thought. If I succeeded, I would be the first to tell you the good news. If I failed, you would be the one to mourn for me. At the time, I was just an imperial son. The reason I wanted to be emperor was to defeat Su Xiao so you would not have to envy that female sword immortal surnamed Wu. Men, who doesn't want face. As for Su Xiao, I do not deny that personal grudges came first and national grudges came later. When this human butcher was young, he could sit with the previous emperor in the Hall of Martial Heroes to drink and chat until dawn. As his son, I could only watch from afar and envy. How could I not want to go to the frontiers and attack Beimang? But in this matter, I did not do well. Without the great wars that Bailiang had participated in, the national treasury was depleted, and the people were angry. If Yuan Bunxi had not scolded me awake, not to mention Zhuan becoming the crown prince, I might not even have been emperor. Speaking of this, I know that female surnamed Wu is the same as you. In reality, you do not like her because you both have great ambitions. Zhuaner is too smart. He knows everything, but he does not say anything. Smart people like to go down a dead end. I was fine because I had Yuan Bunxi, this clumsy strategist who seemed to be possessed by a god. It was like he had opened the heavenly eye and helped me keep an eye on Great Peace City and the entire world. But you know better than anyone how my body is. If I leave, and Yuan Bunxi also leaves, who will suppress Zhang and Gu? This time, the white-robed monk that I admired very much entered the capital. He said that his new calendar could guarantee that the Zhao family would have 80 more years, but the world would have 80 more years of peace. The Zhao family would have to pay a great price. I refused without hesitation. At the time, I did not even dare to look into Yuan Bunxi's eyes. Because of this, I was not at ease with the two factions of officials led by Zhang and Gu, because behind them were people like Zhao Yuling and Yin Maochun. Most of them were poor scholars. Their gazes would involuntarily be placed outside the imperial court. Someone had to nip this in the bud. In the past, many of the famous officials who did not hesitate to fight to the death with the emperor were just using their deaths to show their sincerity. They wanted to step on the emperor's shoulders and leave their names in history. These scholars had been narrow-minded for thousands of years. I could tolerate them, and even indulge their impudence. But Yin Maochun and the other officials were not the same. Probably because they had Zhang Julu as an example, they immediately became smarter and more tactful. They knew how to achieve their ambitions. Their methods were skillful, and they did not neglect their reputation and scholarly achievements. They did not want to be the emperor's performers, nor did they want to be foolishly loyal officials who would carry a coffin and bang their heads against it at every turn. In the imperial court of Liang, one or two of these pillars would not be a problem, but they were all like this. Each of them was old and cunning. How would Zhuaner deal with them in the future? Zhuaner was not like me, who had usurped the throne while covered in blood. Although the traces of the blood had long been washed away by the rain and snow in the imperial palace, Zhang Julu and the others still remembered it. However, when Zhuaner was sensible, he already knew that he would wear the imperial robe and sit on the imperial throne. It's true that he can endure, but to be an emperor, he still needs courage. Zhuaner has now gone astray, thinking that if he were to go against me, he would welcome the famous monks in Gangnam-do when I destroy Buddhism. If I wanted to destroy West Chu with an iron fist, he would plead for the people of the world. He thinks that this is his courage as the crown prince. If my Zhao family did not have internal and external troubles, without Bei Meng, Bailiang, and Zhang Julu it would be fine. It's not bad for him to have such thoughts, but now is not the time. Zhao Zi's face was pale. The emperor of the Zhao family clenched his fist and gently slammed it against the wall. Zhuaner can't see that the imperial court in the future will not be a struggle between factions, but a more complicated situation. It will be a struggle between the sons of the rich and poor, and will no longer revolve around the imperial throne. Yuan Bunshi said that this is the trend of the times. I didn't believe it in the past, but now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I have no choice but to believe it. Yuan Bunshi also said that the dragon climbing technique of the past was already at its peak in officialdom, but it was no longer useful. He was waiting for someone who knew how to use the dragon slaying technique to keep the emperor in check to surface. Once this person appeared, it would be more terrifying than the previous separatist regime in Liang. Zhaoji, do you think I can only wait? Is this what it means to know destiny? So even if Yuan Bunshi can't find this person, and I can't see this person, I have to first take down Zhang Julu, who opened the dragon gate for the poor people in the world. Since the door is already open, and the general trend is like this, I don't want to go against the trend. But as the reigning emperor, taking down Zhang Julu who is in the capital, and increasing Zhuan Er's chances of winning can't be more difficult than dealing with Su Xiao who was far away in Bailiang back then, right? Zhao Zi's lips trembled as he asked, when? The emperor of the Zhao family took a deep breath and said gloomily, the remnants of West Chu are all dead. A young man with a grass root in his mouth looked at the yellow mud jars and felt a little depressed. He glanced at the handsome man beside him who wore a yellow crown and was dressed in black with large sleeves. It was somewhat unexpected. Mr. Naylan, who had a morbid obsession with cleanliness, didn't show the slightest bit of anger even though he was stained with so much yellow mud. Instead, he reached out and pinched off a piece of mud that hadn't dried yet, and gently crushed it with his fingertips. In addition to countless mud jars that were said to be sold for 3 taels of silver, there was also an old man who was sitting on a small wooden stool and kneading mud to make the embryo of a jar. He was covered in mud. When he saw Zhao Zhu and Mr. Naylan, who came from afar to see this old man, he didn't say anything. It was obvious that he was determined to finish the work at hand. The bored young man raised his gaze and looked at the old couple standing in the distance. Mr. Naylan said that one was a remnant of the Southern Tang royal family, and the other was a local. They were indeed ordinary people who had been dealing with mud jars all their lives. Mr. Naylan also asked him to guess who was the spy and who was the ordinary person. Zhao Zhu's intuition told him that the old woman who was faintly charming in the past should be the old Southern Tang royal family. As for the silly old man beside the old woman, he didn't seem to be a top master who could escape Zhao Gou's search. Mr. Naylan, Naylan Yusi, who was known as the real king of Southern Jiang, took a few steps forward and squatted at the feet of the old man on the small stool. He smiled and looked up at the only remaining spring and autumn demon in the world. He said with a smile, "Oh Huang Lao Nong, your complexion is ridiculously good. Is this the final radiance of the setting sun?" The old man glanced at Naylan Yusi and said flatly, "Curse me to die? Is this the etiquette of asking for help?" Mr. Naylan, who was as gentle as a beauty, smiled and said, "I'm almost kneeling down. What else do you want? I, Naylan Yusi, have never knelt down to anyone in my life except for my parents." The old man sneered and said, "Do you want me to expose your background in front of Zhao Zhu, that little bastard?" Zhao Zhu rolled his eyes. Naylan Yusi hurriedly waved his hand and begged for mercy. "I'm afraid of you, the omniscient Huang Sanjia. Just take it that I'm bragging. I beg you to keep your mouth." It was Huang Longshi, who occupied the top 3 of the spring and autumn 13 grades, and he sneered, "You guys came early. It's not the right time. Is it your idea or that little bastard's idea?" Naylan Yusi thought about it carefully. "Yes. We have to give face. It's not like we're here to fish in troubled waters. We're just here to witness Chao Zhangqing's final glory. If we miss this, how boring would it be to live?" Huang Longshi sneered and said, "Why don't you die if you're bored? You only know how to disgust people. No wonder you can't compare with Li Yishan in your life." Nalan Yusi shook his head and smiled. It's hard to say who is stronger between Li Yishan and me. You don't have the final say. Huang Longshi had a strange and sarcastic look. You have to go to the underworld and listen to him personally, right? Nalan Yusi stretched out his hand and touched his eyebrows expressionlessly. Huang Longshi waved his hand and intentionally or unintentionally threw a few drops of yellow mud on Nalan Yusi's face. Go away. I have a few words with the little bastard you like. Nalan Yusi gently wiped away the stains, stood up, and beckoned to Zhao Zhu. This distinguished strategist who wore the spring and autumn double armor was actually only one armor less than Huang Longshi slowly walked away. Huang Longshi squinted at King Yanqi, who was standing in front of him, and His Royal Highness. Zhao Zhu, who do you think you are? When I see your father, he has to obediently sweep the bed to greet me. Squat down. Zhao Zhu smiled mischievously and simply sat down. I don't listen to you, but I have enough etiquette, right? Huang Longshi's words were playful. You're quite similar to someone's temperament. Okay, I know the answer. You can get out of here. Zhao Zhu stared and said, What? Surnamed Huang. I took the risk of being stripped of my hereditary title by the imperial court to come to see you. Are you just teasing me like this? Huang Longshi glared back. Are you going to get out or not? Zhao Zhu looked like he had eaten too much but couldn't shit. He stood up angrily. Just as he was about to turn around and do something, he heard Huang Longshi say, Want to fart? You have to take off your pants first. Otherwise, you should consider the consequences. Zhao Zhu muttered. He ran to Nalan Yusi's side and asked curiously, Can this old man really predict the future? Mr. Nalan, who was standing on the edge of the mud tank pile, looked at Huang Sanjia and said calmly, I don't believe it, but he did it almost every time. Zhao Zhu made a no sound. Nalan Yusi habitually pinched Crown Prince Yanqi's earlobe and chuckled softly. It doesn't matter. He's not a real immortal. He's an arrow at the end of its flight and is about to die. Why are you angry with him? Let's just respect the old. Zhao Zhu looked helpless and gently patted away Mr. Nalan's slender and white hand. Huang Longshi suddenly stood up and gave Nalan Yusi an extremely evil prophecy. Nalan Yusi, you have to die in front of me and Yuan Bunshi. Zhao Zhu's face changed dramatically, and Nalan Yusi was silent. Nalan Yusi closed his eyes and fell into contemplation. Then he bowed to Huang Longshi, who had already sat back on the bench and disappeared. Respect to him, respect to himself, respect to Li Yishan, whom he once admired when he traveled to various countries. Respect to them was also the last spring and autumn. Chapter 1023. Insignia Mountains Dragon and Tiger Mountains Confrontation. If it wasn't for Martial Emperor City's slow-moving sword that took away a portion of the loot, these two mountains would have attracted the attention of the entire pugilistic world for the past half a year. First, Insignia Mountain's purple dress slaughtered everyone on the Spring God Lake, becoming the only female pugilistic World Alliance master in the past few hundred years. However, after that, Insignia Mountain's Black Bull Descent Snow Plateau was demolished and rebuilt. Looking at the mountain peak from afar, one could see the magnificent skeleton of that building. Then the father and son of Mount Longhu ascended together, shocking the world. Then it was said that Zhang Ida, the 82nd generation grandson of the Saint of Zhang, the current generation Duke Yansheng, personally inscribed the plaque of Mount Hui. Some said that it was the imperial court that allowed the Duke Yansheng to come. Unfortunately, Mount Hui was closed for half a year, so outsiders couldn't see the majestic scene of the tall building. After the Qingming festival, Mount Hui was no longer closed. People of Jianghu who had fame and reputation flocked into the mountain to see the face of the world's tallest building. Mount Hui was unprecedentedly grand. Heroes gathered to build momentum for the young woman. Visitors who came down the mountain all praised the nameless building's imperial aura. 18 stories, reaching into the clouds. When it was cloudy, climbing to the top was like falling into the sea of clouds. This building was at the top of a giant rock, glazed with golden tiles, red lacquered sandalwood pillars, and white jade railings. It was enough to overshadow the many halls of the martial palace of Great Peace City. As a result, people followed the crowd and spread rumors. Especially, there were two things that stimulated Jianghu the most. One was a woman, a beautiful woman. The other was a master, a top master. It just so happened that Xianyuan Qingfeng possessed both of the purple robes of Mount Huishan. Those young talents at the foot of the mountain, who were as numerous as carps crossing the river, could easily imagine a peerless beauty in a purple robe who was a celestial phenomenon cultivator, standing at the peak of the world and overlooking the world. Moreover, she was still single. Did this mean that they had a chance to be her subordinates? Men of Jianghu flocked into the mountain like crazy, and some beautiful women were no exception. They wanted to see with their own eyes whether the woman was really as proud and charming as the rumors said. However, many people only knew that Mount Hui was divided into two mountains after they went up the mountain, with the memorial arch under the snow plateau as the boundary. It was even more wishful to want to see the Wulin leader. However, Mount Hui was adjacent to Mount Longhu, the ancestral court of Taoism, and it was also beautiful. Heroes gathered on the mountain from all sides, so no one felt disappointed. In this gloomy twilight, the mist on Mount Hui was thick. A group of people climbed up the stairs. After the Xianyuan family of Mount Hui encountered the heavenly thunder tribulation on the snow plateau, Xianyuan Qingfeng turned the tide and single-handedly raised the prestige of Mount Hui to the peak. The Xianyuan descendants also put on airs. Regardless of whether they were high-ranking officials or heroes of Jianghu, they never welcomed or sent off guests on the mountain. They put on an attitude of whether they wanted to come or not. This group of people was not too eye-catching in the weaving of tourists. 5 or 6 people were escorting a handsome young master in luxurious clothes and jade belt at the front. 2 of them were of slightly higher status, and they followed closely behind him on the left and right. One of them was a quiet scholar, and the other was an exquisite old man. From the details of their clothing to their expressions, they all had a feminine air of nobility. The last 3 people who kept a distance behind him had sabers at their waists, but they were wrapped in satin. The leading young master stopped and looked back at the vast river at the foot of the mountain. He took a light breath and waved his hand. The old man had a tacit understanding and hurriedly took a few steps back. The rest of the retainers tacitly formed a fan-shaped formation. Only the scholar in his 30s took a few steps forward, but he still did not dare to stand shoulder to shoulder with the young master. The young master smiled and did not deliberately let the scholar walk to his side. He reached out and pinched a bright red jade pendant hanging on his waist. He smiled gently and said, "Last year was the triennial Beijing survey year. Zhao Yuling and Yin Maochun were the main and assistant respectively. Their reputations were so great that no one paid attention to you. A servant who was assisting them from the side. But this year is the 6-year survey year. The world is paying attention." Zhao Yuling ran to preside over the imperial examination, because he was the main official of the Ministry of Personnel. When he left this year, he made room for you. As the newly appointed physician of the Meritorious Service Department, you will most likely be pushed out by our Crown Prince Yin to be the villain. Generally speaking, the Beijing survey year is a time for everyone to chat and drink tea peacefully. It is rare for a high official to fall from his horse. The survey year is different for all the low-level officials, including the prefectural governors. It would be inexcusable if they did not take down 7 or 8 prefectural governors. Do you understand? The scholar replied respectfully and reverently, "When the cart reaches the mountain, it will find a way." The handsome young master who kept calling out Zhao Yuling and Yin Maochun glanced at the mountain path beneath his feet and nodded with a smile. He said, "These words have a double meaning and are appropriate for the occasion. No wonder father always looked at you differently." Around 30 years old, other than those young and successful crafting geniuses, most scholars, even if they had profound knowledge, were still hoping to successfully pass the metropolitan examination and obtain the right to enter the court examination. This scholar, who had the title of physician of the Meritorious Service Department, did not make a sound. The common people all knew that the prefectural governor was a high official, and the provincial governor was a high official of the border. As for the second-rank minister of the 6 ministries, how high of an official would that be? But what were the physician of the Meritorious Service Department and the daily manager? He had never heard of them. The young master who was casually chatting with this person naturally knew. He rubbed his hands together and sighed. He looked at the river that flowed year after year and sighed. He said, "Those who should know that you came from a poor family in Beiliang. Back then, In order to enter the capital for the imperial examination, you had to sell poetry and literature to Baelyang to earn 300 taels of silver from His Royal Highness. Your results in the court examination were mediocre, and for some reason, you were stuffed into the Eastern Palace to lecture. Then, for some reason, you became the daily manager of the Emperor's personal attendants. It's a pity that my intelligent wife has always disliked you. She even told me that I'm playing with fire by getting close to you. Actually, you and I both know that you are not a spy that Baelyang deliberately placed in the court. But I am very curious, and have always wanted to ask you, what do you think of the young man who has been usurped as the king of Baelyang? The scholars from Baelyang, no matter old or young, all curse the Sufingyan to death, as if they have an irreconcilable enmity. I am tired of listening to them. You are different. All these years, you have been very tight-lipped and have not said anything. Why don't you tell me some of your true thoughts today? The scholar smiled calmly and said, His Royal Highness used to be. In fact, I did not dislike him. At that time, this official was only a poor scholar and was embarrassed. 67 poems with a total of 1,226 words. I braced myself and offered him 60 taels of silver. When he heard this, he became angry and said that I was scolding him. He roughly looked over the pile of wasted poems and stretched out his hand to this official, and said that it was worth the price. He then threw 500 taels of silver to this official, not 300 taels as the crown prince said. However, the silver was indeed 300 taels of silver. There were also 4 banknotes. This official has always kept them in a book. These years, whenever I feel tired from studying, I will flip through that book. If you want me to put in a good word for His Highness the Crown Prince, I won't go so far as to say that this lowly official was willing to do so. At that time we were both willing parties, so we didn't owe each other anything. In fact, if Su Fengnian was just a local official, I wouldn't mind helping him out in this evaluation. I would even give him an A-grade evaluation. But since he is a vassal of Northern Liang and a pillar of the imperial court, it is not this lowly official's turn to curry favor. However, if you want this official to go against my conscience and make a fuss with someone, this official will be too difficult for this official. It is not easy to be an official. Although it is relatively easy to be a person, one cannot be too careless. The scholar referred to the young man as the crown prince. In Liang, other than Zhao Zhuan, there was no one else. There were many vassal kings and His Royal Highness, but there was only one crown prince. However, for some reason, Zhao Zhuan had returned from Gangnam-do after appreciating the Zhenren's Ascension Assembly at Mount Longhu, which was close at hand. Crown Prince Zhao Zhuan pointed at this scholar who was unwilling to be careless and laughed heartily. You are making oblique accusations. You are scolding both Jin Sanlang and me. However, honesty is more important than anything else. You were the only one who raised many objections when Zhao Sun wrote to the imperial court. At that time the entire capital was full of praise for Zhao Sun, who was still His Royal Highness. You were the only one who said what was right. You were the only one who pointed out what was wrong and filled in what was wrong. You were the only one who wantonly attacked what was wrong and did what was wrong. Later, the 2 masters of the Song family passed away one after another. When it was time to confer posthumous titles, you jumped out and caused bad luck. You angered Father Emperor in private, so he threw you to Zhao Yuling and Yin Maochun, those 2 old foxes, to suppress. Otherwise, you would have long been in charge of half of the Hanlin Academy. The scholar said bitterly, How could I not know Your Highness' intentions? However, I have the intention of being a lonely official. After this trip to the south, I can forget about it. Zhao Zhuan smiled slyly. He pulled off the priceless jade pendant from his waist and stuffed it into the scholar's hand. I just praised you for being honest, and you already revealed your foxtail, didn't you? Zhao Zhuan slightly restrained his smile and said in a low voice, I know what you really want. You want to lead troops on the battlefield, and scholars to be conferred the title of Marquis. As long as you are willing to wait with me, I, Zhao Zhuan, will definitely not disappoint you. The scholar froze on the spot, not knowing what to do. Zhao Zhuan acted as if nothing had happened. He turned around and continued to climb the mountain. He smiled and said to himself, Last time, I didn't see the woman in purple with the surname Xianyuan. I was really worried. This time, I shamelessly helped her get a plaque with the inscription of Yenqing Duke. I also helped her block the crazy impeachment of the Jianzhou imperial censor. You should give me some face, right? Chapter 1024. Outside the archway, Zhao Zhu and his entourage from the old Martin Temple were stopped without any suspense. Pretending to be a relative of the governor of Jianzhou was completely useless. The great eunuch, who was well versed in martial arts, was furious and was about to kill him. Zhao Zhuan stopped him with a smile and said that he was the favorite student of Yan Jieshi, the grand secretary of the palace hall. He was still rolled his eyes, but Zhao Zhuan was still not angry. He shamelessly said that he was a descendant of the Zhao family in the capital, and that he was good friends with the son of the northern Yue minister, the prince of Qingqing and Jin Lanting. There were 4 Zhao families in the capital. The Zhao family of the emperor was naturally the first in the world. Next was the family of the Minister of Personnel, Zhao Yuling, and the great general, Zhao Cheng, who had the same qualifications as Yang Xinxing. The last Zhao family was relatively shabby. They only had an assistant minister of the capital and a provincial governor of the border. But in the local area, they were still a first-class family with great power. However, the steward guarding the archway scowled coldly and told Zhao Zhuan to scram, saying that Mount Hui had a grudge against Zhao Zhuan. He then pointed his nose to the sky and pointed at the neighboring Mount Longhu, asking if Zhao Zhuan understood. The old eunuch, who could make Jianzhou tremble with a sneeze, was completely expressionless. The crown prince, on the other hand, was as good-tempered as ever. He was amused and laughed uncontrollably, repeatedly saying that he understood. The steward with little authority at the archway was so rude and unreasonable. Fortunately, a guest from Mount Hui who happened to pass by knew the severity of the situation. He hurriedly apologized and quickly went to the tall building to pass on the message. Not long after, he returned to the archway with a stiff face. He wanted to say something but stopped. Zhao Zhuan asked considerately, "So it was your mountain lord who told me to scram down the mountain?" The guest smiled awkwardly and did not deny it. Zhao Zhuan smiled politely and said, it's fine. I'll have to trouble you to go to the archway again and inform the mountain lord that Zhao Zhuan from the capital has come to visit. Please ask her to give you some food." The official, who was not familiar with the politics of Liang, did not think too much about it and ran back to report. As a result, Zhao Zhuan waited for a long time, but he did not even see the figure of that person. The old Martin Temple said gloomily, "Your Highness, everyone in Mount Hui deserves to die." Zhao Zhuan waved his hand and said with a smile, "It seems that we can only use the plan of breaking through the mountain. Otherwise, we probably won't be able to see that woman." At this moment, Zhao Zhuan abruptly raised his head and gazed into the distance at the peak of the snowfield. On top of a tall building, he could vaguely make out a figure in purple robes. The figure was facing the torrential river with his hands behind his back. Zhao Zhuan thought for a moment and murmured, "This scene is worth it." The scholar asked with a smile, "Are we going down the mountain now?" Zhao Zhuan turned and said, "Let's go down the mountain." On the top floor of Xueping Mountain, the woman who had parted ways with Bailiang had become more and more powerful after successfully ascending to the celestial state. She stood until the last ray of afterglow in the west faded away. After sitting on the ground, she lowered her head and tied a knot on the hem of her dress. She probably felt that the knot did not look good, so she untied it and untied it again and again. She suddenly stopped what she was doing and turned her head to look towards the northwest. She felt like drinking. The land of refugees was indeed not easy to deal with. It did not give Bailiang any peace of mind. The large group of horse gang who had declared themselves king outside the 3 cities simply tore off the cloth of shame and rose up in revolt. Even though they knew that the 30,000 Longxiang army had formed an encirclement, they did not hesitate to fight like trapped beasts. They bypassed Linyao ancient military town and directly charged towards Qingsong. However, the dragon elephant cavalry had pulled the battle line too far apart. These 20,000 horse gang could not be considered to be throwing eggs at a rock in a short period of time. In fact, in terms of military strength, Qingsong, which had just been included in Bailiang's territory, had less than 8,000 people. Perhaps the only advantage they had was that city. Qin Shiliang stubbornly held on to his opinion and took command of Qingsong. The desperate actions of the horse gang were within Wu Tong'an's calculations. However, Qin Shiliang had given Su Fengnian a big problem. Originally, Qing Song was dispensable. Su Fengnian wanted the horse gang to break into the open from the dark. So what if he gave them a broken city that had nothing to do with being invulnerable? Moreover, Bailiang's soldiers were all experts in cavalry and infantry. Qin Shiliang's reckless actions did not follow common sense. Su Fengnian was annoyed and could only let Yang Guangdou and Chao Wei, who were supposed to finish in Yuzhou, rush to Bailiang's fourth prefecture, Liuzhou. In addition, Su Zhao's adopted son, Qi Danghua, who took charge of the 6,000 Iron Floating II cavalry. He was called the Protector Provincial Governor Yang Guangdou. Naturally, he went on a killing spree. Since they were determined to fight, they would not be polite to the refugees. Moreover, if the horse gang dared to rebel, there would definitely be Beimang's southern dynasty to take care of them. Perhaps a big battle was still to come. The 20,000 horse gang was most likely just the appetizer. Su Fengnian was also worried that the southern dynasty would suddenly have a real power general who wanted to go to the refugees' land. If he really made a hole in Beimang's front line in Liuzhou and created a perfect passage and supply line to the south, the wavering Linyao and Fengxiang might fall to the southern dynasty's side. In this way, the War of Liangmeng would be forced to ignite in advance. Bailiang's territory was not too vast in the east and west, so it was not suitable for a battlefield to appear in each of the three prefectures. Su Fengnian was not afraid of Beimang's iron hooves coming south, but he did not want to hear the sounds of barbarians who liked to shout when charging so early. After Yang and Chao left, Su Fengnian was left with the coachman Su Yambing. They had already entered the hinterland of Yuzhou. Su Fengnian bent down and walked out of the carriage to take a breath. Sitting beside Su Yanbing, he said self-mockingly, "It seems that the old men of the southern dynasty who want to return to their hometown to worship their ancestors can no longer sit still. They are probably stimulated by the West Chu's revival. While they still have strength, they want to cooperate with the West Chu. Now I am worried that Qingsong City will not be peaceful. The horse gang is nothing to be afraid of. What I am afraid of is that once Qingsong City is lost, the refugees will have a taste of the benefits and take advantage of the situation to rise up in rebellion. My trip to Qingsong and my efforts to send Buddha to the west will all be in vain." This one-track-minded Qin Shiliang, if the next time I see him, it will still be his corpse. Even if he is lucky enough not to die, I will beat him half to death. Su Yambing said calmly, "With the 800 Phoenix Battalion as the backbone of the city defense, Qingsong City should be able to resist for a while. However, there will not be many who will survive. Now we have to see if there is a master from Beimang hiding among the horse gang." Su Fengnian's face was gloomy. He leaned against the wall of the carriage and said calmly, "Now I will still feel sorry for the losses of the Phoenix Battalion. When the battle really starts in the future, I will probably not even feel sorry for them. In the end, I will be completely numb. The number of people who died will only be a general number reported by the military intelligence." Su Yambing said calmly, "Isn't it all like this in war? The old soldiers who followed the general to Bailiang have all seen the people around them die one by one. Don't feel sorry for them. I have raised them for 20 years. To put it bluntly, they are like dogs. When it is time to bite, they have to bite with all their strength." Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "After all, they are not dogs." Chapter 10:25. Su Yambing laughed and said, "Since you're a human, then there's a saying that you should die because you deserve to die, and you should die a worthy death. Right now, the Su family only has you 2 brothers. 2 men, one of you has already personally entered the battlefield, and the other one didn't hide. What else do you want? Don't tell me you want the second Junju to also go to the battlefield and fight? There's no reason for that. Whoever dares to talk to me about this kind of reasoning, I, Su Yambing, don't care who they are. I'll talk to them about my Su Yambing's reasoning. My reasoning is that I'll use an iron spear, and you can use whatever you want. It's fine even if you bring out a large formation like a catapult." Su Yambing, this old-fashioned man, said something very funny, but Su Fengnian, who was already in dire straits, couldn't bring himself to laugh. Once there was an unforeseen event in the land of refugees, Bailiang's plans would be completely disrupted. Although it seemed like he still had the initiative in his hands, His intuition told him that a certain fat man with a big appetite in Beimeng would very likely interfere. The key point was that this kick didn't need to be too forceful, because even Bailiang would feel very uncomfortable. This kind of innate restriction wasn't something that could be resisted by human strength. They could only take one step at a time. Adding fuel to the fire was the fact that misfortune didn't come singly in Mount Qingliang. For example, after Guangling's spring snow buildings Wutong'an lost the green ants and white wine, 2 second-class maids took the initiative to resign from Wutong'an. Whether they were disheartened or grieved over the loss of their own kind, they resolutely left Wutong'an and became ordinary maids in other courtyards. Fortunately, Lu Qingyan, who had experienced hardships during her trip to Mount Qingliang, resolutely entered Wutong'an to fill in the gap. Only then did the operation of Wutong'an not be interrupted. As for the elders of the Lu family behind her, and the children of the Lu family around her, they were obviously not acclimatized to the new environment. They were unable to quickly integrate into Bailiang's officialdom with their status as relatives. One of Lu Qingyan's cousins, who had only been ridiculed by a child of Liangzhou, dragged the elders of the family to the brink of death, and almost ran to Mount Qingliang to complain. In Mount Qinzhou, the new head of the Lu family, Lu Dongjiang, who had received the bamboo lantern from Lu Feiqi of Shangzhou State, couldn't make a prompt decision either. He could only stir up confusion and act as a mediator. In the eyes of Su Fengnian, this was undoubtedly the worst decision. Even if he didn't hesitate to support the Lu family, Su Fengnian would still think highly of him. However, at that time Lu Qingyan, who was still dressed in white, went down the mountain in the middle of the night and found the famous sword that her ancestor, Lu Feiqi, carried when he was studying abroad. In front of her father, she forced her younger brother to kneel outside the ancestral hall. Although the sword was not out of its scabbard, it still beat the mouth of the young man, who was said to be a top scorer in Mount Qinzhou, until it was badly mutilated and several teeth fell out. The woman also sternly scolded him and asked him if he dared to talk nonsense again. The old and young of the Lu family might have mistakenly thought that this was Su Fengnian's order, so they all kept quiet out of fear, and could only hide their resentment in their stomachs. In the eyes of the clansmen, Lu Qingyan also became the water that a married woman splashed out. Su Fengnian could treat these trivial quarrels as a joke, but he dared not take the situation in Yuzhou lightly. There was no doubt that there were more advantages than disadvantages in promoting Huang Fujin to be the general of Yuzhou. However, after the disadvantages surfaced, it was no different from adding fuel to the fire. That was under the influence of some people who wanted to add fuel to the fire. The border army that had formed its own system was still fine, but there were hidden dangers in all levels of the army in Yuzhou. According to the current spy report, Zhong Honggu, who was unwilling to retire in Longqing County until his death, must have done something. Su Fengnian wanted to know whether Yan Wenwan, the king of Yuzhou, played a dishonorable role. Whether Yan Wenwan was involved directly determined whether Su Fengnian would change the sky of the Bailiang infantry. The problem was that even if the Yan family army was successfully changed back to the Su family army, the loss of the veteran Yan Wenwan, who was good at fighting, was still a huge loss that Bailiang could hardly bear. Even if great ancestor Gu, the first famous general of the old southern Tang, could replace Yan Wenwan, it was undeniable that Bailiang needed Yan Wenwan to stabilize the morale of the border army, and more importantly, they needed this old man's loyalty to defend Yuzhou. But was this possible? Yan Wenwan had been an important member of Yang Kai, Zhao Chongling's faction back then. He had hoped that Su Xiao would establish himself as the emperor, so that they could take advantage of the situation and become the country's founding heroes. Su Fengnian knew better than anyone else about Yuzhou. A large group of Bailiang elites, including Yan Wenwan, had been thrown into the cold palace by Su Xiao. For example, Yan Wenwan had been transferred from his familiar cavalry army to an unfamiliar infantry army. There was also the uncle that Su Fengnian had gone to Beimeng to find back then. That turmoil was a watershed. From then on, Zhao Chongling and Inkai Liishan, who had been on good terms with each other, started to become strangers. The cavalry and infantry armies in the Bailiang army became more and more distinct as time passed. However, Zhao Chongling had died 30 miles from the imperial city of Shishu. Without this Yang Kai presiding over the situation, Baoyang did not devolve into the worst situation where the infantry and cavalry were like fire and water. Mountains were hard to rule. This had been the case since ancient times, especially those military leaders who had blades in their hands. If you beat them lightly, they would be thick-skinned. If you scolded them too heavily, they would not be afraid. If you scolded them too harshly, they would rebel. Baoyang without Su Xiao was like the difference between heaven and earth. Even if Su Xiao was so old that he could only lie on his sickbed, as long as the butcher did not close his eyes, the scene under Baoyang's table was chaotic. But a rebellion on the table? No one was willing, and no one dared. If killing a few people could solve the problem, how easy would that be? Su Fingnian leaned against the wall of the carriage. He closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. The energies in his body roiled like a pot of boiling water with firewood added to the bottom of the pot. They splashed out of the pot. The curtain of the carriage was torn apart by the seemingly material strands of vital energy, and it was extremely tattered. The horse that was pulling the carriage was bleeding profusely, and it neighed restlessly without end. Su Yambing simply stopped the carriage. After a full hour, the purple and yellow radiance on Su Fingnian's face slowly faded. His body was drenched in sweat, and his expression was dejected. He smiled bitterly and asked, "Uncle Su, how many times has it been?" Su Yambing calmly said, "The 6th time. The time it takes to return to consciousness is getting longer and longer. There are still 3 times left, and it will only be more dangerous. I may not be able to endure it." Originally, the hidden problems brought about by this false realm could be ignored. Even if I entered the Xian Finger realm, it wouldn't matter. But after I received Master Lu Hao's purple thunder and Yuan Qingshan's steamed buns, it became a great blessing and a curse. Su Fingnian smiled. "I hope I can drag it out until the 9th return to consciousness. At that time, the last pouch that Chen Shiliang accidentally found in the pavilion will have meaning." Su Yambing nodded and sighed. This may be the last time Li Yishan and Zhao Chongling will work together to set up a trap. Su Fingnian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air with difficulty. His qigong deviation was probably unprecedented. It originated from 3 consecutive false realms. Twice, with the help of the nascent soul, he successively entered the mysterious finger celestial phenomenon. After that, he fought with Wang Xianji, and the free and unfettered wandering of heaven and earth happened. Only then did he realize that he had once stepped into the threshold of the astral projection of the land immortal. The pond created by the Great Yellow Court would boil every once in a while. In Su Fingnian's own words, it was soul returning. What he needed to do was to return to consciousness and settle the many strands of energy. Since the Great Yellow Court had 9 tall buildings, Su Fingnian guessed that there would be soul returning and consciousness returning 9 times. Only then would his merit be complete. But such a completion would have the power to fight against Xian Finger Realm experts, but he had no chance of victory against Wang Xianji. Su Fingnian's eyes were fixed on only Wang Xianji in the Jianghu. Otherwise, there was no meaning. Zhao Chongling had once had a pawn in the imperial palace. When Su Fingnian had abandoned his blade at a young age, Li Yishan had taken over Zhao Chongling's broken pawn and continued to set up. There was only one target: the carefree person who had killed all the top experts in the world 400 years ago. Gao Shulu. Chapter 1026. In the Liang imperial court full of virtuous people, a huge uproar was raised. It came so quickly and violently that all of the palace grand secretaries and the 6 ministries' assistant ministers were stupefied. Even though the current dynasty's grand secretary Zhang Jiulu had already made his decision, he still insisted on transferring Gu Jiantang, who was in charge of the military and political affairs of the northern region. He wanted to move this empire's sharpest famous blade to West Chu's neck and cut the Gordian knot with a swift knife, and not the previously agreed upon northern pass. If it was only this, no one in the imperial court would dare to raise their voice to question it. These past few years, although Zhang Jiulu had slackened her control over the 5 ministries outside of the Ministry of War, she had always firmly grasped the channels of remonstrance and opinion in her hands. Therefore, even without the Grand Secretary personally making a move, these imperial censors who followed Zhang Jiulu's lead would be able to bite anyone to death. Fortunately, Grand Secretary Zhang Jiulu had never deliberately targeted anyone, but as long as Zhang Jiulu held this chess piece, Even if he never made a move, no one in the imperial court would dare to act unbridled and unbridled. Unfortunately, at the end of the spring of the first year of Xiangfu, even though the channels of remonstrance were in Zhang Julu's hands, even though he had been unmatched in the imperial court for more than 10 years, the Grand Secretary finally welcomed his first defeat. There was no other reason because this time, his opponent was Tantanon, as well as the ministers behind Old Master Huan. There was the head of the Six Ministries Ministry of Personnel's chief official Zhao Yuling, the publicly recognized Prime Minister Yin Maochun, and even the newly appointed Minister of Rights Yuan Gua. There was also the great General Zhao Kuang, who had yet to receive the order to attack West Chu, a large group of senior military officers led by great General Zhao Kuang, as well as the imperial family's collateral relatives who had been suppressed by the green-eyed girl for more than 10 years. What was strange was that these people indeed didn't have any prior agreement. After Huan Wen clearly pointed the spearhead at the Grand Secretary, they sent out memorials one after another, all of them believing that the Northern Gu, Southern Yu's strategy was too rash, that a dying West Chu was far from enough to be mentioned on equal terms with Beimang's millions of soldiers. That day's court assembly, the undercurrents surged violently. Other than the Minister of Revenue Wang Xiongui, who stood by his teacher's side without any suspense, almost everyone else chose to remain timid and silent, not daring to get involved in this most treacherous battle between immortals since the first year of Eternal Hui. The reason it was almost everyone was because other than Wang Xiongui, there was also Jean Lanting, who had recently been flushed with success, who unexpectedly followed Wang Xiongui and spoke out on Grand Secretary Zhang's behalf. Those who were observant all saw that after the court assembly was withdrawn, Tantanon's gaze didn't stray, directly brushing past the Grand Secretary. Wang Xiongui, who was in a daze, followed behind the Eternal Hui seat master with an indifferent expression. On the contrary, it was Jean Right Chancellor, who had never taken the initiative to get close to the Grand Secretary, who walked with firm footsteps at Zhang Julu's side. Today's fluctuating court situation left the onlookers unable to take in all of it, yet they were also baffled. When the court assembly was withdrawn, they unexpectedly only heard the sound of pearls and jade being struck, not a single word of loud discussion or whispering. This was a strange scene rarely seen in the past 20 years of Liang's court assembly. Zhang Julu slowly walked down the white jade steps. He didn't look at the young Right Chancellor at his side whose brows were tightly furrowed, quietly saying with a laugh, "Jean, third young master. This time I'm afraid you've made the wrong bet." The bearded and ambitious Jean Lanting shook his head and said, "Junior didn't make a risky bet, purposely becoming the enemy of the entire court's civil and military officials, borrowing this opportunity to curry favor with Grand Secretary Sir. It's just that a real man has to do something, that's all." Zhang Julu smiled, slowed down his footsteps, and went straight to the point. "At first, I had the intention of pulling you into Zhonglu, and then you could help me control the flow of that flowery speech. But later on, since His Majesty had a whole new level of respect for you as a subject, I also didn't want to seize the monarch's beauty. Unwilling, but not impossible. Even the walls have ears, not to mention that they hadn't left the palace city yet. Not far from the two of them, there was no lack of civil and military officials who were walking slowly." Zhang Julu said indifferently, looking at the history of the struggle between gentlemen and villains. Most of the courtiers who had the reputation of being gentlemen lost miserably when they were alive. At most, after they died, they would be conferred a posthumous title by the next monarch. To the country and the people, they didn't benefit at all. This kind of empty reputation left in the annals of history. It's fine if we don't want it. Regarding the struggle between parties, there's no secret that can't be revealed. The more one cares about the common people, the more one needs to have a gentleman's party, and even more so, there needs to be a clever evil dog among the colleagues who can bark and bite. It's not like the whole group of people are there with their sleeves clean, and only know how to act impulsively like scholars. In the end, it's nothing more than writing a few lonely grave poems on the way to being exiled and banished, which would make the later generation scholars shed tears all over their lapels. It's quite boring. Jean Lanting smacked his lips and said self-mockingly, "Junior also can't escape from the same old pattern." Zhang Julu turned around and patted Wang Xionggui's shoulder. "I'm not on duty today. You go sit at Zhang Lu's place. If a colleague asks, just say you don't know. Wang Xiongui nodded and left with quick steps. The purple-bearded, blue-eyed man who wielded the power of a dynasty walked leisurely with Jean Lanting. Together, they crossed the threshold of the palace. Zhang Julu suddenly smiled and said, "The first time I saw you, it reminded me of my own situation back then. I was also as flustered and helpless as you, feeling wronged in every way. However, to be honest, you're still much worse than I was back then. You're only slightly better than me at making rice paper." Jean Lanting smiled knowingly. To be able to make the Grand Secretary willingly admit defeat, and pay with his mouth, that's enough. Jean Lanting wanted to say something but hesitated. Zhang Julu said indifferently, "Are you wondering why that old fellow fought with his own family?" Even though Jean Lanting was a favored official of the Son of Heaven, and a favorite by the Crown Prince's side, his future was destined to be bright. This right chancellor didn't dare to say half a word. He didn't even dare to make wild guesses. Zhang Julu said, "Huan Wen and I both have a scale in our hearts. Neither of us has ever looked down on the restoration of West Chu. It's just that the weight of both ends of the scale has always been different these past few years. I value West Chu more than Beimang, while he values Beimang more than West Chu. He has his own plans and foresight. He insists on using Beiliang to exhaust Beimang's national strength. He's afraid that once Gu Jiantang goes south, Beimang, who has already decided to first swallow Beiliang, and then attack Liang, will change course and mistakenly believe that there's an opportunity to exploit. When the time comes, from Northern Pass all the way to this great peace city beneath our feet, smoke will be everywhere." Zhang Julu pointed to the south. Not only does the old fellow see the north, other than the stubborn Beiliang, Tantanon also sees the seemingly indecisive Yin Imperial Dao, as well as those fallen spring and autumn kingdoms that can't withstand the spring wind. His apprehensions are naturally understandable. I'm afraid that West Chu will become a quagmire, and lead to the revival of the fallen spring and autumn kingdoms. He's afraid that Beimang will go south from the east, and cause the entire world to become a quagmire. Between him and I, it was a real gamble. Even if you stand at the center of the dynasty, you won't be able to see these things. This is because in the imperial court, everyone has their own plans. Martial artists want to be conferred the title of Marquis and General, while scholars want to be worshipped at St. Zhang's temple after death. The reason I'm telling you these complaints is because you, Jean Lanting, are rarely muddle-headed and interesting. After all, it's not strange to be scolded by Old Man Huan, but it's rare to be beaten. Jean Lanting subconsciously touched the cheek that Tantanon had slapped. As if it was scalding, he quickly withdrew his hand. Zhang Julu said softly, "Let's stop here." Jean Lanting tactfully stopped in his tracks, only to hear the Grand Secretary say, "In the future, associate more with the new minister." Jean Lanting was stunned. New minister? Was it Yuan Guo from the Ministry of Rights or Liu Baijie from the Ministry of War? Or was it both? Liu Baijie was Gangnam-do's sword immortal Tangxi. Yuan Guo was a famous figure who could get along well with anyone and call them brothers. Neither of them cared much about winning or losing. They looked down on many things that others considered precious. In the imperial court, both of them had excellent reputations. They didn't make any enemies and didn't belong to any obvious factions. They were both once honored guests of Tantanon, and had also been scolded by Tantanon. They'd met the emperor, entered the two huts, and endured Huan Wen's scolding. If one wanted to become a powerful official in Liang imperial court, they had to go through 3 big steps. These 2 ministers had obviously gone through them. The 2 returned to the Zhao family's hero's urn outside the palace. Liu Baijie didn't immediately return to the unusually busy Ministry of War. Instead, she followed Yuan Guo to the Ministry of Rights, which had a very different atmosphere from the Ministry of War. In the yamen of the Ministry of Rights, where scholars and celebrities gathered, she even dared to tease her superior, the minister. This was because when Yuan Guo, this old wine bug, took the initiative to bring a large chest, not containing books, but more than 20 bottles of Jiannan spring wine that the emperor had bestowed upon him. As a result, the emperor, who had graced the Ministry of Rights official residence with his presence, bumped into him. Afterwards, the emperor took the initiative and began to share the wine with the officials. The emperor and the officials sat casually, slightly drunk and enjoying themselves. They didn't forget to rub salt into the wounds of the grief-stricken Minister Yuan. The emperor laughed and said, I took the initiative to help you build a relationship with the officials, so don't thank me. Remember to go back and get your salary, buy a few bottles of good wine and send it to the palace. Now everyone in the Ministry of Rites began to count on their fingers when they would receive their salary. They even jokingly asked the minister if he needed them to help gather some money. Today, when they saw the Minister of War, if it was General Gu Jiantang, they would naturally feel their scalps go numb. If it was Chen Jibao, they would retreat. However, since it was the elegant Tang Shi Sword Immortal, they all smiled and invited Minister Yuan to sit for a while. In any case, as long as the Ministry of Rites didn't have important festivals or ceremonies, it was the Yamen that passed the most leisurely and carefree of the 6 ministries. Besides, to have a minister like Yuan Gua, who treated himself and others with generosity, it was truly everyone's blessing. It was precisely because Yuan Gua had entered the Ministry of Rites that in the past, many officials of the 5 ministries who looked askance at the Ministry of Rites, whether they came to visit or went to the Ministry of Rites to ask for help, were more polite to the other party. In any case, for the famous people of the Ministry of Rites, this small amount of face was enough. Chapter 1027. The Ministry of Rites Yamen that cared so much about face took up a lot of space, so Yuan Gua naturally had his own private room. When he got close to the door, Minister Yuan chuckled and rushed into the room. He bent down to pick up a book, and only then did he clear a path. He placed it on a chair that was already on the verge of falling over. It swayed but didn't fall over. It was clear that practice made perfect. The study in Yuan Gua's mansion was probably as messy as this. Yuan Gua moved the books on the chair with great difficulty. Lu Baijie waved his hand and smiled. I'm not sitting. There's only one chair. If I sit here, wouldn't it be like a dove taking over a magpie's nest? Minister Yuan, you're not afraid of being laughed at, but I'm afraid people will say that the Ministry of War is suppressing the Ministry of Rites. Yuan Gua laughed. It's not like the Ministry of War has been suppressing the Ministry of Rites for just a day or two. Sir Lu, don't take advantage of it. Lu Baijie said straightforwardly. Don't give me that. In the past, the Ministry of War treated the other 5 ministries equally and bullied them all. In any case, they didn't worry about scarcity but about inequality. So we still don't know who's the one taking advantage. Yuan Gua touched his slightly red nose. I didn't care in the past, but in the future, if the Ministry of War dares to come to the Ministry of Rites to scare people, I'll go to the Ministry of War and curse people in the streets. Lu Baijie didn't comment. He looked around and sighed. Lu Baijie was born in the Lu family of Yangzhou, which had the reputation of a dazzling lineup. His brother Lu Daolin had resigned from the Imperial College and profited from the misfortune. He became the Minister of Rites and was the previous owner of this house. Lu Baijie had just entered the capital and had been here once. Today was his second time. Lu Baijie had a very good relationship with his brother. It could even be said that the reason why Lu Daolin, who was like a father, left the court and retired to the mountains, was mostly to make room for his younger brother. Otherwise, the 2 brothers would have 2 ministers. Not only would the aristocratic families in Yangzhou be anxious, but there would also be criticism in the capital. When Lu Baijie was still in the wilderness, he lived in the Garden of Retreat for a long time. Lu Daolin had retreated twice in succession, so he had a lot of feelings for his younger brother that could only be understood, but could not be described in words. This was the knowledge that the sages rarely imparted. Yuan Gua slapped his head and pretended to be angry. Well done, Sword Immortal Tangxi. So the reason why you took over my place was because you were scolding me for stealing Mr. Lu's house? Lu Baijie didn't refute. She smiled and asked, where did you hide the wine? Yuan Gua glared at him. It's long gone. Lu Baijie said with a playful smile. Do you think my reputation as Sword Immortal Tangxi is just a bluff? Even if I don't practice the sword anymore, how can I not smell the aroma of this wine? Yuan Gua spread his hands. There's really nothing left. Lu Baijie walked to the corner of the room, opened a pile of books, picked up a pot of wine and shook it. Yuan Gua let out a dry laugh and hurriedly took out 2 wine cups hidden under the desk. He wiped them with his sleeve and gave each of them a cup. afraid that sword immortal Tangxi would steal the wine. I'm not worried that the wine will cause trouble, he muttered. If Lord Lu's important military affairs are delayed, I won't be able to bear the consequences. However, I had a flash of inspiration just now. Lord Lu's swordsmanship is outstanding, so presumably your alcohol tolerance isn't bad either. Drinking a cup or two shouldn't be a problem. Come, let's drink a little, just drink a little. Lu Baijie straightforwardly sat down on the floor. Yuan Guo placed a stack of books under his butt. The former drained the wine in her cup in one gulp, while the latter narrowed his eyes and drank slowly. Lu Baijie smiled and said, "Let's have a little drunken chat." Yuan Guo glanced at the door. Perhaps he remembered that Minister Lu was an outstanding martial arts expert, so he withdrew his gaze and nodded. What's going on? On my way here, I understood some things, but there are still some things I don't understand. You and I got up and forgot, and didn't spread drunken chatter? Drunken chatter. The Ministry of War grasps many secrets that the 5 divisions don't know. Lu Baijie, it's not difficult for you to understand the differences between the Grand Secretary and Old Master Huan. What you don't understand is why Old Master Huan didn't discuss things properly in the study of either side's mansion. Why did he openly confront each other in the court, right? And the reason why you don't understand is because you also know that many people mistakenly believe that today's court assembly seems to have revealed a sign. In the past Yonghui year, for more than 20 years, apart from His Majesty, the Grand Secretary considered no one beneath him. Finally, in the first year of Xiangfu year, he quickly went downhill. It was time for him to gradually lower his head to the west. However, this is an extremely preposterous illusion. You and I are both well aware of this. Zhang Lu, after all these years, destroyed his own courtyard walls, abandoning Zhao Yuling, who was the most knowledgeable in Yonghui, abandoning the experienced and prudent Han Lin. Of course, I Yuan Guo, who didn't think to advance, didn't accomplish anything, so I was naturally abandoned early on. In the end, he only supported a Wang Xiongui who didn't seem to have the qualifications to be a prime minister, to the extent where even Hanlin Academy was swept out of the door, given to Yin Maochun. Why? What was the Grand Secretary thinking? It was extremely simple. In Liang Imperial Court, Grand Secretary Zhang never felt that there was anyone who was his political enemy. As long as he stood in the court, there was a saying that went, "When spring comes, if I don't open my mouth first, which bug dares to make a sound?" In the past 20 years, there has only been one person who could make a sound. In the future, if this person dies first, and then Grand Secretary Zhang dies later, then there won't be a single person left. I understand. The room entered a state of silence. Yuan Guo's eyes were hazy with tears. He directly picked up the wine pot and poured a mouthful of wine, asking, "Do you truly understand?" Yuan Guo answered his own question. "You don't understand." Lu Baijie released a sigh. Without saying anything, she got up and left, helping close the door. Sitting alone in the room, Yuan Guo cried and laughed. The Minister of Justice, who didn't drink much, actually seemed to have forgotten himself after getting drunk. What you don't understand is that Yuan Guo's benevolent teacher, our Grand Secretary, once West Chu's war is defeated, the Grand Secretary whose vision is like a torch will win face, but completely lose the court. Even His Majesty the Emperor, who is known for his magnanimity, will no longer tolerate him. That is why in today's court assembly, he is seeking a path of retreat for Old Master Huan, forcing himself onto the path of death. Yuan Guo fell backwards. The Minister of Rights, who cherished wine like his own life, threw away the wine pot, sobbing uncontrollably. Us scholars don't fear death. But benevolent teacher, why do you have to die in such a miserable manner? Today, Zhang Julu purposely let himself have nothing to do, also not thinking about things. Only then did he have the chance to go to an old and established restaurant that he had been interested in for a long time. Drink a small half-pot of aged wine. However, it didn't seem as delicious as Huan Wen, and the others said it was. Because he didn't take off his court uniform, the Grand Secretary's honorable self's visit made the restaurant's people feel both honored and fearful. Looking at the Grand Secretary from the distance, as long as this elder's chopsticks moved a bit slower, they all felt like they were about to be dragged out and beheaded. It really was because the Grand Secretary had never made an appearance in public in the capital. He wasn't like the other important ministers and leaders of the 6 ministries, each of them having their own temperament and hobbies, all of them having quiet places they often visited. However, Grand Secretary Zhang was different, forever only appearing in 2 places, the Minister Manor and the Imperial Palace. That was why this news spread with astonishing speed. However, there wasn't a single busybody who dared come over to join in on the fun. This was perhaps where Zhang Jiulu was truly terrifying. The number 1 young master in the capital, Wang Xionggui's youngest son Wang Yuanran, who claimed to be a man who openly challenged Bailiang and His Royal Highness, had the fortune of following his father to Zhang Manor to pay a New Year's visit once in his youth. However, he was indifferently glanced at by the Grand Secretary, and from then on, he never went to Zhang Manor even if he was beaten to death. Great generals Zhao Jiao and Yang Xinqing, who established themselves in the spring and autumn period, their descendants could be considered Li Yang's most elite military descendants, yet they still hadn't seen this head of hundreds of officials in 20 to 30 years. It wasn't like a mouse seeing a cat, but rather a mouse seeing a tiger, giving others the feeling that they would lose a piece of flesh if they saw him once. Even the first Prince Zhao Wu, who had the most hope in the past, after provoking the Grand Secretary's precious daughter, he similarly couldn't bear the consequences. Zhang Jiulu didn't even need to say a single word. Even a pure prince was like this, let alone the imperial relatives who were estranged from the current emperor's bloodline. Those pitiful people who were originally suppressed to death by Zhang Jiulu when he first came to power, who had always felt indignant, but didn't dare speak up. This old man who was very easily and indeed gradually aging, but who always made others forget his age, wasn't greedy for money, wasn't fond of beauties, didn't like delicacies, didn't like clear conversations, didn't worship Buddhism, didn't pass down poems. Everyone with intentions was waiting for him to make a mistake, yet he didn't. Just like that, day after day, year after year, he went back and forth between the mansion and the imperial palace. It was dull and tedious, but also impeccable. For an entire 20 years, there was no one who could be called below 1 person, and above 10,000 people. Zhang Jiulu raised his head and put down his chopsticks. He saw a familiar, clear and beautiful face. She sat across from him at the table, propping up her cheeks. She had the same charming smile as her mother when she was young. The Grand Secretary laughed softly and said, "My drinking has even startled the great heroine Zhang?" Zhang Gaoxia still propped up her cheeks with both hands, blinking her eyes. Zhang Jiulu smiled and said, "Speak, other than looking at father. What else do you want from father? This time, I'll make an exception and agree to it first." Zhang Gaoxia giggled and said, "Little sister-in-law just complained to me. She said that this spring, second brother ran out every 2 to 3 days to borrow money to drink with prostitutes, and also had thoughts of taking in a concubine. Taking in a concubine is one thing, but that woman was from a brothel. Little sister-in-law couldn't persuade the stubborn third brother, so she could only pull me into her camp. I secretly went to see that woman. It didn't matter if she was from a brothel or not, but she was really fickle. Father, aren't you afraid of bringing shame to the family?" Zhang Jiulu frowned. Zhang Gaoxia raised her voice and said, "Father, you promised your daughter." Zhang Jiulu's brows relaxed and he nodded. Zhang Gaoxia, who originally didn't have any expectations, widened her eyes. However, something even more inconceivable was yet to come. Outside it was the Grand Secretary, and at home it was the Grand Secretary's father. He actually said, "Go take a look at your third brother's mansion." Chapter 1028. Zhang Gaoxia was overjoyed. It had to be known that the father of the 4 siblings was not like a father at all. Other than her, the daughter, the other 3 brothers had all established their own families. When they married and had children, Zhang Jiulu never showed up. No matter if the 3 sons of the Grand Secretary were successful or causing trouble, he never paid any attention to them. The entire capital laughed at the 3 sons of noble families who were clearly of great birth, but had no one to rely on. They were most likely children picked up from the streets. Zhang Gaoxia's third brother was Grand Secretary Zhang's least successful son. He was idle and no one was willing to take this coward out to play. He often carried a pigeon whistle with him and wandered around Graydon City. The eldest brother had entered an official career. Although his climb was slow, he could still be considered to have succeeded his father. The second brother was a true bookworm and could still make do. The third brother, Zhang Bianguan, could be said to be in a difficult situation. He was the worst. It was certain that he was not liked by the Grand Secretary father at home. Moreover, the bigger wastrels in the capital all disdained to be his drinking buddies. Zhang Gaoxia knew better than anyone that the three brothers, in their hearts, hoped that this taciturn father would look at them in the eye. They did not expect any praise, but even a scolding would be good. Zhang Julu walked out of the restaurant. Suddenly he went back on his word and said, "I'm not going." Zhang Gaoxia's face was bitter and pitiful. Zhang Julu smiled and said, "Although he's not going, you can pass a message to the border. It's not good to rely on his eldest brother and second brother's salary to indulge in wine and women every day. Didn't he want to enlist in the army? Father can tell Gu Jiantang to let him go to Liaodong. Also, the family doesn't raise idle people. You ambitious girl, go out of the capital and play. As for where you go, you can go wherever you want. Just don't write a letter to father asking for money." Zhang Gaoxia's eyes lit up. She said excitedly, "Really?" Zhang Julu nodded lightly. Zhang Gaoxia suddenly said, ruining the mood, "Father, you're not sick, are you? Did Uncle Huan make you so angry today? Daughter will help you get back at him. See if I don't eat and drink until the Huan manor is poor." The Grand Secretary laughed softly and said, "Promising." Then he added, "Let me say this first. You can go anywhere in Liang, but you can't go to Bailiang Circuit. You can't go to Yanqi Circuit, and you can't go to Guangling Circuit." Zhang Gaoxia replied with a no, then counted with his fingers and said, "Gongnamdu is the fourth, and the Liao is the fifth." She finished listing all the Taoists in Liang in one breath and said with a smile, "Then I'd better stay at home, and not get married for the rest of my life. I can't go anywhere anyway." Zhang Julu angrily took the reins from the restaurant's manager, who was treading on thin ice, and handed it to his daughter. He smiled and said, "Don't be so glib with your father. Quickly go and tell your sister-in-law the good news." Zhang Gaoxia made a face and mounted his horse, galloping away in a cloud of dust. Zhang Julu stood in the same place. How could the manager dare to argue with the Grand Secretary for forgetting to pay the bill? Besides, when the Grand Secretary was here, no one dared to court death. However, the manager dared to guarantee that there wouldn't even be a place to stand in the restaurant tomorrow, let alone a place to sit. The manager had already quietly turned around, but was stopped by the Grand Secretary. The manager's face stiffened as he turned around, not knowing what to do. Zhang Julu smiled and said, "Manager, I ate and drank your wine for free. Please don't mind." The manager shook his head vigorously and refused to say a word even if he was beaten to death. Zhang Julu walked towards the heavily guarded carriage and muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear, "Eating from the monarch and being loyal to the monarch, we don't owe each other anything. In the end, I, Zhang Julu, only asked for a jug of wine to drink from the common people. It's not too much, right?" From top to bottom, all levels of society stared hard at the vassal King Jingnan. Who was the first to send out troops, who sent out the most troops, who had the strongest troops, who had the weakest troops, and who had the weakest troops? These were all enthusiastically discussed in the marketplace. Among the vassal kings, the king of Jiaodong, Zhao Sui, was ordered by the imperial court to hold back his troops and obediently stare at the border. This was nothing worth the common people to chew on. The king of Guangling, Zhao Yi, was a person in the game. The restoration of West Chu happened in his territory, so there was not much room for imagination. The king of Huainan, Zhao Ying, who had always been the weakest and rumored to be crazy, sent out 6,000 troops in full force. This made people look at him in a new light. Yan Qidao was the first to send out troops. However, this vassal king Zhao Bing, who was only second to the king of Liang, actually only sent His Royal Highness, Zhao Zhu, to Guangling Road with 1,000 cavalry. Moreover, they went all the way north and crossed provinces. It was chaotic and chaotic. The only thing they could talk about was on the streets of Liang. The young king of Jing and Zhao Sun was the last to send out troops. For now, the number of troops was unknown. As for the previous minister of war, Chen Jibao, who had been conferred the title of king of West Chu, there was no movement at all. Was it because the imperial court was afraid that if he went to West Chu, there would be no one else to do anything? Or was it because the white-clothed immortal soldier did not deign to lead troops there? Other than the great peace city's minister of war, perhaps no one knew. Bailiang? No one in Liang felt that the new king of Liang, who was younger than Zhao Sun, would be so kind. They all guessed that Bailiang was taking pleasure in their misfortune. It was fortunate that Liang did not hit them when they were down. The horses' hooves moved, the bowstring rang, and 10,000 taels of gold. On the border of Qingzhou, a large group of soldiers and horses slowly advanced to the northeast. A conspicuous rider stopped by the horse river and stood there leading his horse. This young rider wore a bright yellow python robe. In terms of python robes, he was half a rank higher than King of Guangling, Zhao Yi. He smiled at a young and elegant scholar beside him and said, "Mr. Liu helped me save up that little bit of wealth." After this commotion, it came and went in a hurry. "My heart aches." The scholar with his eyes closed smiled and said, "As a guest with weak power, when visiting, you have to be polite and eat well. If you eat well, you can eat more. Otherwise, the powerful host will not even let you eat at the table next time." It was this generation's king of Jing and Zhao Sun. He nodded and said, "It's a very simple principle. But even if I understand, I can't help but feel depressed." Blind Lu Su smiled and did not speak. Zhao Sun acted shamelessly and said, "The commotion in the capital is so big. Little Lu, you have to think carefully before you can understand. If it's good news, quickly tell me. If it's bad news, just pretend I didn't ask. How about it?" Lu Su, who had retreated behind the scenes, hesitated for a moment. He bit his lips and said with a serious expression, "For Qingzhou and the Jing'an Palace, it might be half good and half bad." Zhao Sun asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Lu Su said softly, "The Grand Secretary purposely revealed a flaw in order to fish in the palace. If there are no accidents, he will gradually use the trump cards he has accumulated over the years to use the imperial censor's brush to kill people. Coincidentally, Yin Maochan will be the one presiding over the review. Many people will definitely die. The Green Party's Lu Feiqi died, and the party collapsed. By tucking its tail between its legs, it could luckily escape the storm. After the storm, there will still be people to do it. The Green Party will have a chance to make a comeback." This time, Lu Su earnestly requested the prince's mansion to send out all of its elites to let His Majesty the Emperor and the big shots in the palace know how we eat, so that we can seize the opportunity in the upcoming maneuver. The world was the Zhao family's world. As the head of the family, he had many children and grandchildren. Naturally, he would choose those who did things reliably and did not compete. Only when the head of the family was happy would he be willing to give them more money, hoping that they would work harder. If he felt that they were useless, the head of the family would have to hold on tight to his money pouch and family heirlooms. Only, Lu Su really could not imagine what kind of scene the palace would be without Grand Secretary Zhang. With him and Tantanon here, they could see the situation in Qingzhou clearly. They would definitely not make things too difficult for the Jing'an Palace. If a family changed the head steward in charge of money, or even if they changed the head of the family, if no one in the Green Party could step forward and speak up for them at the crucial moment, it would always be a hidden danger. Therefore, the good was in front of them, while the bad was in the distance. Overall, it was still bad news. Of course, everything in the world can change in an instant. No matter how far you can see, first of all, you might not be able to make accurate predictions, and second of all, you can't escape the path of taking one step at a time. As long as we don't make any mistakes, when the time comes and our plans still fail, we can just curse the heavens for not opening their eyes. Zhao Sun said in astonishment, "Grand Secretary Zhang is only in his 50s and his body has always been in good shape. How could he retire? And how could anyone make him retire?" Lu Su pointed to the sky above his head, not saying anything. Zhao Sun's expression was uncertain. He lowered his voice and gritted his teeth, saying, "That's why you wanted me to make friends with Third Prince Jin, and the Prince of Qingqing from the beginning?" Lu Suan nodded. He didn't feel the slightest bit of complacency towards his own silent arrangements. Zhao Sun suddenly said with a cold laugh, "Lu you said that as guests, we have to be careful to show our table manners, but as the head of the family, his table manners are a complete mess." Indeed, sitting in that position, The family rules are the law of the country. Family rules are heavenly rules. Lu Su said calmly, Your Highness, don't forget. You are also surnamed Zhao. We are one family, so there is no need to speak like two families. Zhao Sun smiled and put his arm around Zhao Sun's shoulder. You and I, there is nothing we don't dare to say. Lu Su had a helpless expression. Zhao Sun said worriedly, Luer, you really don't want to come with me? Without your help in coming up with plans, I don't feel confident. Lu Su said calmly, I only know how to come up with ideas. I am an outsider when it comes to military formations. Moreover, Your Highness' trip this time isn't for military achievements. Of course, even if you want to, you won't be able to. Once you defeat these 6,000 people in one go, you will meet with that crown prince in ragged clothes in secret. Then it will be considered a great success. Zhao Sun couldn't bear it. Can't you just leave 2,000 or 3,000 soldiers behind? Can't you just leave 1,000 behind secretly? Lu Xuan's face was expressionless. He turned his head and looked at this king of Jing, and who he had always called his highness. Zhao Sun hurriedly raised his hands. I will listen to you, okay? Seeing that this Mr. Lu didn't move, Zhao Sun reluctantly whispered, I am really leaving? Lu Su stretched out a hand and signaled him to get on the horse. Zhao Sun got on the horse. Lu Su hesitated for a moment, then looked up and said, Remember, there are only 2 things for this trip. First, try to win more trust from Zhao Zhuan. Second, use the 6,000 lives to win the hearts of the people. Zhao Sun lowered his head to look at this blind strategist who was doing his best for the Prince of Jing'an's estate. He gave a heavy yen and urged his horse to leave. The young king had a heroic spirit in his heart that said, I also have Yuan Bunchi by my side. Chapter 1029. A large and imposing caravan slowly headed south. The size of the caravan far exceeded that of the newly appointed Ding Great General Lu Xingxiang. Among the 200 or so people, 80 of them wore fine golden sabers. The remaining 100 or so cavalrymen wore black robes and carried different weapons. However, without exception, each of them had an eye-catching copper-embroidered fish pouch hanging from their waists. The number of carp tails embroidered on the copper pouch also varied. Some had 7 tails, while some had 4 or 5 tails. This meant that they were Jianghu warriors who had performed meritorious deeds for the imperial court of Liang. They were no longer considered to be in the wilderness, but had the official status of an official. With this bag, they could enter the passes and cities without the need for an identity card. The Jianghu martial artists of Liang were all proud to have a copper-embroidered fish pouch. Lu Hao's pouch was embroidered with 8 golden fish. It was just that the celestial state master didn't carry it with him. In this trip, there were 3 people with 7 carp pouches that symbolized level 1 masters. There were 14 people with 6 carp pouches that symbolized level 2 masters. Dragon Tiger Mountain, Wu Family's Sword Tomb, Donghua Sword Pool, and all the top sects had sent their trusted subordinates. Most of them were Jianghu martial artists who had been working hard for the Ministry of Justice. They helped the imperial court to gather information and hunt down bandits. The imperial court gave them a talisman to help them in Jianghu. 200 cavalrymen escorted only 1 carriage. This luxurious carriage, which showed the grandeur of the imperial family, was pulled by 4 Fergana horses. Around the carriage, there were more than 20 eunuchs. First-class experts with 6 or 7 tails embroidered on their copper-yellow fish bags were mixed in. Each of them performed their own duties in an orderly manner. They went all the way south and didn't stop after passing through the city. They only camped in the wild. Along the way, they had to send 1,000 to 3,000 light cavalry to escort them for hundreds of miles. The distance between them was always 1 mile. During this period, there were some soldiers who broke the rules and came closer half a mile. They probably wanted to curry favor, but they made a fool of themselves and the commanding officer was stripped of his armor on the same day. For more than half a year, even the Jinwu elite cavalry and those copper and yellow fish bag experts had not seen the curtain of the carriage completely pulled up even once. There was a special eunuch in charge of the delivery of food and drink. Every time, he would kneel in front of the curtain and speak in a low voice. Afterwards, a hand would lift up a corner of the curtain and take the food box. Next time, the new box would be replaced with the old box, and so on. At first, some people guessed that the person sitting inside was Lu Hao, who was said to be separated from the immortals on Earth. But later, they found out that there were eunuchs who needed to clean the toilet. Most of them were told that they had to go to the capital at the last minute. They didn't know what to do, and after meeting with Zhao's spy, they had to leave immediately. They didn't even have time to inform their elders, parents, their families, and their children. And so they took of it. Of course, of the crown of the imperial court of Wang. Otherwise, what kind of person or object in the world would be worth the trouble of these top-class masters who were equal to half of the forces in Jianghu? The reality of the carriage was unexpected. There were only two people. An old eunuch leaned against the wall of the carriage and dozed off. His bright red robe showed that his identity was not ordinary. His real name had long been lost in the passage of time. He was a remnant of Dongyue. When he entered the Dongyue palace, he was like most eunuchs. He took a senior eunuch as his adoptive father, and was given a name by his master, who had a higher status than his biological father. Only then did he truly enter the door. It must be known that in the chaotic times of the spring and autumn period, there were countless pitiful people who cut off their descendants' roots. They never thought that they wouldn't be able to become eunuchs. This old eunuch, who was now worthy of the title of Jiao Temple, was called Zhao Saiku. He was already in his 40s when he arrived in Graydon City. His second master worked in the Imperial Horse Directorate in Graydon City's Imperial Palace, but he also didn't become a eunuch. Zhao Saiku, on the other hand, was the most inconspicuous of his disciples. He slowly climbed up the ranks. He had been in charge of the Treasures Directorate and the Directorate of Ribbon Insignia, and served 2 emperors of Liang. He was watertight. After so many years, he didn't make a single mistake. Even Han Shengxian was not stingy with his smile when he saw this colleague. Zhao Saiku was indeed one of the few eunuchs who didn't need to avoid the Jiao Temple. Zhao Saiku and the master of the current Directorate of Ceremony, Song Tonglu, were best friends. The 2 old eunuchs were rivals and coincidentally died on the same day, month, and year. After Song Tonglu became the head eunuch, he didn't care about old friendships with anyone, including his master. He only treated Zhao Saiku like a junior. 2 successive emperors of Liang had a whole new level of respect for the same person. It was clear that Zhao Saiku's skills were profound. The old eunuch with a frail body sat cross-legged, unable to hide his tiredness as he dozed off. His movements were too big, and he woke up with a start. His face was drowsy, as if he had dreamed of something. The old man sighed softly. Liang had taken over the spring and autumn period, the territory, the gold and silver, the armory, and even the concubines. These things were either reasonable or flawed, but they were not criticized by others. However, there was one action that the late emperor of Liang had taken that was criticized both internally and externally. He had taken in almost all of the eunuchs from the 8 fallen countries of the spring and autumn period. This had led to the imperial palace of Great, and to become overcrowded and bloated. There were no less than 12 supervisors for departments and 8 bureaus and 24 yamens. At the time, both the military and civil officials of Liang didn't quite understand this. The new dynasty was about to take advantage of the situation to fight a decisive battle with the Beimeng barbarians. How could they care about these eunuchs who only knew how to gossip? However, the late emperor of Liang turned a deaf ear to this. The old grand secretary, who was Zhang Julu's master, sent a series of memorials, but all of them disappeared without a trace. As the war gradually came to a halt, the eunuchs knew their place and were surprisingly loyal to their new masters. In the past 20 years, they had been cautious and conscientious. They had only heard of the old eunuchs dying of old age in the imperial palace. They had never heard of anyone causing trouble in the imperial palace. Although the human cat Han Xingxuan's contributions were inseparable, it was clear that these eunuchs were grateful for the late emperor's mercy. They didn't have to be homeless after the fall of their country. Other people who had lost their country could still rely on their skills to survive, but it was easier said than done for them. Chapter 1030. The old Martin Temple glanced at the corner of the carriage from the corner of his eyes and lowered his eyelids. He was used to it. A middle-aged man was sleeping peacefully in the corner. He was handsome and had a vertical scarlet mark between his eyebrows, as if there was another eye in addition to his eyes. 8 years ago, the old Martin Temple was in charge of the Directorate of Ceremonies, and was in charge of the imperial edicts and talismans. In just 2 years he was transferred to the Directorate of Treasures. After the sudden death of Man and Cat, the old eunuch who was ready to enjoy his old age was not promoted to the Directorate of Ceremonies, nor was he free. Instead, he was led by 2 chi cultivators who were independent of the Imperial College to see an object. Zhao Siku went from incredulous to calm and finally to numb. In less than half a year, no matter how rare an object was, it could not withstand staring at it from day to night. From that day onwards, Zhao Siku came in contact with secrets that ordinary people would not know in a few lifetimes. For example, hundreds and thousands of chi cultivators from the supporting dragon sect were distributed to various places to collect heavenly thunder in the blessed cave to create an unprecedented thunder pool. Also, the Taoist masters of the Dragon Mountain would come to Great Peace City to inscribe a talisman for an object when they thought that they had achieved great success. This talisman usually took several months or even half a year, exhausting their spirit. So far, since the founding of Liyang, there had been a total of 11 generations of Taoist masters who had drawn talismans and made talismans just to suppress the person in the carriage. The one who forgot worries was the only person who walked the Jianghu in the true sense of a celestial being. The so-called first-class 4 realms in the contemporary Jianghu were born from the martial arts experience of this person, 400 years ago. It was also this person who put the Vajra realm into the category of masters and intentionally or unintentionally put foreign Buddhism, which was originally suppressed by Confucianism, on the table. However, during the catastrophe 400 years ago, Gao Shulu traveled all over the Yangtze River in 10 years and killed people whenever he felt like it, causing a reign of terror in the Jianghu. No one dared to call themselves a master. There were 2 sword immortals who died in Gao Shulu's hands. The Taoist sects in the world gathered 81 Taoist masters and formed a demon suppression formation together, but they were all killed by Gao Shulu on the peak of the Earth Lung Mountain. He left behind a sentence: "I am an immortal in the human world. Why should I suppress demons?" In the end, Gao Shulu met an unknown young Taoist on a narrow path. That battle was so powerful that no one else could match it. Until now, there were still people who believed that only Qi Xuanjin of the demon-slaying platform, or Hong Shixiang of Wudong, could match Wang Xianji in battle. Zhao Siku of the old Martin Temple was facing such a person who should not be said to be a living or dead person. At that moment, Gao Shulu did not drink, eat, breathe, or inhale. Like a hibernating worm that had hibernated for 400 years, his body did not shrink at all, and was still as smooth as jade. Before this, there were still 18 talismans that were set up by the previous famous Taoist masters. Among them, the first 9 were from the original Taoist ancestral court, Wudong Mountain. The first one was called the Mountain Opening Talisman, by the Taoist masters of the later generations. It was the work of the unknown young Taoist who put Gao Shulu into a deep sleep. Just one talisman was enough to support more than 10 famous Taoist mountains and chi cultivator sects in the future. Zhao Siku tugged at the expensive thick furry marten hat. The old man was not a master, and had never practiced martial arts. Even if there were 10,000 Zhao Siku, he would not be a match for Han Shengxian. He was old, so he could not stand the cold spring. Zhao Siku also thought about why Zhao Shi was willing to let him be the person in charge. Was it because he did not know martial arts? Was it because he had been walking on thin ice for 20 years and did not overstep the rules? Or was it because Han Shengxian had some last words for the emperor before he left the palace? The corners of Zhao Siku's mouth twitched. He looked at the celestial who looked like a clay bodhisattva. He wanted to speak, but stopped. After so many years of caution, the old man finally stopped talking to himself. Zhao Siku? The old Martin Temple snickered. What was he most afraid of all these years? He was most afraid of talking in his sleep. What was so difficult about talking to people and ghosts? The difficult part was speaking the truth. Zhao Siku had thought that he would die of old age in this life, and close his eyes with a belly full of secrets. He had not expected that in the end, the Baoyang that the young master was loyal to would silently send him a message. It was a message from an inconspicuous palace maid. Zhao Siku did not doubt it. The message was divided into 2 parts. The first part was what the young master had said before he left. Only Zhao Chongling knew and Zhao Siku knew. The second part was probably the young talent Zhao Chongling had entrusted to the Een talent Li Yishan and the like. Zhao Siku sank into deep thought. He came from the Green Pavilion Zhao clan. That had once been one of the 10 great clans of the spring and autumn period. But he did not know why Zhao Chongling, as the eldest grandson of the first wife, did not inherit the family business and instead joined the Su family. It could be said that without the support of Zhao Chongling's family, the butcher Su Xiao would not have been able to stand out so quickly among the generals in Liang. Zhao Siku did not have any loyalty to the Green Pavilion Zhao clan. He only clearly remembered the young master's style and the favor of protecting him. What Zhao Siku could do was to give Bailiang the detailed route to the south and the details of their military preparations. The secret in his heart that had been sealed for 20 years was like a jar of old wine being opened. He drank it all in one gulp and spat it out quickly. Zhao Siku habitually extended 2 withered fingers and furrowed his brows. He really could not understand what Bailiang would use to fight for this celestial. There were 2 keys, and they were divided into 2 parts, opening and unsealing. The method to open it was in his hands. The method to seal Gao Shulu was in the hands of the Qi cultivators in the dark. Even if Bailiang succeeded, it was just a hot potato. No one knew what Gao Shulu would do when she woke up 400 years later. Once the mountain opening seal was torn, who could seal the mountain and barely speak to Gao Shulu? Otherwise, would a madman who killed all the experts in the world be willing to listen to half a word of nonsense? Zhao Siku looked at the middle-aged man who was sitting on the ground with a calm expression and said softly, "I, the old eunuch, was given the name Siku by my master. All these years, other than being tired of scheming against each other, I can't say that I've suffered much. You Gao Shulu are said to be a celestial being who forgets worries. I heard that the so-called forgetting worries is a Buddhist way of speaking. It's just that other than sealing your 6 senses, you've also sealed 2 other senses. Only then will you be free. This kind of freedom is unimaginable to me, a layman who has been rolling in a muddy vat. But I think that I have been sealed off by so many Taoist masters for 400 years. How can I forget about the 2 words worry-free? Sigh, forget it. Although you can't bear to see and hear, I don't want to add insult to injury." The old Martin Temple was nagging. A sharp screech suddenly sounded. Zhao Siku was not frightened. Instead, he felt relieved. The old man was curious about what Bailiang would use to challenge them. Although they were already at the edge of the southern border of Jingji, if Bailiang had thousands of troops lying in ambush here, even if it was just a temporary instigation, it would be too scary. This was tantamount to an indirect rebellion. The truth must have caught the old eunuch, Li Yang, and even Bailiang unprepared. There were only 3 riders at the end of the post-house road as far as the eye could see. The rider on the left was a skinny young man with the rough outline of a Beimeng man. He stared at the 200 riders opposite him with burning eyes and a smile. There was a saying in the Central Plains that said, "Wolves travel 1,000 miles to eat meat." The rider on the right was carrying a broken spear. The rider in the middle was a man in white with a feminine appearance. He was extraordinarily handsome. The group escorting Gao Shulu to the south to target Chao Changqing did not stop. They continued to move forward. The old eunuch lifted a corner of the curtain and said softly, "Oh." It turned out to be the devil of Zhulu Mountain. Zhao Go had records that the man in white who had blocked the useless monk was Luo Yang, Beimeng, and also the world's #1 devil. It was just that for some reason, she had entered Zhulu Mountain. As for the 2 riders beside him, Zhao Go had not heard anything about them. The Great Qin had lost its deer for 800 years. The old eunuch with his back to Gao Shulu naturally did not notice that the man behind him who had sealed off the mountain seemed to open his eyes slightly. Chapter 1031. 3 riders against 200 riders. Moreover, behind the 200 riders were 2,000 elite riders from the military town of Defengku, as well as a group of Qi cultivators from the northern lands who were hiding in the dark. Therefore, in the eyes of Zhong Guqing, who was near the carriage, this was called courting death. To put it bluntly, this was throwing an egg at a rock. Zhong Guqing had always been a nameless Jianghu expert. Even though he was a first-grade finger xian expert, he did not have much reputation in the Jianghu world. He did not even have a thunderous nickname. When his acquaintances saw him, they would only call him Old Zhong, and the officials would only respectfully call him Lord Zhong. However, he did not care about the weight of his face, but his inner strength was very sufficient. Zhong Guqing, who had a 7-tailed golden carp and copper-yellow fish pouch around his waist, was a first-class guest in the capital's Ministry of Justice. He was also close friends with the #1 swordsman of Greaton City, Qi Jiajia. He had solved many major cases in his hands, and could be considered a familiar face with the Zhao family's Son of Heaven. Zhong Guqing was the person in charge of this mission on the surface. Everything, big or small, depended on whether he nodded or shook his head. Zhong Guqing's Qi observation skill was not weak. He looked at the 3 riders at the end of the road without any contempt. However, he was wary, but this did not mean that Zhong Guqing had a guilty conscience. In his view, in the entire Liang Jianghu, as long as it was not Old Monster Wang of Martial Emperor City, Dong Tai of the Peach Blossom Sword God, or Chao Chongqing in front of him, other than these 3 people, if it was anyone else, even if it was one of the top 10 people in the new martial arts evaluation, they would not be able to stop his horse's hooves heading south. This was not arrogance but great confidence. It was the confidence that Great Peace City and Zhaoshi had given Zhong Guqing. However, Zhong Guqing never imagined that the 3 riders he was about to confront at this moment would have such a shocking background. Because these 3 people were indeed not any of the Liang masters in the top 10 of the Wushu evaluation. Not Old Monster Wang, who was in charge of the East Sea. Not Dong Tai, who was searching for immortals. Not Chao Chongqing, who was busy reviving West Chu. Not General Gu Jiantang, who was the #1 saber user in the world. And definitely not the dead cat Han Diaoxi. But last year, 3 Beimang guests came to Mount Zhulu, which was close to Shangyin Academy. Coincidentally, 2 of them were in the top 10 of the Wushu evaluation. White Dress Luo Yang and Broken Spear Deng Mao. If Zhong Guqing had known of this terrifying truth earlier, he probably would not have been so condescending. In the Great Battle of Jianghu, when had he ever heard of any of the 10 men of the world joining hands with another to kill the enemy? But today he just happened to run into it. Looking at the 200 riders charging straight at him, the short Yilu Dongchuang, who was both a member of the royal family of Beimang and a rising military official, widened his eyes. His face was a little dull and melancholic. He slowly turned his head to the woman in white who was walking slowly by his side and asked, "What's going on? These people don't take the 3 of us seriously at all. Could it be that Mount Zhulu is not famous and popular in Liang? Luo Yang, you tricked me. What did you tell me at that time? You said that the devil cult on Mount Zhulu was the target of public criticism, and that as long as I went up the mountain, there would be endless masters to kill. But in the end, there wasn't even a fart. That's fine. After all, Mount Zhulu is not easy to find, but why is it still so useless in Jianghu? You can't scare people. Luo Yang, you're not being honest. After this killing trip, I won't accompany you to play in Liang anymore. Isn't there a war in Gusai State and Longyao State? I have to go to the South Court to earn military merits. Otherwise, that fatty dong will definitely leave me far behind." Luo Yang ignored the short man who was grumbling like a woman. She said calmly, "Deng Mao, I'll leave the 2,000 riders at the back to you to delay. How much you kill depends on your mood. As for the Qi cultivators in the hiding place, Yilu Dongchuang, you kill them. You don't have to deal with those on the road." Deng Mao nodded and had no objection. Yilu Dongchuang immediately said anxiously, "Surnamed Luo, you're bullying me because I'm not one of the 10 men of the martial arts world, right? Are you looking down on me? I'm still young. Let's see who's more powerful 10 years later." Luo Yang turned her head calmly and looked at this proud son of heaven from the grassland of Beimang. Yilu Dongchuang shrank his neck and immediately shut his mouth. Back then on the grassland, he was ordered by the Empress to lead the troops to intercept and kill the white-robed devil. In the end, she almost took the head of the general in the army. Since then he had been traumatized. He was only afraid of 3 women in the world. The Empress whom he could privately address as aunt, that damned fat chick Morong Longshui who liked to bully him since young, and Luo Yang who had never smiled at him. Yilu Dongchuang hesitated for a moment. In the end he still did not have the guts to challenge Luo Yang. He obediently turned his horse around and dashed out of the road to find trouble with those sneaky Qi cultivators. Deng Mao glanced at the carriage and asked softly, "Both you and I have sensed the strange phenomenon just now. Is it really all right?" The corners of Luo Yang's mouth curled up, and he said something that Deng Mao could not understand. "It's fine. The worst outcome is nothing more than an old friend meeting. Besides, this person might not really get involved. I guess if Wang Xianji doesn't come, even I may not be able to make him come back to his senses." Deng Mao had always been a man who did not like to get to the bottom of things. Seeing that she did not care, he could not be bothered to worry unnecessarily. Moreover, Deng Mao did not treat the white-robed devil who ranked higher than him in the martial arts assessment as a woman. A devil who could kill Bei Meng twice and a woman who was almost on par with the top 3 in the martial arts assessment. Which man had the right to love and dote on her condescendingly? Deng Mao took another look at the carriage and then went out of the road without hesitation to intercept the 2,000 cavalrymen and not let them create trouble. Luo Yang waited for the two of them to leave. She had some unknown regrets in her heart. If she was at the peak of martial arts, so what if Gao Shulu was in the carriage with her? At that time, she had returned the cultivation that she had painstakingly accumulated for 800 years to that person. Although he had returned it to her after the battle with Wang Xianji, in the process he had lost 20% of his cultivation. At this time, not to mention Wang Xianji and Tuoba Bodhisattva, who originally had a gap between them, she was afraid that even Dong Tai, who had turned his cultivation into cultivation, might not have much chance of winning. Luo Yang was somewhat self-deprecating. After all, she was still a woman. In the world 800 years later, even if a woman could become an emperor, the pugilistic world still did not allow a woman to be the most powerful person in the world. 800 years ago and 800 years later, it was still the same in the pugilistic world. Chapter 1032. When Zhong Guqing saw the two riders leave the post house, he did not lower his guard. Instead, for the first time, he felt suffocated as if he was facing a great enemy. The 200 riders moved forward steadily. The distance between the two sides was less than 100 paces. Even the master with the worst eyesight, who had 3 or 4 copper-yellow fish pouches, recognized that the white rider was actually a woman with a feminine silhouette, but a vigorous heroic spirit. Wasn't there only the purple dress of Mount Huishan in the limelight in Liangjianghu? Who was this divine being? The 6 riders at the front rode fast, ready to take the first prize for the imperial court. Among the 6 riders, there was a famous swordsman, a machete man, and a renowned boxing master. The 6 riders were outstanding. At the same time, they covered each other and cooperated skillfully. This was the realm that masters who had reached a certain level should have. The machete man was the first to attack. He used his family's unique skill, the knife-throwing technique, which could be considered an unpopular martial art evolved from the flying sword technique. The knife split the air and went straight for the white-clothed woman's head. Luo Yang did not look at the curved knife that spun into a circle and fell from the sky. With a glance, she took in all the 6 or 7 gold carp pouches, including Zhong Guqing. 1 person and 1 horse continued to move forward slowly. She only stretched out a finger and gently tapped 6 times in the air. The leading 6 riders, including the lackey of the imperial court who thought that his knife-throwing technique had reached a higher level, continued to charge forward. However, their heads seemed to be blocked by a wall. Not only did their heads stop abruptly, their bodies also swayed back and then fell heavily on the post house, dying on the spot. Finally, the belated throwing knife came. Luo Yang, who had 6 fingers on her left, put 2 of her fingers together and lightly brushed the blade of the knife. The throwing knife spun in front of her, and with a speed that was countless times faster than its original speed, it was so fast that it seemed like the knife had directly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Then, several Jinwu guards were dismembered on the backs of their horses. Only then did everyone realize that this was not some fancy method that was all bark and no bite, but a real bloody killing move. Not only that, the 6 ownerless warhorses continued to charge forward in a daze. When they were 20 steps away from the white-clothed woman, the ground of the post house shook violently. The 6 horses' hooves were lifted into the air and shattered into 6 masses of scarlet mist. The white-clothed woman casually passed by the 6 pools of blood. That knife was finally stopped by a 6-fish copper pouch expert. Luo Yang was expressionless. Her 2 fingers swiped forward on her shoulder like she was pushing out a 3-foot sword. Then, she formed a 3-foot purple sword energy that flashed. That Master Realm expert did not have time to dodge at all. A hole appeared on his forehead. When he fell off the horse, he died with his eyes wide open. Luo Yang suddenly stopped her horse. She had a calm and arrogant attitude. This made Zhong Guqing, who was caught off guard, feel a chill down his spine. How could this extremely young woman be so arrogant and rude? She did not mind them making a countermeasure at all. Zhong Guqing didn't care about his face. He signaled the other 2 experts of the 7 carps with his eyes. There was no need for words to communicate, and they already had a plan. They could clearly see that this woman was at least a peak expert who had immersed herself in the Finger Profound realm for many years. Zhong Guqing, who was originally in the Finger Profound realm, even faintly sensed that this woman wanted him to experience what the Finger Profound realm was. Even with Zhong Guqing's transcendent status, he did not have the ability to get in touch with the secrets of the Divine Martial City. Naturally, he did not know that in the destroyed city, there was a woman who allowed Song Nianqing, a grandmaster of the sword who had 14 swords, to use all 14 of his new moves before she kindly taught the old grandmaster of the Donghua sword pool how to use the sword. However, even if Zhong Guqing knew this terrifying secret, he didn't have time to worry about it. The 200 riders burst out with a fighting strength that matched their strength. The 16 archers holding the golden guards began to draw their bows and shoot. Some concealed weapon experts didn't care about their hidden skills and taught them everything they had. Several chi-controlling experts didn't even care about exhausting their essence, chi, and spirit. They didn't care about the results and rode their weapons to attack the woman from a distance. This magnificent scene of a large group of experts attacking together was not common in Jianghu. In Xinwu City, she once placed her left hand horizontally with her palm facing up, and her right hand slowly pressed down. She closed the heaven and earth to form a line of sword between heaven and earth, forcing Song Nianqing to use his last earth immortal sword before his death. Today she was much more casual. She still held 2 fingers together and casually waved them left and right in front of her. As if the heaven and earth were at her disposal, she also waved them left and right. Those bows, arrows, and concealed weapons began to sway in the air and fell to the ground around her horse. Zhong Guqing's face was gloomy. I dare to stand shoulder to shoulder with heaven and earth in the heavenly image state. But so what? You're just one person on the post house road. The heaven and earth are vast, but they're not your lackeys. There's a limit to a person's strength. Even if the righteousness and sincerity of a person for a lifetime were declared to the heaven and earth in exchange for a moment of resonance with heaven and earth, how could one be so arrogant as to truly stand shoulder to shoulder with heaven and earth for a long time? Zhong Guqing raised his hand and waved it fiercely, indicating for the 200 riders to continue shooting with all their might to exhaust the woman's internal energy. Since she was willing to be a target, then let her show off. The old eunuch Zhao Siku lifted the curtain and rubbed his eyes. He did his best to see the fight on the post house road. This Jiao Temple was a martial arts layman, so he only thought it was interesting to watch. The old man with 2 secret talismans on his withered arms felt his heart tighten for no reason. He quickly turned his head and stared at the half-dead person. He didn't notice anything strange. Curling his lips, the old eunuch continued to stare at the post house road. The woman seemed to be getting impatient and was ready to fight. Zhao Siku smiled bitterly. The more chaotic it was, the better. Only with chaos would the Bailiang have a chance. Otherwise, Zhao Siku didn't think the Bailiang would be able to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Everyone, including the 4th most powerful person in the world, Luo Yang, was no exception. With a faint smile, she squinted her eyes and looked at the carriage. More than 200 riders turned their heads and looked at the middle-aged man who was bending over to lift the curtain and stretch his body. From his body, glittering golden talismans slowly fell and disappeared. There were about 16 or 17 enchantments. The man looked at Luo Yang and said in a hoarse voice, "We meet again after 400 years." Luo Yang was a little dazed. That year, Gao Shulu fought to her heart's content with a young Taoist priest. Afterwards, Gao Shulu didn't hibernate in the mountains like the rumor said. Instead, the 2 of them had a conversation on the shore of the East Sea. She happened to be watching the sea, so the two of them didn't deliberately avoid her from listening. The young Taoist priest who had never used his sword and wandered the world made a bet with Gao Shulu. He bet that Gao Shulu wouldn't be able to solve that talisman. At that time, Gao Shulu was so conceited that her eyes were as high as the sky. In all things under the heavens, there was always something to subdue. Even if one thing seemed to be invincible, there would always be something that subdued it. Wherever poisonous snakes were rampant, there would always be herbs nearby for people to pick to cure their poison. This was the principle. If Wang Xianji was Li Chuangong's subdued person, then that young Taoist was Gao Shulu's subdued person. After the talisman, the Taoist priest came back to his senses. He smiled apologetically at Luo Yang and quickly disappeared between heaven and earth. It had only been 18 years since he came to this world. He had only seen her once and never met her again. Only Luo Yang knew that the Taoist priest wasn't the reincarnation of Ancestor Lu, but that person. Gao Shulu sat cross-legged and looked up at the distant northwest. If you don't come, I'll really start a massacre. Everyone felt like a spring breeze was blowing on their faces. A wavering purple and gold figure appeared in the blink of an eye. It was like the legendary immortal who had gone out of his body. Then the 200 riders were frightened and retreated one after another. That blurry figure and that face, if it wasn't Su Fingnian of Bailiang, who else could it be? This Su Fingnian pretended to lead the horse for the woman in white and looked at Gao Shulu with a smile. The 9th time I was in a trance. I was originally sitting on the top of Kunlun and watching the East Sea. Chapter 1033. Su Fingnian and Gao Shulu, one in a trance and the other back to reality, were talking about the heavenly secrets that no one knew except for Luo Yang. Zhong Guqing and the other masters were so helpless that they didn't have the courage to fight to the death. A woman in white was almost invincible. And now there was an out-of-body celestial being? Gao Shulu, who only had 2 talisman restrictions left on her body, looked around and took a deep breath. With an intoxicated expression, she said to Su Fingnian, whose figure was drifting, "You go back to Kunlun first, and then take a look at Donghai. Then I'll go to Bailiang." Su Fingnian smiled and nodded, but he did not immediately return from his mental journey of several thousand li. Instead, he turned the horse around for Luoyang and slowly walked on the posthouse road, gradually going further and further away, leaving Gao Shulu and a large group of copper and yellow fishbag experts behind. Su Fingnian said softly, "I know who you love, and I won't force you. If it were me and the woman I love lost her memory, she wouldn't be her anymore. Although I'm a little different, it's not that I've lost my memory, but that I've gained some. Probably in your eyes, I'm more Su Fingnian than that person. In the final analysis, you can only blame yourself for this muddled account that you've been calculating for 800 years. Back then, the alchemists of the Great Qin went out to sea to search for the elixir of immortality, and found 2 elixirs of immortality in Donghai. You thought that I was going to share them with her behind your back. Therefore, you deliberately told me that you only had one and destroyed it in front of me. But you secretly hid the other elixir in Long Pearl, so that you could obtain immortality and killed her. Actually, you're wrong." Luo Yang sneered and said, "So what if I'm wrong? Even if I could go back in time 800 years ago, I would still kill that woman, deny you immortality, and destroy your Great Qin's everlasting dream with my own hands." Su Fingnian turned his head to the carriage and said something to the old eunuch before returning to Bailiang with him. Then he turned to look into the distance and said with a smile, "You're still you." Luo Yang sat high up on the horse and let him lead the horse with a clear conscience. She did not forget to say sarcastically, "Unfortunately, she is no longer her." Su Fingnian calmly said, "Yuan Qingshan said that from now on Li Yufu of Wudong will let the affairs of the human world take care of the affairs of the human world, and the people of the heavens will be free and unfettered. I think it's not bad. After my battle with Wang Xianji, there should be an end between us." Luo Yang sneered, "You want to sever the heaven and earth? Then become an ordinary person? 800 years ago, didn't you hate those mediocre mortals the most?" Su Fingnian raised his head to look at the white-clothed woman, and dismissed her with a smile. Su Fingnian and Luo Yang turned a deaf ear to the heart-wrenching howls that came from behind. After walking for a while, Su Fingnian released the reins of the horse and said, Don't forget the 3-year agreement. Luo Yang coldly snorted. You have to defeat Gao Shulu first. Yelu Dongchuang, who was holding 2 bloody heads under his armpits, trotted over and asked curiously, Luo Yang, that guy looks very domineering. Who is he? He looks so young, but he can enter the astral state? Could he be a Taoist master with a youthful face, an old man of the same generation as our Chilan state preceptor? Luo Yang indifferently said, Younger than you. Yelu Dongchuang was stunned. Bullshit. There is no one in the world who is more talented than me in martial arts. Luo Yang, who are you trying to fool? Luo Yang laughed. His name is Su Fingnian. How old do you think he is? Yelu Dongchuang let out a strange cry and thought seriously for a moment. He smiled obsequiously. If that's the case, then I won't go back to Beimang. I'll let Fatty Dong experience bad luck first. Luo Yang, I'll hang out with you for another 2 years. I haven't seen enough of Liyang's great rivers and mountains. Don't misunderstand, I'm not afraid of this new Prince Liang. Deng Mao obviously sensed that something was wrong here. He quickly met up with Luo Yang and Yelu Dongchuang and returned to Zhilu Mountain together. By the time the remaining 1,600 cavalry from Defengku arrived at the battlefield, many soldiers had dismounted from their horses and were vomiting nonstop. There were disgusting scenes of mangled flesh and blood on the posthouse road. There were few intact corpses. The commanding officer did not care about anything else. He hurriedly ordered his men to confirm the safety of the carriage. However, there was no one in the carriage. This made the commanding officer feel like he was struck by lightning. Then, dozens of white-clothed chi cultivators with yellow jade belts arrived one after another. They looked at each other in dismay as if they had lost their parents. The commanding officer saw that these immortals in the mortal world were so terrified. He was certain that he would not be able to escape death this time. He hesitated for a moment, and turned back to look at the direction of Tai and city in the north. He then turned back to look at the Guangling Road where the old West Chu was located. His expression was uncertain. He ordered the elite cavalry under his command to return to Defengku. On the way back, he weighed the pros and cons with a few of his trusted men. He killed 2 senior commandants who were loyal to the Zhao family. The rest of the generals went to Defengku and left the military town with their families, and some of their direct descendants. When Gao Shulu brought the old eunuch Zhao Saiku to Beiliang leisurely, a middle-aged scholar in green frowned on a mountain a few miles south of the courier road where the tragedy occurred. An old man beside him who had personally stirred up a pool of spring and autumn water sneered. Under this old man's control, the fate of the world flowed from the dynasty into Jianghu. However, it could not support the number of immortals in the mortal world. Therefore, 8 to 9 latrines were already the limit. Whoever wants to poop would have to leave one. When Li Chungang left, it was because Dong Tai had ascended to the realm of Sword Immortal. When the Dragon Tree monk of the 2 Zen temples left, it was because Chun Jibao took advantage of the loophole. Hong Shixiang was entrusted to the current chief of Wudong, Li Yufu. He would pass it on to that child in the future. This is also the most admirable aspect of Wudong. They had truly succeeded in passing down the incense from generation to generation. As for Zhao Xuansu, who exchanged one seal for another with Zhao Huangchao in the past at Mount Longhu, he could not ascend and his soul was scattered. This allowed the little girl you were protecting to have the aura of a master of all the famous swords in the world. Now that Gao Shulu has brazenly appeared, it should have been Chao Chongqing, the Confucian sage, to get lost. Chao Chongqing shook his head and said, I have my own way to compete with Gao Shulu. Chapter 1034. The old man who had the qualifications to speak arrogantly beside Chao Zhongqing's ear was naturally Huang Sanjia. The old man thought for a moment and said, This old man can roughly guess your plan. However, this old man can't understand why you smart people can't see through the word love. The word love doesn't have many strokes and isn't difficult to write. Why is Wang Xianji able to look down on you, Chao Chongqing? Isn't it because you idiots aren't any less talented than her? You and that Li Chungang, whom this old man truly envies, and that Mount Hui Xianyuan Jingcheng, have all spent your entire lives in prison for a woman? Is it worth it? Chao Chongqing's expression was calm. He smiled and said, If we're talking about whether it's worth it or not, then it's not love. The word love is easy to write, but hard to let go. You Huang Longsher haven't encountered it yet. You laughed at us for being stupid. But we also laughed at you for being smart all your life. It's not worth it. It's good to have no attachments, but it's also not bad to have attachments. Huang Longsher gritted his teeth and said, once a smart person is terminally ill, then even the immortals can't cure him. Chao Changqing turned his head and asked, you Huang Longsher claim to be one of the top 3 in the world. Other than pulling up seedlings to help them grow and adding fuel to the fire, what else can you do? Huang Longsher made a sound of surprise. You've guessed it. Chao Changqing smiled and said, it's a pity that you and I don't have much time left. Otherwise, I would have a good chat with you. Huang Longshan chuckled and changed the topic. That Gao Shulu is really ruthless. She killed more than 200 people in one go. Moreover, in this way, although the Zhao clan's vitality cannot be said to be greatly damaged, they will have a flaw that can be exploited. This will be greatly beneficial to your West Chu. Chao Changqing shook his head and said, the martial artists of Jianghu are trapped in the battlefield, but that's all there is to it. They have never been able to influence the outcome of a battle. Since the War of the Spring and Autumn period, the army has long been skilled in how to stop and kill masters who charge into battle alone. Of the 200 masters, only about half of them are willing to give their lives to the Zhao family and go to West Chu to fight. Throwing 100 people into the battlefield that will easily have tens of thousands of people is like trying to put out a burning cart with a cup of water. What's more, Zhilu Mountain would also be participating. With just a small group of experts, it would be hard to say who would emerge victorious. Oh, Huang Sanjia, what you really want to talk about is the desertion of the Defenko commandant. This was a good thing. Pulling one hair would affect the whole situation. After nearly 20 years without the smell of gunpowder, the thousands of miles of territory south of the capital was filled with women. It far exceeded the imagination of the Zhao clan's son and the civil and military officials of the court. Recognizing this point, the head of the civil officials, Zhang Jiulu, opened his mouth to speak. Unfortunately, no one believed him. The most powerful of the military officials, Chen Zhibao and Gu Jiantang, were not willing to speak nonsense. Lu Xingxiang knew that it was useless to say anything. This is where the opportunity lies. Huang Longsher also shook his head. It seemed that he was not optimistic about the final outcome of West Chu. Chao Changqing did not mind. He laughed softly and said, you plan to hand over the country to the crown prince of Yanqi, Zhao Zhu. Then who will you hand over Jianghu to? Could it be that woman in purple, Xianyuan Qingfeng? The old man neither admitted nor denied. He said softly, you said that I, Huang Longsher, can only speed up the growth of the crops, and that the harvest can only be the one that has been set. You are wrong. Chao Changqing raised his head and looked at the figure hovering in the sea of clouds on his sword. Huang Longsher smiled and said, there is thunder, there is rain, and there are going to be countless deaths. Chao Changqing sighed. It is impossible to exchange decades of chaos for centuries of peace. The old man put his hands together and exhaled a breath of mist. The ancients did not dare to take Mount Tai and surpass the North Sea. The future generations cannot do it. I will do it. Chao Changqing was silent. After a long time he said slowly, madman. Huang Longsher smiled freely. I am very happy to meet you. Chao Dei, one of the top playboys in the world, suddenly asked. Chao Changqing has always been very curious. What is your idea of a world of peace? The old man grunted and said vaguely, in a world of peace and Tao, it is not a matter of the ruler and the people, but of the country and the people. The two seem to forget each other, but each has their own true temperament. Chao Changqing closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. Huang Longsher smiled and said, don't think too much about it. Be careful not to fall into it and not be able to get out. At that time, even if you are the scholarly sage Chao Qingyi, you will only be worrying about nothing. I have a stomach full of untimely and unworldly thoughts. It is enough for me to drink alone to relieve my boredom. Chao Changqing opened his eyes and rubbed his white hair. He asked, can we really pass Gao Shulu and Wang Xianji? Huang Longsher said calmly, actually, as long as we pass Gao Shulu, it is more or less the same. Because in the end, it is just a test. Wang Xianji is slightly better than Gao Shulu, but this is the difference in strength and not the difference in realms. Chao Chongqing said bitterly. It is just a test, but it is no different from fighting with Wang Xianji in advance. Isn't it still a narrow escape? Huang Longsha rolled his eyes and said, That kid asked for it. What does it have to do with this old man? Chao Chongqing asked with a smile. You really didn't leave anything behind? The old man raised his head and said firmly, No. Chao Zhongqing's question was asked on behalf of someone, but Huang Sanjia's answer was clearly directed at the person in the sky. The young woman snorted coldly, broke through the clouds, and flew away on her sword. In a secluded mountain forest in Beiliang's Yuzhou, a thick aura like a giant python coiled around a carriage. Su Yanbing watched the python's aura gradually fade and felt relieved. Su Fingnian walked out of the carriage and said with a sigh, Gao Shulu will arrive in Beiliang very soon. The 7th time I was in a trance, I recognized the reason for the gathering and dispersing of the world's fate. The last time I was in a trance, I remembered the talisman drawing Bet by the East Sea. This time I was in a trance in Kunlun, because I was watching Dong Tai return from his visit to immortality. I was careless and bumped into Gao Shulu, so I had no choice but to show myself. Su Yanbing asked, Do you need me to make a move? Su Fingnian shook his head and said, It's useless. I still have to settle this karma myself. For the first time, Su Yanbing showed a gloating smile and said, I have a suggestion. Since the female bodhisattva on Mount Lantua has tied her hair, why don't we untie it one by one? This method isn't smart, but it's still a method. Su Fingnian hurriedly said, Don't. If Luo Yang knows about this, she'll come straight from Mount Zhulu to Beiliang to make trouble with me. That woman will really kill. A laugh. A sneer. It came from the mouths of the two women at the same time, obviously with a hint of disdain. There was no need to say much about the girl who had been wandering around in the distance while carrying a withered pole. As for the other one, she was a bodhisattva. Chapter 1035. Su Fingnian glanced helplessly at the spear master, who had probably set a trap for him. When he came back to his senses, the qi in his body was at its most turbulent and dangerous stage, and his perception of his surroundings was not very sharp. As the best fighter in Beiliang, Su Yanbing could easily find out about the arrival of the bodhisattva from the western region. However, Su Fingnian could not. Even when he heard her sarcastic laughter, he did not feel embarrassed. He leaned against the wall of the carriage and did not deliberately stand up to greet her. Instead, he put his palms together and bowed to the six-jeweled master from Mount Lantua. Then he waved at her, indicating for her to enter the carriage for a chat. Su Yanbing tactfully walked away. Hee, the girl squatted in the distance and drew sand on the ground with a sunflower. The bodhisattva did not enter the carriage. Instead, she stood beside the carriage and looked at Su Fingnian with a peaceful expression. Su Fingnian, on the other hand, was somewhat emotional. At the beginning of the year, when Xiang Fan was sitting steadily in the spring and autumn fishing platform, this woman led the ghosts out of the city, and he almost mistook her for the white-clothed Guanyin. At that time, he was in awe of this woman who could make the old man in the sheepskin fur coat attack. Later on, the Prince Zhao Kai went to the western regions with the silver vase. He and she were already enemies of opposing camps. After that, the situation took a turn for the worse, and the two of them became a pair of adulterous lovers who flirted with each other. Bai Liang secretly used his cavalry to help her get rid of dissidents, and climbed to the top of Mount Lantua. She, on the other hand, used esoteric monks to help Bai Liang infiltrate the refugees' land. Su Fingnian looked at the bodhisattva with a head of black hair. However, the bodhisattva did not lack in celestial aura. Her hair was simply tied in a white hemp knot around her neck, making her look forgettable. At present, not only was Su Fingnian an ally of equal standing with her, he even had the capital to look down on her. Other than the fact that Mount Lantua was a head lower than Mount Qingliang, in terms of martial prowess alone, Su Fingnian was confident that he could pay an acceptable price and successfully kill her, even if she possessed 6 manifestations. Su Fingnian was calm and unperturbed. He smiled and asked, Master, why did you come to Yuzhou in person? This bodhisattva with 6 pearls, who was like the sun in the sky in the western region, seemed to have the ability to make people feel like bathing in the spring breeze and thus feel happy. Her smile was tranquil, just like the celestial being on the mural. However, her tone was slightly alienated. She asked. The Longxiang army was hastily expanded from 10,000 to 30,000. Can you guarantee that the western region will not be invaded by Beimang? Su Fengnian twitched the corner of his mouth. It was said that there were 20,000 horse gangs besieging Qingsong City for more than 10 days. They could not break through the city and only left 2,000 corpses. In the end, 6,000 horse gangs slaughtered 12,000 horse gangs in 3 days. They chopped off heads until everyone changed to cold knives. In the end, only a few hundred people escaped. Finally, we know what 20,000 people are. They are just 14,000 horse gangs. Master, you may say that these horse gangs are not worth mentioning compared to the regular army. They are not organized and can only fight some contact battles with 700 or 800 people at most. They can win by bravery. If there are too many people, they will show the fatal flaw of not knowing the battle formation. However, according to Northern Liang's spy report, the 2,000 bandits who were the backbone of the 14,000 bandits were the elite cavalry of the Northern Ming Southern Dynasty. They were equipped with good horses, bows, swords, and armor. The leader of the army was a senior military officer of the Southern Dynasty. The reason why the bandits couldn't withstand a single blow was because the bandits were defeated by Huang Man or herself. Master, are you interested in guessing how many dragon elephant army soldiers Huang Man had at that time? The bodhisattva with 6 pearls was expressionless. Su Fengnian did not care. He stretched out a hand and answered his own question. Only 500. Of course, I don't deny that the Longxiang army is Beiliang's elite cavalry. These 500 are the best of the best. Master, you asked me if I can guarantee that the western region will be protected by Beiliang. The answer is obvious, yes. However, the land of refugees is the focus of Liang Meng's front line. The western region is far away from the main battlefield. Its final ownership and significance of the war is at most a secret troop. No one can be sure when it will be used. It may not even be able to determine the outcome of the war from the beginning to the end. Instead, it may become a burden to the overall situation. Moreover, the deal between you and me was a one-time deal. I support you to control the western region, and you help me to suppress the ancient military town of Fengxiang. Both sides offered a fair price. Therefore, we are both willing and happy to cooperate. Why should I put in extra effort to protect the safety of the western region? The 6-pearl bodhisattva smiled and asked, how do you achieve great freedom? Su Fengnian had a strange look on his face. Dual cultivation? Ordinary women would have long been shy, but this esoteric master still had a calm expression and nodded as if he had said a Buddhist principle. Su Fengnian waved his hand without hesitation. I wasn't joking just now. I dare to provoke anyone, but I can't provoke that woman. The 6-pearl bodhisattva smiled. I can wait. Su Fengnian smiled. Up to you. The 6-pearl bodhisattva walked up the carriage and sat on the other side. He said softly, the art of war emphasizes the combination of the strange and the right. When the Battle of Liangmang started, Liangzhou was the right place, the land of refugees was the strange place, and the western region was the strange place after the strange place. It is not as simple as the king of Beiliang said. If it were any other king of Liang who said that the western region was useless, I would believe it. Beiliang? Since when did Beiliang have the habit of thinking about defeat before the battle? Chapter 1036. Indeed, Su Fengnian secretly promised Chao Wei 10,000 light cavalrymen to rush to the western region. Now that his secret was exposed, no matter how thick-skinned he could not help but feel a little embarrassed. After the embarrassment, he felt a little heavy. She could see that there were many masters in Beimang's southern dynasty. Would they have taken countermeasures early? Su Fengnian looked up at the sky. Although it was said that a man without foresight would have immediate worries, a man with foresight would have even more immediate worries. Now the general trend of the world, from the height of the imperial court to the distance of Jianghu, was surging with undercurrents everywhere. Su Fengnian and Beiliang were undoubtedly the ones at the forefront when the real storm surged in the future. The girl jumped onto the carriage and sat between Su Fengnian and the bodhisattva of 6 pearls. She had unknowingly caught a yellow 4-legged snake in her hand. People in Beiliang called it the stone dragon. The girl held the poor little tail and kept spinning it, Not tired at all. The girl suddenly stopped and hung the stone dragon in front of the bodhisattva of 6 pearls. She laughed and asked, "Auntie, do you want to play?" Murderous intent was everywhere. Su Yambing, who was driving the horse, coughed softly. Su Fingnian looked down, hoping to be indifferent. The group slowly entered the hinterland of Yuzhou. Because Su Fingnian's 9 absent-mindedness came without any warning, he could only concentrate on it. As a result, he could not pay too much attention to the military and political affairs of Yuzhou, which delayed a lot of serious business. The carriage entered the city of 100 Springs, where the Yuzhou general's official residence was located. The city was famous in Bailiang for having more than 100 springs. It was said that ancestor Lu's sword qi had reached the 9 springs. Of course, Su Fingnian also had an identity certificate, but no one would associate the name on the certificate with the king of Bailiang. After entering the city, they randomly picked a restaurant in the downtown area that was prosperous even when they were not eating. Su Fingnian caught a glimpse of the eye-catching sign on the restaurant's wall. Since he became the king of Bailiang, many related stories surfaced. For a time, he became the first choice of the storytellers to earn money, not only in Bailiang but also in Liang and the Central Plains. As for whether it would be good or bad, it depended on the preferences of the local officials and diners. They had to cater to their liking in order to get people to give tips. The restaurant's business was surprisingly good. Su Fingnian had no choice but to pay a few more taels of silver before he managed to get a seat that was barely passable. Other than listening to the stories and enjoying the atmosphere, it was more to let Miss Hehe fill her stomach. There was still some time before the storyteller went on stage. Miss Hehe had always been wolfing down her food. Su Fingnian had been thinking about how to deal with the tyrannical forces in the territory, with the Yuzhou general Huang Fujin. He did not pay much attention to the whispers around him and the covetous gazes of the 6-jewel bodhisattva. Since Miss Hehe was full, he paid the bill and left. Soon, several groups of people were fighting over the table he vacated. Su Fingnian passed through the crowd and was already near the door. Suddenly, he heard a familiar sound of a pipa. He turned around and looked carefully. He was stunned on the spot. One lantern festival. In the city of Liangzhou, there was a pair of grandfather and granddaughter. The blind old man was drinking wine and telling stories. He was talking about His Royal Highness's first trip to Jianghu. The emaciated young girl was holding a poor-quality pipa made of whitewood. Later in Beimang, he saw the young girl handing out thin notes. At that time, she was playing the pipa to accompany her grandfather's storytelling. The first string was about to break. At that time, Su Fingnian was accompanied by Tao Manwu, who was a burden. In the end, he invited the old man and his granddaughter to drink wine. He even taught the young girl Chao Jiawu's pipa skills, which had almost become a peerless skill in the world. They parted ways happily. Su Fingnian also heard the blind old man talk about many things in Bailiang. He saw the knife wound on the back of the old soldier's hand. He also saw the young girl, whom the old man called Ariu, and her sincerity in treating the cheap pipa as her life. The young girl entered the stage with the pipa in her arms. However, this time, the blind old man was not with her. When she sat down, she picked up the pot of wine on the small stool in front of her and drank it all in one gulp. Su Fingnian could only hear the crazy jeers and boos from all around. They were all cursing and mocking the young girl, saying that she was a broken shoe used by a Beimang barbarian, and that she had lost face for Bailiang. They said that she should have died outside the pass. What was she doing back in Yuzhou? She was a woman who only cared about money. The young girl was indifferent. She gently stroked the almost broken string of the withered pipa. A few armored soldiers who deliberately occupied the closest seats sat with their legs crossed. Every time the girl told a story or played the pipa, they would throw a string of copper coins at her. Obviously, they were already familiar with this and treated this matter as a form of entertainment. Then, everyone saw a young man walk onto the stage and squat in front of the young girl. For a moment, the copper coins fell like rain. Su Fingnian asked softly, "Ariu?" The young girl with indifferent eyes ignored him and continued to play the pipa. Su Fingnian squeezed out a smile. Word by word, he gritted his teeth and repeated what he had said in the past. As far as the whitewood pipa is concerned, the sound quality can be considered good. If the money allows, you can add a little glue. The old man said that the content of the book was especially critical of the pipa's brittleness and explosiveness. Also, the first string is not far from breaking. However, in my opinion, since you are playing the pipa for the spectators to enjoy, breaking the string is also something that everyone would be happy to see. There is no need to rush to change the first string. I'll also tell you some of the Chow family's pipa techniques. You can remember as much as you can. The young girl still did not raise her head. The sound of the pipa continued. It seemed that she did not dare to look at this man who she had met by chance in Beimang, and who had once kindly taught her the pipa. Su Fingnian squatted by her feet and said with red eyes, "I'm sorry. I forgot to tell your grandfather last time. Not only am I from Beiliang, but I am also the person your grandfather always talked about. My name is Su Fingnian. I am now the king of Beiliang." The young girl who was sitting on the small bamboo chair, and only as tall as the man in front of her, suddenly raised her head. Su Fingnian reached out and gently pulled her head to his shoulder. He had never said the word sorry to anyone before. Once again he choked and repeated, "I'm sorry." The first time, it was Su Fingnian who said sorry. The second time, it was Beiliang who said sorry. The young girl suppressed her sobs and said in a low voice, "It's okay." Su Fingnian stood up slowly with his back to the crowd. Su Yanbing and the 6 Pearl Bodhisattva took a step forward at the same time. Their eyes were unusually solemn. It was as if that figure had turned into Wang Xianji or the newcomer Gao Shulu. There was a tall building above the 9th floor. Only then could one call himself a worry-free celestial being. Su Yanbing shouted angrily, "Su Fingnian, do not force yourself to enter a trance for the 10th time. Go far away to Beimang." The 6 Pearl Bodhisattva put his palms together. In the sky outside the restaurant, 6 Dharma forms appeared one after another to suppress the restaurant. He said in a low voice, "All are happy." Chapter 1037. In Beimang's Dragon Waste province, there was the number 1 town in the southern dynasty, Tiazwang. Following closely behind were the 3 towns of Gentleman's Pavilion, Ligu, Maolong, and Long. They formed a complete defensive line that could attack or retreat. Beimang had invested countless manpower, resources, energy, and financial resources into these military towns, but they were still crushed into a broken sieve by the combined forces of the 10,000 Long Xiang army and the Great Snow Dragon cavalry. The 50 to 60,000 soldiers from the Impregnable Pass either died in battle or died in surrender. There were even some who were killed in the most tragic manner in the world. Most of the relay and fencing systems were destroyed. Most of the civil officials in the southern dynasty kept quiet out of fear, and the generals were no longer as conceited as they were in the past. The astonishing combat strength of the Beiliang cavalry created 2 situations, one good and one bad. The good thing was that the chess and sword music schools Hongjingyan came out of seclusion and took over all of the Ruran cavalry in the 3 military towns. This gave the southern dynasty, who was in a state of panic, a huge reassurance. The bad thing was that the fatty surnamed Dong could vaguely stand shoulder to shoulder with the great generals and the regional magistrate in Beimang's southern border army. His authority was equivalent. In the words of the Empress, she said, "Dong fatty, you've been King promoted again." It was rumored that the fatty surnamed Dong pretended to be obedient after receiving the benefits. In the southern dynasty's main hall, he smiled and said to the Empress, "Sister Empress, that's right, I've finally been promoted. Actually, it would be more appropriate if all of the southern dynasty's military power was given to me." Her Majesty did not reprimand this fatty for his absurd rudeness, nor did she care about his terrible table manners. Of course, she also did not allow this extremely daring fatty to climb up the ladder. However, she still left the imperial tutor, the peace magistrate of the chess and sword music school, to support Dongjua. As a result, there were very few people in the southern dynasty who could suppress Dongjua. For example, the king of the southern courtyard, Huang Songpu, the 2 great generals Lu Gu and Yang Yuanzan, as well as the regional magistrate of the Dragon Waste province, all tactfully avoided him. Today, on the broken relay road between the tiled building and the Gentleman's Pavilion, a fat man wearing light armor with a standard second-rank military officer's uniform was squatting. He held a handful of gravel in his hand. The relay road under his feet was still not repaired. The 2 towns closer to Shijing, Ligu, and Maolong had taken advantage of the Empress's secret inspection of the Southern Dynasty to mobilize more than 200,000 people to repair it at an astonishing speed. This fat man was very large, but he didn't look bloated. Instead, he looked especially sturdy and majestic. This was the Southern Dynasty Dongjue of Beiliang's Southern Dynasty. He was a fat man who was as famous as Beimeng's Chulushan. He was Dongjue, who was newly promoted to the 13th Great General of Beimeng. The fat man didn't have any bodyguards by his side. He only had a large flock of elite crows that roamed around in an extremely orderly manner. After Dongjue gained power, the first thing he did wasn't to wantonly spend money to recruit soldiers and buy horses to occupy the mountains. Instead, he expanded the only crow flock in Beimeng that could contend against the White Horse Scouts of Beiliang. According to the conservative estimates of some people, the original 1,000 crows had doubled in number without losing much of their combat strength. Dongjue habitually talked to himself. When Dongjue was still a little fatty, he was often mocked and ridiculed by others. This youth did not have any friends, and no one thought that he would have a bright future. Thus, Dongjue could only talk to himself. Over time, he liked to talk to himself. After joining the army, his behavior became more and more intense. Every time a battle ended, he would go and talk to the dead. It was hard to imagine that such an unreasonable freak could rise so quickly in the imperial court of the Southern Dynasty. Fatty Dong was talking to himself, mumbling something about how the old man was unwilling to resign from the title of king of the South Courtyard. What? He was paving the way for Hong Jingyan. You stubborn old man, are you really unwilling to hand it over to me even if you were beaten to death? I'm not someone who holds grudges. Besides, we're not at the point where we can't live under the same sky. What are you, Huang Songpu, afraid of? Don't tell me you want to sell the chess and sword music school a big favor in exchange for a peaceful old age? Dongjue tilted his palm, allowing the gravel to slide down. He sighed. He really did miss his eldest daughter-in-law and his youngest daughter-in-law. However, his eldest daughter-in-law, who was a princess, was currently in a state of chaos. She had to go and stabilize the situation. His youngest daughter-in-law was always thinking about revenge against the new Prince Liang. She was not as cheerful and lively as before. Fortunately, he had a servant girl by his side, which made the haze in this fatty's heart dissipate. Dongjue turned his head, his eyes gentle as he looked at a little girl who was leading a bright red pony in the distance. She was Tao Manwu. She was the orphan of Tao Qianji, who had become sworn brothers with Dongjue after he joined the army. Dongjue did not have any children for the time being, so he wanted to spoil this little girl wholeheartedly. He had even told his two daughters-in-law that even if he had children of his own in the future, he would most likely not dote on them as much. His eldest daughter-in-law had always been kind and understanding. His youngest daughter-in-law, who had entered the Dong family a little later, was so angry that she did not let him sleep in bed for half a year. Dongjue looked at the pitiful Tao Manwu. The little girl, who seemed to be carved from jade, seemed to be humming a little tune. That pony was a playmate that Uncle Dong had found for her. She had always been reluctant to ride it. This time, following Uncle Dong to the south, even the young pony would be able to ride in the spacious carriage. Dongjue stood up, wanting to talk to young Manwu to relieve the boredom. Suddenly, he saw the little girl suddenly turn sideways, staring blankly in a direction. The extremely sensitive Dongjue narrowed his eyes and followed her line of sight. He did not see anything. This fatty was confused and could not figure out what was going on. He did not think too much about it, and hurriedly ran over to the little girl. He saw young Manwu raise her arm to wipe her eyes. They were a little red and swollen. He did not know if it was because she had cried or because of the rough wind and sand. Dongjue crouched down and asked gently, "What is it?" The little girl's line of sight shifted slightly, and she shook her head vigorously. Dongjue had been with her day and night. How could he not know that she was lying? But what did it matter? Young Manwu did not want to talk, so Dongjue did not ask. He just pressed the tip of his nose with his thumb, and made a pig's head to amuse her. The little girl reached out to take Dongjue's finger, and helped him rub his face. She said in a serious tone, "Uncle Dong, those big brothers called Crow Palanzi all said that you have become a high-ranking official. You must not fool around anymore." Dongjue laughed and said, "It does not matter. Even if one day Uncle Dong is too old to ride a horse and can't lift a spear, you will still make a face at young Manwu. Tao Manwu squeezed out a smile and glanced into the distance. She said softly, Uncle Dong, I want to sing that song. Do you want to hear it? Dongzhuo laughed heartily. He carried Tao Manwu on his broad shoulders and sat her down. The little girl hummed loudly. The green grass grows next year, the wild geese go and come back. The spring breeze blows this year. Will the young master return? The green grass is green on the green flagstones. The man in green on the green flagstone bridge, humming a Jinling tune, whose daughter lowers her head and smiles. The yellow leaves fall this year, year after year. The autumn wind rises next year. Will the wife be there? The yellow flowers flow in the yellow river. The yellow flowers in the yellow river city, fluttering yellow butterflies. Whose son's knife is in the scabbard? Dongzhuo sighed in his heart. Young Manwu was probably missing the young master, who could not tell whether he was an enemy or a benefactor. Probably influenced by the little girl's song, the Crow Palanzi nearby, who were unparalleled in individual combat, began to hum a little song that belonged to the 70,000 Dong army. The Dong army's men rode their swords, mounted their spears, and died by the horse's back. Don't cry your heart out at home. My son will be the Dong army's man again. Young Manwu sat on Dongzhuo's shoulder and looked somewhere. She hesitated for a moment, and with red eyes, she quietly waved her slender arm as a farewell. Chapter 1038. The Ruren Mountains were a vital natural barrier for Beimang's southern dynasty. With Mount Bubang as its core, it also had 3 military towns, Roxian, Laohuai, and Wuchuan. At its peak, it did not have more than 90,000 Ruren cavalry, but it was also a mighty army whose name shook the world. Last year, in the Battle of Liangmang, the Ruren cavalry did not participate because of the sudden death of Mount Bubang's 5th raccoon. The Southern Dynasty officials firmly believed that even if this powerful force faced off against Beiliang's Longxiang army, they had a 50-50 chance of victory. Mount Bubang was still Mount Bubang with the strange surname of Diwu. However, the Ruren cavalry followed the master of Gonglizi, surnamed Hong. Beimang did not place as much emphasis on birth as the Central Plains, but they revered martial prowess more. Hong Jingyan, who was originally the 4th most powerful person in the world, became the master of the Ruren Mountains without any disturbances. Gonglizi, who had suppressed Mount Bubang by himself, had never climbed the mountain to visit the surname of Diwu. He rarely even appeared near Mount Bubang. This was especially so when Diwu's daughter, the wife of Beimang's 13th general Dongzhuo, assumed command of the heavily weakened Mount Bubang. There were people who said that Hong Jingyan would never climb the mountain again in order to avoid suspicion. The endless Ruren Mountains were filled with wheat at the foot of the mountains. When they arrived, there was still some time before the summer wheat harvest, so the scenery was still the same. A strong wind suddenly rose, and the wheat swayed in the wind. A slender, stalwart man appeared at the edge of the wheat field without any warning. His pair of intimidating silver eyes stared fixedly at a person who was traveling far away. His hair was still grayish-white, but compared to what he had seen in Qingsong City, the grayish-black had grown longer and the white had lessened. The man who was regarded as the man who had the potential to become Beimang's martial prowess after Tuoba Bodhisattva stood in the north, blocking that fellow who had inexplicably traveled north. This was beyond Gonglizi's expectations. In the eyes of the blind Hong Jingyan, no matter how powerful the Beiliang cavalry was, they were still limited by Beiliang's innate lack of geographical advantage. Only Beimang could go south, but there was absolutely no chance for Beiliang to go north. Therefore, Hong Jingyan had never thought that there would be a day when that person could lead troops to invade the Ruren Mountains. Whether or not they could defend the northwest gate of the Central Plains depended on Beimang's patience. When Hong Jingyan saw him, he thought of the man who used a spear, and was bestowed with the surname too. Not long ago, when he was escorting Zhongliang back to Beimang, the proud and arrogant Hong Jingyan had actually allowed the other party to gain the upper hand. This made Gonglizi, who had always only cared about Wang Xianji and the Beimang god of war, Gonglizi, whose state of mind was inevitably subtly damaged. It was so subtle that Hong Jingyan had to defeat the few masters of martial arts like Dong Tai and Ding Mao before he could recover to the peak of his former state. If it were in the past, Hong Jingyan would have tried to intercept and kill this person on the spot when he saw that this person was mentally wandering. But now, Hong Jingyan had to worry that this person was just an extremely tempting bait, and that Wang Xiao, whose real name was Lu Yambing, was waiting for the fatal blow in the dark. The young celestial being, who was mentally wandering, shuttled through the green wheat field. Wherever his mind and body went, he was not arrogant enough to get close to the murderous Gong Lizi. Standing in the wheat field 1,000 feet away, he reached out to stroke the wheat that had not yet formed ears and added fuel to the fire. He laughed and asked, after being defeated by Luo Yang and Su Yambing, "Have you, Hong Jingyan, fallen to such a miserable state? You don't even dare to make a move? With your state of mind, not to mention the invincible Wang Xianji, I'm afraid that in less than a year, even I won't be a match for you." Hong Jingyan said flatly, "What's the point of arguing?" Their voices were not loud, but they were clear to each other's ears. The young man who was mentally wandering nodded and said with a smile, "Your talent is too high. You always feel that it's only right for you to be number one in the world. Therefore, you have long set your sights on the imperial court. It can be said that you have been led astray from the beginning. In the future, there will probably be no place for you in the pugilistic world." Hong Jingyan sneered, "Su Fengnian, even if you can mentally wander and attempt to integrate the three sects, taking the opportunity to touch the threshold of being a land immortal, do you really have the right to judge me?" Su Fengnian shook his head. His eyes leaped past Hong Jingyan and looked towards the north of the Ruren Mountains. "I'll wait for you to lead the Ruren cavalry to their deaths. Now let me lead the way." Hong Jingyan's lips curled up. "You also know that you have been targeted by me. If I don't move, you won't be able to head north? Su Fengnian, since when did you have such self-awareness?" The young man who had one foot in the realm of heavenly phenomenon, and the other in the realm of land immortals, spread his hands. Two sabers, a crossing the river pond and a springtime thunder, were unsheathed from Su Fengnian's waist thousands of miles away. They were instantly grasped in his hands. It looked like Hong Jingyan's refusal to give way meant that it was just a battle. It was up to Hong Jingyan, who had already tasted defeat twice in his life, to see if he believed that he would not lose a third time. Hong Jingyan frowned before his brows relaxed. He turned his body and gestured for the young man in his line of sight to continue heading north. Bailiang was nothing in his eyes. The great king of the northern courtyard that Morong Baoding had promised was nothing in his eyes. What was a mere Su Fengnian? Su Fengnian disappeared in a flash, leaving behind a laugh. The sarcasm hammered heavily on Hong Jingyan's heart. Hong Jingyan, whose heart was as firm as a rock, was not affected by Su Fengnian's laughter. He just stood there in a daze and asked himself, "I can't take care of the world's number one and the ruler of the world at the same time?" On the square of the palace where the Taiping order of Beimeng had arranged for the empress, a fleeting figure appeared out of thin air. The imperial city was shaken. The figure ascended to the sky step by step and walked to the top of the palace. He stood with his hands behind his back, as if he was looking at Tai and city from afar. A moment later he disappeared. The empress, who had rushed over after hearing the news, raised her head and looked at the place where the person had been standing. She was not angry, but had a slightly sympathetic expression. She laughed softly and said, "Silly child, the general trend is irresistible. Even if Beimeng can't take over the entire central plains, a small Bailiang is not a problem. So what if you are unrivaled in the world by luck? At most, you will become the second Chao Changqing." The border of Yuzhou was barren and desolate. However, the more barren and desolate it was, the harder it was to work. There was no room for slacking. Otherwise, how could they dig out food from the gaps between God's teeth to survive? There was a family of 5 to 6 men of 3 generations working in the oasis. Regardless of age, they were all sweating profusely. Right now, almost all of northern Liang knew that the northern Mang army was about to invade the south. The wealthy families had already begun to move quietly, moving their valuables to either the east or the south. However, the number of wealthy people who had the ability to avoid disaster was always in the minority. Poor people like this family were still in the majority. They could only resign themselves to their fate. Wherever the fields were, they could only stay there, guarding their crops, guarding their harvest. They could only hope that the young vassal king could really help them withstand the tide of attacks from the northern Mang cavalry. In fact, the old man didn't have too many regrets. After all, he had lived a peaceful life for more than 20 years. However, he was still worried about his children. A white-haired old farmer looked at his grandson, who was working with his elders, and couldn't help but grin. This child learned from his father, and his father learned from him. Both of them had a headache just looking at the words on the books. However, the old man still felt that it was good to learn one more word for one more day. It wasn't a waste of money. The old man stroked his grandson's little head, which was reddened by the increasingly scorching sun, and asked him to take a rest in the shade. The child chuckled and trotted to the edge of the field to slack off. However, he seemed to have seen a handsome child. However, when he rubbed his eyes, the handsome child disappeared. When he rubbed his eyes again, he saw the handsome child again. This made the child confused. It was not until the man came to his side and sat on the ground that the child was sure that he had not seen a ghost during the day. The simple child plucked up his courage and asked, "Do you want some water?" The figure who gathered in the south and dispersed in the north smiled and shook his head. He looked at the figures in the field who were facing the yellow soil with their backs to the sky and asked softly, "Will the harvest be good this year?" The child was stunned and said naively, "The snow is heavy at the end of the year. It should be good." The child smiled and asked, "Did anyone in your family join the army?" The child said embarrassedly, "No. My father wanted to go before, but he wasn't chosen." As if he was afraid of being looked down upon by the child beside him, the child said with a serious face, "When I'm older, I'll definitely go. I'll kill the northern barbarians and earn a lot of money to send home. Yes, and protect our family. Also, let me tell you something. Hey child, don't tell anyone else. Our village's Ame is very pretty, but she has always ignored me. When I grow up, I'll definitely marry her because her sister married a soldier at the border. I saw him once a few years ago and he was very impressive. So I'll also go to war." The child nodded. The two of them took a break from work and looked into the distance. When the child finally came to his senses, the child beside him had already left. The child jumped up and shouted to his grandfather, "I saw an immortal." The old man smiled and straightened his back. He wiped his sweat and murmured, "This child." Chapter 1039. At first, the people in the restaurant were a little afraid of the young man with the saber. However, when he got up, he did not seem to be angry. He just foolishly held the pipa and stood beside the storyteller. Naturally, they thought of him as an embroidered pillow who wanted to save the beauty, but did not have the strength to pull out his saber. Such a timid young man from a rich family was rare in Baelyang. Most of the soldiers who threw money at him had some family background. Otherwise, they would not have dared to come to the restaurant to drink, eat, and listen to storytellers while they were on duty. Moreover, they were the soldiers in charge of monitoring whether the young man broke the law. It could be said that if the young man dared to pull out his saber, they could capture him, whip him dozens of times and throw him into prison. Without 200 or 300 taels of silver, they would not be able to get him out. Eryu, who was hugging the pipa, raised her head to look at the young master whose eyes were unfocused. Even though his appearance had changed, she was certain that he was him. The young master who had traveled the northern Mang and sat at the same table as her grandfather. After an unknown amount of time, the self-proclaimed northern Liang king seemed to wake up. His lifeless eyes regained their luster, and he turned his back to her. Su Fingyan said calmly to Su Yambing, who looked relieved, "Guard the door. Huangfu, she will be here soon." The woman with her hair tied up called out 6 dharma forms, but still could not stop the celestial being from traveling. Her expression was strange, as if she had met this man for the first time. Su Yambing wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he did not say anything. He walked to the door of the restaurant and closed his eyes to concentrate. Some customers sensed that the situation was not good and wanted to escape. However, they were knocked out before they could get close to the door. Su Fingyan slowly walked to the tables of soldiers who had stood up. His fingers pressed on a Baelyang saber that he had untied from his waist and placed on the table. The Yuzhou cavalryman who was supposed to be in charge of the young men in the city could not take the saber away. The dozen soldiers were led by a burly captain. He had good eyesight and knew that he had encountered a difficult person. However, he did not show weakness and said in a low voice, "Young master, I am Huang Yi from the Huang family of Iha County. You should think about it yourself. If you and I each take a step back today, I can still treat you as a brother. You can walk out of this restaurant and drink in Iha County. I guarantee that you won't have to spend a single copper coin." Su Fengnian said expressionlessly, "You can say this to Huang Fuxi later." The head military officer from Iha County was greatly shocked. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a rush of horse hooves coming from outside the restaurant. Listening to the horses, this was the ability that all old soldiers should have. Although this head military officer was domineering, he was not careless in his battle formation and martial arts. Even if the Yuzhou soldiers were a level lower than the border soldiers, they were still much stronger than the Lingzhou soldiers. The captain gritted his teeth and laughed coldly. "The Yuzhou general is a high official. However, my father had followed Great General Yan for many years. He is not someone that Huang Fuxi can offend." Su Yanbing allowed Huang Fuxi, who was wearing the uniform of a general without any armor, to walk into the restaurant. This was the second time he had seen the Bailiang king today. He did not say anything, prostrating himself on the ground and kowtowing. Su Fengnian raised the ordinary Bailiang blade. Ignoring the restaurant full of shocked customers, he walked in front of Huang Fuxi and asked, "I will only ask you one thing. Do you know about the restaurant?" Huang Fuxi lay on the ground and said with a trembling voice, "The official residence is only 3.5 streets away from here. I have heard about it. However, as the Yuzhou general, I only dare to manage the military affairs of a province. I do not dare to cross the border and interfere with the government affairs of a province." Su Fengnian smiled. "You are truly a competent general who abides by your duties. This king can't be worried about handing the military power of Yuzhou to you." The Yuzhou general, who was of primary third rank and had power that could not be any more powerful, lay on the ground without daring to breathe loudly. Su Fengnian extended a leg and directly stepped on Huang Fuxi's head that was pressed against the cold ground. With a bang, the nearby spectators all saw blood flow out from where the Yuzhou general's face touched the ground. However, this general who had once appeared on the stage at the great reading of the gourd in early spring still did not move. Su Fengnian looked coldly at the back of Huang Fuxi's head and muttered to himself, "I have given you power. Since you do not dare to offend people, this king can do it himself." Su Fengnian suddenly extended an arm. Before Huang Yi, the commandant who did not have the time to kowtow to the king of Bailiang, his robust body was involuntarily pulled forward and he stumbled. The Bailiang blade was unsheathed, and a head appeared on the ground. Su Fengnian casually pushed away the headless corpse that was falling forward. Those soldiers who knew that they had encountered the new king of Bailiang did not dare to draw their blades against him even if they were beaten to death. The status of the king of Bailiang was enough to make them not dare to move. Moreover, the king of Bailiang, who had secretly visited the capital of Yuzhou in disguise, was said to be a top expert who had personally slaughtered the 5th raccoon of Mount Bubang. Their family background was not as good as that of Huang Yi, so they did not have any life-saving talismans. Therefore, they could only kneel down and beg for mercy. Su Fengnian raised the Bailiang blade. The blade was as bright as a mirror. Although it had not yet been replaced with the 6th-generation cold blade nicknamed Great-Grandson, it was still worthy of being called the sharpest war blade in the world. As Su Fengnian's 2 fingers swiped across, the heads of those kneeling soldiers fell to the ground one by one, including Huang Yi, who was the first to suffer. The 16 soldiers were all dead. Su Fengnian sheathed the cold blade in his hand and tossed it to Huang Fujin's side. In passing, he said, "You can continue to kneel." Then he said to Su Yanbing, "Call in Yozhou's deputy general Lu Dian." A young and strong general quickly walked into the restaurant and knelt near Huang Fujin. He did not dare to look at the dismembered corpses on the ground, nor did he dare to look at the crowd of kneeling customers. He only heard the king of Bailiang casually say, "Everyone in the restaurant has their property confiscated. As long as they have an official position, immediately drag them out and kill them. Have someone hang these corpses on the screen wall of the general's residence in Yuzhou. Spread the word that this king is sitting in the general's residence. If anyone wants to see this king, Regardless of whether they want to collect the corpses or plead for mercy, the general's residence will not stop them. Su Fingyan walked over and took Arya's hand as they walked out of the restaurant. The woman hugged the pipa, dejected and speechless. They sat in the carriage and slowly drove toward the Yuzhou general's residence. Su Fingyan sat upright and still. He did not look at the woman and only said softly, "It's not worth it to tell stories for me. Just now, I went on an out-of-body spiritual journey because I wanted to know if it was worth it for you and your granddaughter to put in your life and the chastity of a woman, or if it was worth it to speak for Bailiang. I went to many places, but the answer was no. It wasn't until the last place where I saw a family of Bailiang commoners who knew nothing about the world and only knew how to work hard that I realized many things were not worth it. I've already let you down, so I can't let down those good commoners as well. Aryu, I don't dare to have extravagant hopes that you'll ask me for something in return to make me feel more at ease. I just want to promise you and your dead grandpa that I'll definitely defend the border to the death. As long as I'm alive, Bailiang commoners like you will have another day of peace. Just one more day is good." The woman who had suffered a bitter fate without any complaints or grievances smiled sweetly. She raised her head and looked at the side of his face. She was about to respectfully call him the king of Bailiang, but she immediately stopped. She shook her head and said softly, "Young Master Su, you don't owe us anything. My grandpa said that you're a good person, and I think so too. Arya believes that my grandpa will not feel any regrets in the afterlife. I won't go to the general's residence. Let me get off the carriage." Su Fingyan turned to look at the young woman. Her smile was very clean, and her eyes were clear. She covered her mouth and laughed softly. "Young Master Su, have you forgotten? Aryu only knows how to tell stories for people." The carriage stopped, and the young woman jumped off. After walking for some distance, she turned around and hugged her pipa. She bent her knees slightly in the direction of the carriage and gave a salute. Hehe girl, who had been jumping from roof to roof nearby, squatted down on the roof tiles. She carried the dried sunflower that was unwilling to leave her side and remained silent. The six-pearl bodhisattva waited for the young woman to leave before entering the carriage. He sat opposite the king of Bailiang. The latter clenched his fists and placed them on his knees. He said in a low voice, "Get out." The female immortal master from Mount Lantua did not get angry. Instead, she said calmly, "Freedom is a small thing, but there's still greater freedom to seek." Su Fingyan raised his head and sneered. Seek your greater freedom. Chapter 1040. Soon after, a series of mutiny occurred outside of Iha City. Deputy General Lu Dian led 1,000 elite soldiers to kill until his hands were limp. In the end, he could not even bear to raise his blade. It was a spear-wielding man who was extremely unfamiliar to Yuzhou who took his place. Soon after, the two captains of Yuzhou were on the verge of rebelling and had to leave their camp to demonstrate in the capital of Yuzhou. Huang Fujin's personal soldiers had no choice but to increase from 1,000 to 3,000. They continued to fight amongst themselves, and there was no suspense in the outcome. The heads of the two captains were hung on the city walls of Iha City. More than half of the Iha River nobles either knelt on the streets outside of the general's residence to force the emperor to abdicate, or fled out of the city and allied with their in-laws and nobles outside the city, using various methods to forcefully pressure that person. Without exception, all of the nobles within the city were stripped of their official positions, all of their belongings confiscated and sent to the army. It was to the point that there were even people from the personal camp of Huang Fujin and Lu Dian that had defected. At the end of the spring of the first year of Xiangfu, this great upheaval from top to bottom of Yuzhou showed no signs of subsiding. Because of the self-righteous and violent retaliation of Yuzhou's military and government, it actually attracted the 8,000 Great Snow Dragon cavalry of Liangzhou. They penetrated deep into the heart of Yuzhou. In addition, the 3,000 personal soldiers that Wang Ji of Lingzhou had recently added were all mobilized, heading straight for the border of Yuzhou. Not to mention the Tongmen Pass captain Xian Yinma, who had never left his seclusion, also led 6,000 elite cavalry out. Apart from this, Bailiang Protector General Chu Lushan personally mobilized troops, ordering Ningame to lead half of the Iron Stupa heavy cavalry, and 2,000 white feather crossbow cavalry to set up camp on the west side of Yuzhou. eyeing covetously like a tiger watching its prey. If one said that Huaihua Great General Zhong Hongwu was once the shadow master of more than half of Lingzhou, then Yuzhou, from the border army to the army within its borders, could be considered the personal bodyguards of Great General Yan Wenwan. Yuzhou, which was said to have 800 general families, the vast majority could be considered the disciples and grand disciples of this old general. Their increasingly fierce resistance finally made an old man overseeing the border unable to sit still. However, he did not muster a large force to lead troops south. Instead, he traveled lightly and noiselessly to Iha city of Yuzhou. The carriage stopped outside the city. The old man, who was blind in one eye, walked alone into the city. Walking on the streets brimming with killing intent, the old man walked all the way to the residence of the general reeking of blood. The old man originally thought that the young madman would arrogantly refuse to meet him, or even cleanly capture him, the commander of the Bailiang infantry army, or at the very least, hang him out in the cold for several days and nights before letting him in. However, the old man guessed wrong. The young man was sitting alone on the steps outside the residence, as if he had been waiting for him all this time. After Ren Tu's death, the old general, whose prestige in the Bailiang army was unparalleled, questioned, Su Fingnian. Why? Su Fingnian folded his hands in his sleeves, not looking at Yan Wenwan, who had wanted Su Xiao to ascend to the throne. Gazing at the end of the street, he calmly said, In the past I heard a saying that Lingzhou's surname is Zhong, Yozhou's surname is Yan, and only Liangzhou's surname is Su. Su Xiao never took it to heart. I know this. You Yan Wenwan know this, but Zhong Hongwu might not know this. This is because when Zhong Hongwu heard that the court not only intended to cultivate his son, Zhong Qingxin, but also made him a great general, and that as long as West Chu rose up in rebellion, Zhao Shi promised him that he could lead troops for the Duke of Huainan, Zhaoying, to take a share of the spoils, so he began to fan the flames in Yuzhou, wanting to drag you down with him so that he could take advantage of the chaos to escape from Bailiang. These days, I had the falcons keep an eye on you, but you never made a move. In the end, you only entered Iha city alone. The old general angrily said, Even the great general can live his life without rebelling against Liang, so naturally, I will live my life without rebelling against Bailiang. What kind of dog is that Zhong Hongwu? How can he be mentioned in the same breath as me? You Su Fingnian are so impatient that you want me Yan Wenwan to pack up and scram from the border, so that your trusted aide can occupy my position. Do you really think that Yan Wenwan is hogging the position of infantry commander and not retreating, because he is greedy for power? Do you Su Fingnian really think that this position is something that anyone can sit on? That anyone can sit on it steadily? If not for the fact that I respect you Su Fingnian for having the guts to not accept that bullshit imperial edict and finally doing something that did not disgrace the great general, I would have already led 100,000 troops to the south. At that time, the cavalry and infantry would be divided. What kind of king of Bailiang are you? What will you use to resist the restless Beimang iron cavalry? Su Fingnian smiled. I know that the old general will not do that. The old general was so angry he almost wanted to act and slap this cunning brat to death. Su Fingnian patted the steps beside him, and indicated for the old general to sit down and chat. Yan Wenwan snorted coldly. Su Fingnian did not insist and continued. My master and Bai Yan have fought for the latter half of their lives. Does the old general know what my master admires the most about Zhang Jiulu? When Li Yishan was mentioned, Yan Wenwan's emotions calmed slightly. In the entire world, Li Yishan was the most worthy of Bailiang, while Yan Wenwan was the backbone of Yang Kai Zhao Chongling's faction. She did not show any disrespect to Li Yishan, who did not work together due to their different paths. Su Fingnian said softly, It is not that Zhang Jiulu made the Zhao family prosper as old general imagined. It is not that he held the power of the court alone, but before he rose to power he moved his parents and family to Great Peace City. He did not give anyone a chance to criticize Zhang Jiulu, because this grand secretary knew back then that as long as he became the head of the officials in the world, no matter how clean he was, he still had his family, relatives, and children. Once the two sides were thousands of miles apart, there would be people who would use his name to do whatever they wanted. Even if everyone in the court could only criticize silently and not accuse him, The spirit that supported Zhang Jilu's rule of the world would weaken. So this is what my master admires the most about Zhang Jilu. Looking back at our Bailiang Su Xiao, my master did not expect all of you to have the breadth of mind and vision of Zhang Jilu. Before Su Xiao died, he was still worried and told me to have a tolerant heart, to tolerate other people making mistakes. In the past, I did this. In the Lingzhou officialdom, I endured and did not kill anyone, not one. Yan Wenwan's expression was still gloomy, but it was a bit better than before. Su Fingyan continued, minding his own business. But I realized that Su Xiao was not wrong, but he was not completely right. The Bailiang under our feet belongs to the Su family in name, but in the end, it belongs to the people of Bailiang. I, Su Fingyan, actually do not mind how you disregard the law and discipline. As long as you fight for my Su family on the battlefield, it is enough. I can be the king of Bailiang with a clear conscience. Who knows, I might even be able to leave my name in the annals of history. Not to mention the official history, perhaps there will be a few good words in unofficial history. Everyone says that since I put my head on my belt to conquer the world, then I deserve to rule the world. I, Su Fingyan, did not say that you should not enjoy life. But enjoying life is not wrong, right? Cherishing life is not a bad thing, right? Old General, why don't you and I just treat it as speaking with conscience to Su Xiao? Yuzhou, Lingzhou, and Liangzhou. How many of these generals treat the common people as human beings? I did not stay behind closed doors at Mount Qingliang and make sarcastic remarks. Instead, I personally walked around Yuzhou, and only then did I walk step by step to Iha City. In truth, I would like to say to all the officials of the Northern Liang Path, whether you relied on your own abilities to become an official, or relied on your parents' contributions to become an official, if you want to enjoy life, then go ahead and enjoy it. Don't harm others too much. However, these words cannot be made known to the public. Moreover, even if I said these words to Zhong Hongwu with all my sincerity, he would only think that it was an unfunny joke. What could I do? He sought his own death, so I could only let him die. Oh, that's right. The one who reported Zhong Hongwu was none other than the county chief of Longqing County, his son, Zhong Qingxin. Yan Wenwan's expression was uncertain. Su Fingyan gazed into the distance and bit his lip. Not being able to manage Yuzhou well is Huang Fuxi's fault, as well as your fault, old general. Of course, if we are unable to defend Bailiang in the future, in the end it is still my fault. The old man hesitated for a moment, then walked up the steps and sat down a few steps below Su Fingyan's feet. Su Fingyan suddenly smiled and said, I heard Su Xiao say that back then, old general dreamed of riding a horse, just like how you entered the imperial city of Northern Han, swaggering into the imperial palace of Great Peace City. The old man with his back to the king of Bailiang cracked his lips into a soundless smile. Su Fingyan said softly, Old general, you can forget about this. However, a few days ago, I entered an out-of-body state and traveled to the imperial palace of Beimang. That place is not much inferior to Great Peace City. Old general, why don't you take a step back and settle for the next best thing? Let's strive to ride a horse there and raise the whip? Yan Wenwan turned his head and asked, Truly? Su Fingyan replied with a smile. I only have this thought. As for whether or not I have the ability, old general, do you truly believe that I can do it alone? Yan Wenwan stared blankly for a moment. He lowered his head and cursed. Motherfucker, he's just like the great general when he was young. Back then, he lied to me and said that as long as I followed him, I would be able to ride a horse until my butt was polished clean. This old man really foolishly took the bait. Yan Wenwan paused for a long time, and then raised his head to look at the sky. He murmured, But the great general did not lie to me, did he? The old man retracted his gaze and suddenly stood up. He said gravely, If that day really comes, even if I, Yan Wenwan, am too old to ride a warhorse, I hope that the king of Bailiang can have someone carry me there. If I am already dead, since the king of Bailiang has agreed to carry the coffin for that old soldier of the fish drum camp, Xu Yongguan, then you would not mind carrying the coffin for Yan Wenwan once, right? Su Fingyan also stood up and said calmly, Su Fingyan thanks old General Yan. The old man walked down the steps and turned around to face Su Fingyan. He raised his hands and shouted, Cavalry of the fish drum camp, Yan Wenwan, Xu Yongguan, and his comrade greet the king of Bailiang. The old man then turned and left. He left the Yi River, Yuzhou, and headed for the border. Su Fengnian sat back down on the steps and rubbed his cheeks. Su Yambing, who was beside him, said emotionally, "At the Battle of the Western Wall, the fish drum camp only had 16 men left. Even I did not know that Yan Wenwan was one of them." Su Fengnian nodded and said, "Su Xiao did not mention it." Su Yambing said, "Bei Meng, why don't you count me in?" Su Fengnian laughed and said, "It is not like we are snatching a wife. What is there to snatch?" Su Yambing dismissed it with a laugh. He sat down near the king of Bailiang. His eyes were firm as he said slowly, "Don't worry. With you here, Bailiang will have more than 300,000 cavalry." The two of them were silent for a long time. He, the girl had unknowingly sat behind Su Fengnian, and for some reason, the stalk of the sunflower that had been following him like a shadow had disappeared. She rested her chin on her hands and quietly watched his back. Bailiang has millions of households. How many of them are wrapped in iron clothes and withered bones? Su Yambing began to clap his knees and sing. He was full of passion. Which young man did not envy the green-robed man who walked the Jianghu with a sword? Which young man did not want to fight for fame in the yellow sands? Good man, do not say that the heroes of the world have fallen into your trap. Little lady, don't hide your feelings of adoration deep in your stomach. Come, let's see who is beating the beauty drum. Come, let's see who is the butcher of the Yang realm. Come, let's see who will fight for the throne with me. Hashtag fight for the throne. Chapter 1041. 3 chapters, 17,000 words. The next chapter will be around noon. The spring rain in Great Peace City had just stopped, and the entire capital seemed to have become much cleaner. No matter how noisy the court was, that was the business of the officials. The common people had to eat and sleep, and most of them had to obediently live their days of waking up early and sleeping late. However, there were some who had nothing to do. However, these people who had been belittled as playboys were also divided into 3, 6, and 9 classes. Those who had the ability to play with courtesans were the first class. Those who played with famous horses and antiques were the second class. Those who were slightly worse off would go play with handmade walnuts. At the very least, they would get a few fish and insects to keep up appearances. However, there was a young man who lived in a shabby alley in the southwest corner of the capital. He was completely out of class. However, since he lived in an alley where the common people lived, it would be strange if he could play with good things. If he wasn't reincarnated well, then he had to accept his fate, right? This young man was like the other common people in the capital with the surname Zhang. He had been given one of the most famous surnames in Liang, but he couldn't have any great prospects. He didn't do any proper business all day. Other than borrowing money and drinking with women, he only knew how to wander around aimlessly with a pigeon whistle. He couldn't even afford to raise a decent pigeon. If this was in Great Peace City, it would be called that you had to pay attention to the poor even if your face was swollen. Even the poor people who didn't pay attention to anything were disdainful. Zhang Bianguan was this kind of prodigal that everyone looked down on. In the eyes of the neighbors, this guy was lucky that he had accumulated some good fortune in an unknown lifetime to be able to marry a beautiful wife. Zhang Bianguan never knew how to be content. He still refused to stay at home and roll in the sheets with his wife. He only knew how to run outside every day, leaving early and returning late, going out empty-handed and returning home empty-handed. As time went on, even the kind-hearted old neighbors gradually became too lazy to pay attention to him. Not long ago, Zhang Bianguan seemed to have been beaten by someone. His nose was badly bruised and his face was swollen. It had only gone down in the past few days, but he was still laughing and joking around. He greeted everyone he met with a smile, calling uncle and aunt attentively, not caring if other people paid attention to him or not. As the weather got hotter and hotter, Zhang Bianguan wore cooler and cooler clothes. The time Zhang Bianguan spent away from home also grew longer and longer. After all, the capital was so big. How could there be a lack of young women on the streets? As dusk approached, Zhang Bianguan wandered back to Squinta Street not far away. He heard the sudden and melodious chirping of pigeons above his head. He habitually raised his head and smiled. There was an old pigeon bell wrapped in green silk on his wrist. He had been playing with it all year round. He just stared blankly at the sky with narrowed eyes. For so many years, he had been ridiculed as someone who couldn't even eat leftovers and step on dog shit. No one knew what he was thinking. Anyway, no one was interested. Those who had a general understanding of his temperament only knew that this useless coward probably still wanted to play, but he didn't dare to accompany the rich to play in those high-class snowy places. In the end, he could only look at those dead things that didn't cost money. The colorful attics, the gray and unknown alleys, the Chongwu Gate that brought soldiers, the Chaoyang Gate that brought grain, the Dingshan Gate that brought wine, and the stone Qilin that squatted on the drum tower for a few years after Liang established the dynasty. The chirping of the pigeons drifting in the sky began and ended. Zhang Bianguan reluctantly withdrew his gaze, feeling that it was still early and not yet time to go home. After thinking for a while, he ran to the side of the Locked Dragon Well on Squinting Street and squatted beside it. This ancient well had been dry for a long time. Beside the well, there was a judge made of yellow mud bricks. According to the rumors in the marketplace, Liang suppressed the water in the world with fire. This clay statue was as tall as a person, sitting with its chest and stomach exposed, and laughing with its mouth open. Every mid-autumn, the common people would add firewood to the fire, and flames and smoke would rush out from the mouth and nose of the clay judge. Zhang Bianguan squatted beside the well as usual at the foot of the clay statue, occasionally raising his sleeve to wipe the corner of his mouth. A few days ago, he was beaten up quite badly by a group of people. They probably mistakenly thought that Zhang Bianguan's father was about to lose his power, and that it was time to teach this bastard a lesson that disgraced the aristocratic families of the capital a lesson. However, after satisfying his craving with punches and kicks, he discovered that the weather in the Liang imperial court was still the same. This brat's father was even more ruthless for the first time, beating up a large group of people until they cried for their parents. As a result, the people who relied on these groups of people to eat and drink immediately hid. They didn't even have the guts to apologize to Zhang Bianguan. Later, they trembled in fear for a good half of the day, and didn't even wait for the slightest bit of revenge. Only then did they all let out a collective sigh of relief. They gathered together and increasingly mocked this person surnamed Zhang for being a big piece of trash. He had a father that they couldn't even pray for even if they burned incense and prayed to Buddha. He didn't know how to use the tiger's skin to enjoy his life. He deserved to be treated like a pile of rotten dog shit that even stepping on would dirty his shoes. Zhang Bianguan's only strong point was that his mind wandered thousands of miles away. When he suddenly discovered that there was an elegant young man beside him, he glanced at him and didn't say anything. After waiting for a long time, he finally smiled and asked, "You really didn't come to beat me to vent your anger?" The scholar-like scholar smiled and shook his head. "How would I dare to beat up the son of the Grand Secretary? Besides, if we really fought, I wouldn't be your match. Why would I bring shame to myself? Even if you didn't fight back and let me beat and scold you, I would still be treated as an amusing fool by you." Zhang Bianguan made a sound of surprise. "So you're actually a sensible person? You're not from the capital, are you? With your eyesight, if you're from the capital, you wouldn't even come to see me." The scholar asked, "You admit that you're a smart person?" Zhang Bianguan sneered and said self-deprecatingly, "I'm considered a smart person? Then what would my father be?" The scholar nodded and said, "That's right." Zhang Bianguan lay on the mouth of the well, and gazed at the dark and bottomless mouth of the well. He no longer paid attention to this unknown scholar, who was boring once he understood things. The scholar leaned against the mouth of the well and said faintly, "I know you like to see the scheming in the palaces and pavilions because they only complement each other. Compared to the harm between people, they are much more amiable and lovable. I also know that when you left the Zhangfu to set up your own household, you planted a peach tree at home. The people of Great Peace City all like to have trees in their yards. Pomegranates that give birth to many children, jujube trees that give birth early, persimmon trees are also common. But there are no peach trees because the character for peach sounds like escape and is inauspicious. Great Peace City is the root of Liang. If the tree is moved, it will die. Where can the people of Liang escape to without Great Peace City? You Zhang Bianguan are not stupid. You planted it for your father, but your father, the Grand Secretary of Liang, ignored it. He did not escape, so you as his son, can only continue to stay in Great Peace City and wait for death. Hopefully in the future, you can at least send him off. It would be even better if you could drink at the Qingming festival. Zhang Bianguan calmly made an "oh" sound and continued to look at the mouth of the well. The scholar smiled slightly and said, "You must have guessed that I am that Sun Yin who came from Bailiang to ask Tantanan for an official position." Zhang Bianguan turned his head. "Sun Yin, is it? Then tell me, what exactly is that stone qilin on the drum tower, silently watching the world for hundreds of years waiting for?" Sun Yin had already quietly entered the secretariat and successfully attached himself to the towering tree that was Tantanan. Although he was just a small official, since he had entered Master Huan's discerning eye, wasn't his meteoric rise just around the corner? The few people who understood this point long ago, but the vast majority of muddle-headed people would not remain muddle-headed. Sun Yin met the blue-eyed young son's gaze and shook his head. "How would I know what a stone qilin is waiting for? In any case, it's not waiting for the wind to blow and the smoke of war. In the end, the people are in a terrible situation. If it's only exchanged for people wearing dragon robes, is it fun?" Zhang Bianguan laughed and stroked his stubbled chin. "It's not fun." Zhang Bianguan sat shoulder to shoulder with Sun Yin. He stretched his neck, exhaled, and then inhaled again. Only then did he chuckle and raise his wrist to show Sun Yin the simple and unadorned pigeon bell. He said, "In the past, I received a pigeon as a gift from someone. It's a first-class item, black with a hint of purple. Compared to the king of Bailiang, Su Fengnian's falcon, the price is not much different. At the time, my father had not yet become the grand secretary, only a third-rank official. My father came to find me, but he didn't scold me. You should know what kind of person my father is. Scolding others would be flattering you. Other than Master Huan, he has almost never scolded anyone in his life. He asked me, 'This pigeon is my father's current net worth. What kind of thing are you, Zhang Bianguan, to be worth this price? Are you stupid or are you really stupid?' That year, I was 14 years old. In a fit of anger, I returned the pigeon to someone. That person in front of me said with a smile that he didn't have the habit of taking back gifts. Afterwards, he used his hand to strangle the pigeon to death. And he was the current crown prince, His Highness Zhao Zhuan. From that day onwards, I swore that I would never mix with these people again. I would rather listen to the creaking sounds of small doors opening than listen to them flattering each other. I would rather look at those dead objects that no one cares about than look at those children of influential families, whose farts can be sold as gold and silver. Over time, no one liked to take me out to play. I was also happy to be alone in peace." When his father, Zhang Jiulu, was mentioned, Zhang Bianguan couldn't help but sink into contemplation.